derivative, Jill.
There she is. There she is.
Welcome to Jill's.
Greetings and felicitations.
We go together or not at all.
Don't be a fool.
Hello and welcome to Shore Leave number 34. And I thought it would be really nice if I could connect with some people who typically can't make it to my normal daytime shows that I have at 11 a.m. Central Time. And if this goes well, I might do something like this every month. So let's see how I handle the nighttime Shore Leave, where the panel and the chat have direct or may direct or misdirect the flow of conversation. So Scotty R37 asked me what the show would be about. I told him nothing because I didn't think he could help me with this one, but but then I decided just to make it just this one episode. I wanted to talk about Star Trek references in South Park. There are just so many that would be its own tea time, and it wouldn't be a shore leave because it would take forever because there are so many. So I'm just going to talk about one today. Maybe every month when I have these, I'll share one Star Trek reference from South Park. And so we're starting with the one that's in season 2, episode 11, called Roger Ebert Should Lay Off the Fatty Foods. It's season 2, episode 11, and it's South Park's Dagger of the Mind episode.
Oh yeah.
Yes, and yeah, welcome, Hungry. I haven't been able to stream with you in so long, and I'm so glad you're here.
Oh, I'm glad to be here. I'm glad you're going to talk about that episode, but sometimes I get a bit perfunctory, and you and I both, we use the Scrabble words, as does Scotty, and that's part of science fiction, proper science fiction, having a vocabulary. And hello, Penny. I'll say hello to everyone in the chat later when Jill does. But do you have a link in the chat that I can put out on Tweety just to let some of my other friends know?
A link to this stream?
Yeah, in private chat, and then I'll put it out on Tweety. Okay,
great. And well, my mom got me to stop using my bigger words because she used to get mad at me for that. So I kind of filtered a lot of them out usually. But
were you incredulous?
I don't believe it. Yeah. And hello to PvP and Ben from Cinema Gold.
Happy Saturday.
Hey.
Happy Saturday, guys. And so yes, I put that link in the chat for you guys. And yes, definitely, we've got people hanging out with us tonight. Thank you so much. I hope you're enjoying your Saturday night.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else, Joe.
Well,
that's amazing.
I can enjoy it now since I got an invite. I wasn't expecting necessarily I'd get one, but thank you.
Okay. I feel like I need the Orville Bridge sounds, so I'm gonna put those on.
Love the Orville.
There they are.
Since
why would you think
back on Twitter, I forgot that you might invite me, but I just checked and thankfully I did. So
I think Hungry for Naughty Divas is the greatest handle I've ever seen on YouTube.
Oh, well, that is both general but specific, as is good science fiction, and Jill knows what I mean. Because I like naughty divas. That doesn't mean slutty divas. It just naughty. Naughty is a good word. You have naughty humor, you have etc. And also, Dadman Walking 55 has on occasion got his Naughty Diva show, so it's a respect to him, and I've been a guest on his show for quite some time now.
It sounds very respectful. I love it.
It's burlesque of sorts.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, Scotty, there's a difference between pole dancing, cabaret, and burlesque, and you know what I'm talking about.
I do.
Un cabaret.
Oh,
Max.
Welcome.
Oh, what a treat. I didn't know you were coming on, Max. What a treat.
And
surprise,
I do.
Surprise.
How are you doing, Max Redstone?
I'm good.
What a twist.
Yeah. First of all, can you all hear me?
Yes.
You seem kind of far away.
I can't hear a word you're saying.
All right. Can anyone who counts hear me? No, just
Yes.
kidding. I'm trying out a new lavalier wireless, and just I can't trust myself with these things. Good evening. I'm fine. I just had some hot dogs and fries, and someone tried to put ketchup on the fries, and well, let's just say that they will not be walking for a long time, and that's just fine with me because I'm from Chicago, and that's the way we roll.
Are you a ranch on fries guy?
I could do ranch on fries, but
I love ranch on fries.
It's just I'm from Chicago, so it's like the law is you cannot put ketchup on your hot dog.
Oh no, you can't.
Yeah,
I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
Gosh.
I don't care
All right.
if Greta Thunberg has a so-and-so to your head and say, "Oh, I dare you to put ketchup on your hot dog." If you're from Chicago, you are not gonna put ketchup on your hot dog. So
Max,
I guess
Max
it's
has a
like putting pineapple on your pizza.
oh no, let's not go into that one. But
Oh, please, as a Canadian, please, let's not go into that one.
I went to
no, not pizza on pineapple.
I went to college
Yes,
in Chicago, and I was a vegetarian back then, so I never had a Chicago dog when I lived out there, unfortunately. But I do know that people did not put ketchup on the Chicago.
What, Cinema Gulp, what school did you go to?
I went to Columbia College.
Hey!
I do
Class
want to
of
say
2010.
hello
Hey,
to the chat. Brogu is here. Hey, why don't
I met an a Columbia alumni. Hey.
Oh, you're a Columbia guy? Holy
Yeah.
shit!
I
Oh,
got
that's awesome.
I got a photography degree.
Oh, that's fucking awesome, man! I got a film editing degree. That's amazing, man.
Nice.
So cool. Good to see. I mean, I don't get to talk to alumni that much. That's
Glad
awesome.
to make your acquaintance.
Yeah, man, for sure.
and film editing is so damn hard. Split second timing. You know what I mean.
Well, good film editing is so damn
yeah, I can. Yeah, actually, being talented at it does take work.
Oh, dude. Ouch. And mustard, yes. Relish, yes. Ketchup alone, never.
No,
and that's
no,
all I'm going to say about hot dogs.
Yeah. It's just I keep the fries on the same plate. Sorry, Joe. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. I just want to make sure I say hello to everybody in the chat before we get going. Dadman Walking is here. And
Hey,
DVB, he's also here. Awesome. Hello,
Trip.
DVB.
I have just one thing to say to the dad man. The heat is on. Okay.
Damn
that's
it.
all.
Wes Kegel, Penny,
West
Hello, Penny. Hello.
LDG, Breathe
What
the
is
Net,
LDG?
says,
LDG,
hello, world. LDG, how is Bird? I send him messages every once in a while, and he responds to me. So I hope he gets better and gets to go home soon.
Oh,
Yeah,
something.
absolutely.
Is he okay?
He's
not
he's on the
sure.
mend.
What?
That's what
okay.
I'm hoping. I hope he's on the mend, and he's gonna. He just said it's taking him longer than he'd like.
Oh, the humanity.
And Oiler Greg's here. Hello, Oiler Greg. And JetSparks373 prefers barbecue to dip my French fries in. Air fried French fries.
Yeah, I love air fried. I love air fried.
Speaking of JetSparks, he's here on the panel. Hello, JetSparks.
There he is. Look at
Hello.
So before this panel, hello, welcome. How are you doing?
I'm good.
Before this panel gets any bigger, I'm gonna go real
Your
through.
keyboard is dirty.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
it must be with the ring light from my camera.
I'm kidding.
Bigger
It's
panel,
fine.
Jill. We're going to go bigger.
I don't know. I sent out a lot of invites. So before, like I said, before the panel gets any bigger, I did want to talk about real quickly about how South Park has a
Roger
lot of
Ebert.
Star Trek reviews,
Roger
Star Trek
Ebert would
references.
avoid the fatty foods.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, that title is because
Oh, it's the name of an episode.
it's the name of the episode, but
I
the
thought it was
title of
just
the
the
episode is it's a reference to how Roger Ebert gave low ratings to Matt Stone and Trey Parker's movies, Orgasmo
You know,
and Basketball.
I love basketball.
I unapologetically love basketball. That movie
Yeah.
made me laugh so hard.
I gotta say, as a Chicagoan, You know, it's not like you either love Gene Siskel or Roger Ebert, but
Sure.
you typically only liked one. I was more of a Gene Siskel guy.
Yeah.
Okay, I get that, but there was a big disparity between them over how they liked horror movies.
Yeah,
And that kind of defined my preference, but I enjoyed both of them. Okay, I really did. But the one thing I want to say about the South Park episode is when you're dealing with Barbara Streisand, there were 2 episodes. You know what I'm talking about, Max. You know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I
So
do.
we have Mecha Streisand, and then we have Spooky Vision. Okay, and
The
I mean,
mirror South Park.
Yeah,
yeah.
okay, the mirror episode. Yeah, we're not talking about that one today, but yeah, that's a good one. There is a mirror episode where kids from another universe have beards because it's superior.
Cartman has a beard.
Cartman has a beard.
And it's
Yeah,
not
and
evil
he's the
Cartman.
nice guy. He's the nice guy in the episode. He's so sweet. He's like, "Oh, I was taking care of my mom tonight because she was sick." You know?
You
Oh,
guys
man.
are my best friends, the thick and thin. We've always been together, too.
Wow, nice Cartman sounds awesome. Can we try for back Cartman, please?
That was what happened in the episode. That's what happened. Oh God. Oh God, we're gonna back you up on this one, Jill, but we have to hear Jill talk a bit more about this episode specifically she wants to talk about because there are 2 other Star Trek episodes.
Not only are there 2 other Star Trek episodes, there's the series is littered with Star Trek references, but that we're not going to get into unless you think of it, then you can. John,
Worf.
the Beagle Dad. Oh yeah, Worf. Worf was in an episode.
Yeah.
And afterwards, Michael Jordan said, "Hey, if you guys would have just told me, I would have voiced my character."
Because Michael Dorn does not talk like Worf. You know, that's it's like he lowers it just a bit.
It's a very effective voiceover.
Yes.
Very effective voiceover.
Well, he's trying to sound intimidating.
Check out Ted 2 if you want to see a looser Michael Dorn.
Well, it's within his. He drops himself down like it's within his register, but he's just a bit lower as Worf. And then he did some Neutrogena commercials.
If you were any other man,
Well, yeah, that's true. That's the episode you're talking about. That's the one where the kids are trying to stop veal from being sold. And
Yep. And they put the
and Michael Dorn drives them in a truck. It's amazing.
But we have to stay on
I'd
topic
like
a
to
little
say
bit.
hello to DVB. I got to talk with Scotty briefly the other day on Jens's channel, Jens Peter. It was pretty cool until the conversation got interrupted over and over. And hello to
over
Cronus.
again. It's true.
Yeah, hey
it was
Cronus,
just
and
an
also
unwinding conversation, moving from topic to topic.
I used to have that clip. I need to grab it. It was
Hey,
so
John.
hypnotic.
An incredibly unbroken sentence.
But
Wow.
Jill has
sure,
a
sure.
specific
I
episode.
do.
They kept
I do
on
the-
going and going, and one day I would give the show back to anti-derivative Jill, but maybe not now. Okay, now.
But can we
Okay, so this
can we just for a
episode
little
is
minute?
season
Oh.
2. Go ahead.
Yes. I just want to say, can we just talk about this specific episode since Jill had it in
Yes.
mind? Just
Yes,
remember.
exactly. Season 2, episode 11, Roger Ebert should lay off the fatty foods. And so so the thing is, instead of being led by the director of the Tantalus Penal Colony, here Dr. Adams runs the local planetarium, but he has a bone disease
Yep.
that prevents him from saying the word correctly, and he has to say planetarium without the T. And so in order to drum up business and retain loyal customers, he uses what looks like the neural neutralizer from the episode
Yes.
Oh my God.
to implant
Yes.
suggestions to make people need the planetarium. So, and also instead of Van Gelder, he has an assistant named Simon Van Gelder, who is just a kid instead of another doctor. And also the observatory is called the Tantalus 5 Observatory. This is another
Wow.
reference to Dagger of the Mind, of course,
Oh,
as
yeah.
the planet is.
This demonstrates why I need to. I'm thoroughly going. I'm rewatching all of classic Trek. So
Oh wow, yeah.
Oh, good. That's good news. I need to rewatch Classic
Because-
too, but I need to
yeah.
watch it without the
Regular
new
special effects.
Oh well, I don't know. Yeah, it's like I'm watching it on. I have H&I, which is heroes and icons, and it's I think it's a Paramount. It's a Paramount owned channel, so they have one episode of each show a day, 6 times a week, and I have a big DVR.
Oh, nice. Oh, so you're going to collect them.
Yeah, just to rewatch them.
Hopefully they play all of them for you.
Yeah, they play them. They actually do play them in sequence. So it's sort of like it's just like exactly like the old TiVo.
Original broadcast order, or
yes,
or yeah, that would make sense.
No, you have to go in this building and see a bunch of stupid stars. Now come.
Have you ever been to a planetarium?
I have when I was a child, and it's basically the way it's presented in this episode, except we don't get any of the rock band shows when I
did.
Hello, children. My name is Dr. Adams. Welcome to the planetarium.
And yeah, I guess that's a good question. What's your experience with planetariums?
Well, I did get to see the Beatles. There was a Beatles laser light show at the Toronto Planetarium. Went and saw that. It was pretty cool. Also saw the galaxy.
That reminds me, this live stream is also dedicated to my friend and great listener, Matt G. Otherwise known as Taylor Swift, greater than Disney, Star Wars, and MCU and Doctor Who, because he keeps telling me to go to the planetarium. And I just want to let him know this episode is not why I don't go to the planetarium.
and also, Disney, MCU, and Doctor Who, and that's a very low bar. But hey, I respect him for that. Here's to you, Matt G.
Hey, well, I think what it is that he hears people complain about Taylor Swift, but he's like, but isn't she better than Disney Star Wars?
And I agree. I mean, I know one song of Taylor Swift, and it's whatever. It's not my generation, and apparently the Eras Tour is loud as a jet engine, and that's just fine. But yeah, I just say, hey, that's a low bar to compare yourself to, but that's just fine by me.
Hey, Max.
Shake it off is my ringtone.
You and I are Kate Bush guys. We're not Taylor Swift guys.
Yeah, I'm more of a I mean, hell, I'll listen to 1980s Madonna.
Oh, okay. 1980s female singers. I'm not going to distract the conversation. You guys talk about it.
Okay,
not a Madonna fan.
Okay,
not a
fine.
Madonna fan.
The Bangles and Bananarama. Is that better for you?
Oh my God! Now you're talking my language.
Okay.
I love my work.
I love my work.
Oh my God! This is a grad level. This is a grad level
amazing.
thesis right here.
Yeah, the little girl named Missy is based on the character Leth.
The scary thing is
the female enslaved by
the scary
Dr.
thing is the cartoon version looks so much like her in the TOS episode. It's kind of creepy.
It is. When I saw it, I knew I had to get that one.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Wow.
These stars over here form the constellation of Taurus, the bull. While these stars form the constellation Roger Ebert.
Okay.
I
was going to say which is the really, really complex one, but that might be another show altogether.
Well, no, then they carried the joke even further. I didn't get this clip, but these two stars over here form the Last Crusades, and it's the
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, that's it.
Yeah.
And now breathe deep as the stars slowly start to move in little circles.
Well, and speaking of character design, the Doctor looks exactly like the guy from the original episode.
That's the whole point, yeah.
I know, no. I'm pointing out the obvious, but I get to point at things on screen too.
Yeah.
I know you think planetariums are boring, but I'm going to try to change the way you think about that.
And so, yes, he's using the machine to trick people into coming back to the planetarium, and not just coming back, but like becoming volunteers of it.
Yes.
And there's a subplot where Cartman's trying to get onto a commercial. I didn't get many clips from that.
Oh wait, was that the cheesy poofs?
If we didn't cheesy poofs, we'd be lame. I'm talking Night Court in its 5th season, lame.
Wow.
love cheesy poofs. You love cheesy poofs. Without them, we'd be lame.
And that's really just a fun side gag, and the fun part is that the only reason he gets it is because all the other kids are brainwashed into becoming volunteers at the planetarium.
Yeah, I remember the beefcake episode. I'm such a beefcake.
Say hello, beefcake.
He's just getting fatter and fatter.
That's amazing that you mentioned that, because this is the second time that Cartman gets to be on TV. It's this episode and that one. So well done.
And then
don't forget we have laser rock shows at night here at the planetarium. This week it's Laser Kenny Loggins and Laser James Taylor.
Oh jeez. Oh, I think I give it a pass on those.
I thought they'd be your jam, PvP.
Oh, I saw my planetarium experience was in Laser Pink Floyd, and I gotta say it was pretty trippy.
I might like that. Oh, and the other clips that I don't get from this episode are a couple of stoners who love the planetarium, but it seems like they are enjoying getting brainwashed, but they don't seem like they're forgetting the experience.
Well, Jill, as a former stoner myself, I could say, stoners love getting brainwashed, and stoners love the planetarium.
Yeah, it
just happens.
These guys,
it just works.
These guys would have loved it even without the brainwashing.
Yeah.
That was just a bonus.
I really, and just not to talk about this episode or Dagger of the Mind, just in general, I think it's really ingenious about how quickly South Park can put out an episode versus conventional animation, which is can be months to over a year because they depend on South Korean animators.
Yeah, that's right, because they're able to turn around an episode in a week, which is insane.
There's a reason for that, Jill, because sometimes
apparently they don't want to be behind the times, so they have a group of people that are we have to do this immediately.
Oh no, it's not about that, and Jill will understand this. I'm going to talk from a technical aspect here. A smaller team, it's a smaller team, a much smaller team,
and they reuse a lot of assets that they've already done.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. They're not making an episode of Cowboy Bebop a week, okay? Let's look at the style. I'm not saying anything negative about South Park, but that was part of its appeal in the first place. And it was just this looks crude, but it's not. It's deceiving.
But I have 20 more clips, so I want to get
then you keep going.
Van Gelder. Van Gelder? What the hell are you doing on our bus? Mr. Garrison, there's some freaky kid from the planetarium on our bus.
The planet area.
I like the music there too. That was good.
Yeah, see, they use the music, the Star Trek music, and I think that's incredible. Anytime there's a Star Trek thing, they use the music.
But
don't take me back there. Can't. All right, dude, mellow out. Gee.
I just have to say one thing.
Oh, we have that clip.
You know what I'm sad about?
What?
South Park never did the salt vampire reference.
Oh, that would have been good. What would you like them to do?
They haven't done it yet. They haven't done it yet.
Not yet.
That's true. South Park's not done.
They can do it. Let's make them do it, Max.
Okay, I'll see what I'll. You know what? I'll get right on that, hungry boy. Mr. Gorbachev, make this salt vampire South Park episode.
Yeah.
It could also be a celebrity of some sort who is a salt vampire.
But you know what, Jill? Here's the episode I don't want them to do, which they could make very funny, but we don't want it to happen. Oh my God. The community theater episode of somebody from an alternate universe fighting with himself with a crepe beard.
Oh my God.
You know the one I'm talking about?
Yes, the alternative factor.
Yes.
You want it or don't want it?
Oh
no.
I love that episode.
That could either be very good or very, very ugly.
It's make it better.
It's ripe for parody.
It could be better.
So I like this next clip that I'm going to play because this is also from the episode where Van Gelder doesn't want to have
Mendoza. I said don't make the alternative factor, but you did.
where Van Gelder doesn't want any hypo spray.
I'll give him a painkiller. That should calm him down. No painkiller. I'll be okay.
So that's a direct reference from the episode. Then here's Kenny Loggins or something. I don't know.
Kenny Loggins?
Oh man, this is boring.
Kenny Loggins Footloose. Oh boy.
Oh yeah.
Jill, I gotta check the tape here. Did you say Kenny Loggers or something?
I did.
So
I
what
don't
do
know
you,
this.
I have to stop and ask, what do you know about Kenny Loggins?
Nothing.
You don't know like Highway to the Danger
Zone?
You don't.
I know
Footloose.
Okay,
no,
so
Scotty, screw you. I'm all right. Nobody worry about me. That's the ultimate Kenny Loggins song.
I'm with you.
I've heard these songs. Okay, I've heard these songs. I just don't tie them to anything.
You live in Texas. Don't they know
To
about
remember
Kenny
it will
Loggins?
cause incredible pain. Incredible pain.
I like how
now,
you.
that's one of the classic things. Yeah, they turn the thing with Kenny. Holy crap! Now that episode's coming back to me now.
Yeah, Kenny Loggins and Incredible Pain really does go together quite well. That's
No, don't talk about Kenny McCormick. Oh my God, we killed Kenny.
But I have that one too. I mean,
the funny thing about that joke, just so people understand how funny PvP was, is he's a fellow prog rock fan, and prog rock is science fiction rock music. So I understand exactly how you made that joke, and that was brilliant.
Oh, thank you. I tried.
Emerson, Lake, and Palmer, dude. Lake, and Palmer.
That was pretty funny, man.
Well,
thank you.
And sometimes South Park can teach you stuff like how to make a haiku.
Ass full of pork fat, jiggles like a jello mold, mouth is flapping too.
That sounds like Roger Ebert, what they're talking about there, right?
No, he was talking to Cartman, but
Oh, okay.
You're talking about Cartman.
The machine is
okay. And so they don't have Vulcans on South Park, so they use Counselor Mackey.
We're gonna have to try a mind meld. Okay.
A what?
Well, it's an ancient technique handed down from school counselor to school counselor.
You know, I just noticed that used condoms poster. Is that Anthony Fauci?
I thought that was Bill Gates.
Is that an AIDS joke? Can you play that? Can you play that clip one more
We're
time?
gonna have to try a mind meld. Okay.
A what?
Well, it's an ancient technique handed down from school counselor to school counselor.
It looks like Fauci, but it's not Fauci.
I know, but it sure looks like Fauci.
Fauci adjacent.
Yeah,
You know,
Bill Gates is a little fatter in the face.
Well, interestingly enough, Bill Gates' face is starting to thin out. He's starting to look a little bit like Mr. Burns.
Hey, Jill, you know, sometimes I get back on topic sometimes, right? I get back on topic sometimes. Can we talk about how you love Event Horizon? You don't mind a little bit of sci-fi body horror, okay? And there is some sci-fi body horror at the end of this episode with the head exploding, which is Cronenberg.
I'm almost there.
You love the planetarium. To be without the planetarium causes you horrible pain.
It was the most extraordinary thing I'd ever seen in my life. And
Hey, Ben, are you editing?
Oh, I'm so.
Kids, dude, we don't volunteer for anything. Oh yeah.
My bad. I thought I was muted. Sorry, guys.
No, but it was so good. It was so good to hear. The most extraordinary.
Oh my God! We've killed Kenny. We're bastards.
We're bastards.
Scanners, the original Scanners by Cronenberg there, Scotty, and you know exactly what I mean.
No,
Michael Ironside's head exploding. It's fucking.
I guess I was getting more Max Headroom blipverts, but
yes, it. This is the Max Headroom.
Hey, be nice there, you know. Hey,
stop that! Just stop that, please. Just stop that.
Okay.
Oh my God, Max Headroom, jeez.
I gotta see more of it.
Our minds are one. Okay. Our thoughts are one.
This is the strangest thing I've ever seen.
Please, nurse, for a woman with a dead fetus on your head, you're not being very open-minded. The Star Machine. Okay. He uses it to erase minds. Planetarium about to go out of business. Adams had to create slaves to survive.
And a dead fetus on the head is very Cronenberg.
Is there anything creepier than Mr. Garrison? It's just the creepiest motherfucker.
But that wasn't Mr. Garrison. That was Mr. Mackey.
Whatever.
Well, yeah, you're
Every
right.
authority
though.
figure in this show is ridiculous.
I like the episode where he gets a little relaxed and we find out the only reason his head's so big is because he ties on his tie too tight.
Right.
Oh, I think I saw. Yeah, I think I saw that.
So he gave himself.
That's to the Videodrome. Okay.
Speaking of actually our last choice, but the other children have unexpectedly taken jobs as volunteers at the planetarium.
That's odd.
Speaking of big, do you remember when they were bouncing around on their microwave balls?
Yep.
Ow! But to keep it sci-fi, to keep it sci-fi and respect to Jill, Videodrome. Scotty.
Get to the Videodrome. Long live the new flesh.
Right, Trapper Keeper. That's the Videodrome episode of South Park. It's a tribute to Videodrome, because it's a transhumanism episode.
Right.
Okay, so you're right. Not only are there lots of Star Trek references, there are just lots of science fiction references in South Park in general. I mean, I did show Scotty R37 one of those AI episodes, just a few clips of it. It was the one where the shake weight has AI and
oh no!
I love the shake weight. I love the shake weight. Yeah.
Oh my god! My dad has one of those. At his
Switch
house.
hands, Jill.
It helps.
Here's some change.
Yeah, it does. It gives you fare for the cab, and also it's really nice because it actually helps Sharon with her marriage.
Creme fresh, cafeteria fresh.
I remember that episode.
To think you're some kind of thick weirdo that's got a master plan to screw with the minds of everyone in town.
No, Officer Barbrady.
Oh no, wait, but Jill, is Officer Barbrady the red shirt in this episode?
I thought that was Kenny.
Yeah, exactly.
It's always Kenny, Jill.
It's always Kenny.
Well, I mean, come on. We find in the later seasons, Kenny's effectively immortal.
Yep.
That's true. And then his mom just keeps having Kenny over and over again in the hospital.
Did you see the episode, Jill, where Kenny dies after trying to stop having a sibling be born, and his mom has another baby anyway, and it's Kenny. As a little infant in swaddling with the Kenny clothes. I mean, Kenny is immortal. There's no way around it.
Yeah.
Go! Oh no, here's a sci-fi joke, and Max, please don't hate me.
Okay.
Kenny is the anchor being for South Park.
Of course he is.
Huh.
The anchor being of that universe.
He is a princess. He's immortal. He is Mysterion. He is South Park Jesus.
I hate the word anchor being. I hate it.
I kind of
I
like
know.
how
Deadpool Wolverine created that, and I know basically Deadpool's reaction to that was just priceless. Freaking Logan.
Yeah, after seeing Deadpool Wolverine this week, that takes on a whole different kind of meaning. Yeah.
Right. You get my point.
Oh yeah.
But you're
Oh,
right.
yeah, big time.
Kenny is immortal. That's why in the video game, even if you die with Kenny, you can still use him because he's just a spirit, and then he's gonna come back, and you can resurrect him.
Yeah. Sometimes he sees heaven. Sometimes he sees hell. But more often than not, he sees hell.
I love my work.
Oh.
He got Chef too.
Doesn't Kenny's mother get a little bit tired after a while, like having Kenny over and over and over and over and over again? Like
That's what I was, you would think, right?
It's a cycle. I mean, but also because everyone. And plus, everybody forgets that Kenny died if he dies every single day, people just forget it all happened.
So it's like cartoon logic or something.
His mom isn't a tight flower like Mrs. Crabtree.
Yeah, again, it's a hilarious way how they write around cartoon logic. Why why everything goes back to the status quo. That's a pretty clever way how they wrote.
Why everybody's always wearing the same thing every time.
Yep.
Yeah, I know.
True.
And that's a weird thing. I mean, still, there have been times even in Power Rangers where that's been the case. The characters, like especially it's been egregious in Megaforce, they literally all wear the same outfit. The red and yellow Rangers still wearing red and yellow T-shirts with leather jackets. And it's the same thing. All of them are also. They're all still wearing the same. Sorry.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was going to say, I know another just general interesting thing. One of the reasons that South Park is easier to animate is because they don't show walking, because they show walking in a much more simpler manner.
You mean bouncing?
Easier walking cycles. Yes.
And again, they're felt inspired. It's felt their animation's more.
The first episode is completely
stop motion.
Yeah, it's completely stop motion.
It was done with construction paper, Jill.
Construction. Yeah. Yes, exactly.
Because nowadays kids have computers and surround sound television. They've forgotten all about planetariums.
No, I have Dobley.
And Jill, the reason when you look at that first episode, and doesn't even go into the unaired pilot episode, which is like the first episode, but it's editorially very different. They cut some things out, they added some things in. You can actually see the shadows underneath the pieces of construction paper on the characters.
Exactly.
Because you have the background that you put on, and then with the animation, you have to add a layer of glass or a translucent substance and put the characters on and add all the layers. So there's going to be a shadow under each layer. And they as a credit to them, they kept that when they moved to Maya, and they were doing it in Maya as an animation process for years before they moved on to the new animation software. And I really respect that. There's always this little shadow, if you look very closely, Jill, this little shadow around the heads trying to mimic what they do.
Because they wanted to. Yeah, you're right. I do believe that they wanted to look like it did when they were actually doing it by hand, but it takes forever for them to.
It does,
so
Jill.
It does. I mean, now you got digital paint, but I had no idea that they used Maya. I mean, heck, you know about that show Ruby, RWBY. I think the first couple volumes they animated all in MMD Poser.
Poser. Oh God.
Yeah, but that's kind of what gave it its charm a little bit. But now they switched it to like Maya, and I mean, again, Monty Ohm made the fights look as fluid as he possibly could, and I honestly think that's what adds to the charm.
I would love
I've animated in Flash 5 and then Flash MX. That's how old I am.
It's too bad Flash is dead now. I loved Flash.
Yeah, Adobe Flash playing all those
nothing,
amazing.
Except that the planetarium is the best thing you've ever known.
Yeah.
You're kicking ass with the clips here, Jill. You really are.
I'm almost done.
Joe must have been working all day getting these clips together. I gotta say, wow.
He works hard for the money.
All day.
Do you want to say hello to Eugene Bird?
Oh, of course. Hello, Eugene Bird. Only one person wears a Pink Ranger spandex.
A compliment to Eugene Bird. He sounds like a character from a Tom Stoppard novel, and I love that. That's a deep cut.
I am completely wireless here.
Chat. I just want to finish the episode. I really love Eugene Bird. But I do.
I was on television. You missed it. You missed it because of this stupid planetarium. Planetarium suck ass.
He did the belly bump. He didn't even use his feet. He belly bumped it to knock it down.
And it's just as beautiful.
Cartman, you saved us. What the hell are you talking about? Get over here and untie us.
All right, and this is the last couple of clips here.
You got a full dose of the stars. Yeah, with nobody around to say anything. Can you imagine it, Stan? A mind emptied by that thing.
Can you imagine the mind emptied by that thing?
Beautiful.
I love this episode. I love all of the Star Trek references in South Park, and I just wanted to share that, and it makes me happy. And I'm glad you guys are here. And so this really is shore leave, and so because of that, we will talk about whatever you guys like, including if you have anything else to say about that episode. But it's
Finnegan.
Really cool.
Ha!
I just wanted to ask the unaired South Park pilot. Was that the Jesus versus Santa one? Okay.
Yes, that's right. Jesus.
Just wanted to make sure I was remembering it correctly.
It was called. It was a Christmas card.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Eh? Like, talk about a way to get people interested in what you're working on. Like, just brilliant stuff, really. And it's 5 minutes, only like 5 minutes or something. I watched it years ago.
Yep.
And it's a brilliant little film. Actually, it really is fun.
It is. It's
I
really
remember.
great.
I remember. I mean, gosh, wow! I remember seeing it. Wow, over 20 years ago.
Yeah, it's been about that time for me too.
Wow.
Yeah,
Well, with the Jesus versus South Park episode, and you're talking about the original short clip, right, PVD?
Yeah, the one where Jesus and Santa Claus have a battle, and
Right. That came out in the 90s, and I actually saw it on a pirated rip from the internet that people who
Same
knew
here.
the South Park guys had saved. And it was
Wait a minute.
wild.
Wait a minute. What is it, Hungry?
Pardon?
What were you saying?
I was just saying that the original short story, shall we say, the short film, shall we say, of Santa Claus versus Jesus, that actually made South Park happen. First off, it was an FU to the industry that we're not allowing Matt and Trey to do the live action movies they wanted to do when they were not getting the reaction from the agents and the producers and the studios they wanted. So they sent this out as a sarcastic Christmas card, and it was only private, and somehow it got leaked onto the internet.
Oh, and it became viral in the most classic of ways.
And that's how I saw it. I actually saw it from someone who set up a cathode ray television and connected it to their internet. This was a big Silicon Valley geek, by the way, Jill. Big Silicon Valley geek. And it was not on television for a long time before we saw it, but we were laughing our asses off, and we all said, we hope this becomes a television series. Well, lo and behold.
He hath mentioned the CRT. He might be the one.
Yeah.
To this day, I look at a South Park episode and I'm like, wait a minute, is this real? How could this be a real episode? And that's what they lived by ever since. They always get that reaction from me. I can't believe somebody made this.
Yeah, but also, Jill, we have to respect our artistic process, okay? So they made the first episode, and hey, look, the first one we see on network television is Cartman gets an anal probe, which is the ET episode, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly. The first episode is a sci-fi episode of Alien Abduction.
School day.
But they had the original version.
Speaking of alien abductions, Euler Greg said, like and subscribe for more great Jill content as a bonus. Subscribers are rarely abducted by aliens.
But Jill, they had another episode before that, and they chose not to air that one on network TV because they thought they thought they could do better. They thought they could do better, and some of the voiceovers were not right. They changed the voice of, I'm sorry, Max will remember the name of the woman who drives the school bus, but that was not quite right.
Miss Crabtree?
Yes, Miss Crabtree. So Miss Crabtree's voice was way deeper, and Mrs. Cartman's voice was way too sexy.
Her voice is already deep.
Yeah, I know. But
I think they wanted someone who was a bit wrenchier.
Yeah. That's not.
I was going to say, did Lacey? Sorry, go ahead.
But DVB, I wanted to say DVB says it was the spirit of Christmas.
Yeah,
that was
yeah.
the name of the
I was
Christmas
going to say, did Lacey Chabert get screwed out of that voice acting gig too?
I hate the fact I know that reference, Max.
Yeah, me too.
That was the original Meg Griffin.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah,
know.
but I heard she
And that
left
is for
because she
everyone who
did,
doesn't
well, didn't
know,
she leave at her own accord because she didn't like the content? Yeah,
Yeah,
she left.
probably. That was like one of the
Who left?
I think Mila Kunis had a funner voice.
Mila Kunis left Family Guy. I didn't even know.
No.
Lacey Chabert left.
Lacey Chambert.
After.
She
Lacey
got like,
Chambert.
this is too racy for me, so she left.
I'm confused.
Yeah, she was the girl.
Too racy for her.
She was the girl.
The Family Guy content. And let's not forget, Family Guy got canceled and then brought back on, and it was because the demand had swelled so much while it was on Adult Swim, and the demand was so much that the demand was so much on the retail side that Seth MacFarlane got to bring in American Dad.
Yep, right. But also with Lacey, and this is for Jill because it's her show, and Scotty is a treasured guest. Lacey played a major character in the horrible 1990s movie version of Lost in Space.
Yeah,
I liked her in that movie, and I like that movie. I say nay to you.
Okay. I think we've got our first round Robin question. I want to know everybody's opinion of that Lost in Space movie, but don't.
I'm with you, Scotty. I like that movie.
Spoilers. I haven't seen it yet.
The one. Wait, is that the one with?
Aside from the CGI monkey, that movie's pretty good.
Okay,
Matt LeBlanc is in it.
Yes, that's that. That's what I was going to say. Okay. I was going to say it was the guy. It's the guy from Friends who isn't dead and isn't David Schwimmer.
And also Episodes. He's a major character in Episodes. He's got a great career, but
Episodes is a great television show.
I like the tangent. I want to say hello to Gorilla's Random Thoughts, and I want to hear from Ben first. What you like about? Gorilla says, "Hey, keep it down. I'm trying to sleep." But yes, Ben, what do you think of the Lost in Space movie? And should I watch it?
I thought it was a blast. It came out in 1998, and it was a summer blockbuster. And John Hurt, what was it, Mimi Rogers? Scotty? Yep. Mimi Rogers, perfectly cast. And it was a year after Heather Graham had got a lot of notice from Boogie Nights. I thought it was cast perfectly, and Lacey Chabert was great. I thought the movie, like I just said, aside from the CGI monkey alien thing, the movie was intense and
Gary Oldman, dude. Gary Oldman is a star.
Gary Oldman was
Dr. Smith.
Because I was a huge fan of the show, so I was happy to see. I watched the Netflix show later on where they changed a lot of stuff. I still enjoyed it, but the movie tried to stay faithful, and I appreciate that. And I also think, like, Matt LeBlanc, that was a weird choice, but he kind of was a badass, and it kind of worked.
Yeah, I liked that movie.
I think the final act went off the rails a little bit with the time travel and the sun. I didn't really love that. But
that's not the actors. That's a script. That's a script, not the actors.
I thought it was a really fun movie for someone that loved the show. I was happy with it.
Oh, just not too much time travel, right?
Well, no, it wasn't time travel. It was
okay.
They end up on. Well, I don't want to spoil it, Jill. I don't want to spoil
it.
Spoil it. It's 19. Yeah, don't.
No, but I actually do want to watch it. So, Scotty, should I watch this movie?
In this conversation, there are going to be at least 4 people who tell you that it's shit.
Probably, but I'm with you, Scotty. I thought.
I think it's fun. I think it's fun.
It's very fun.
Before you tell me more, Max Redstone has to go.
Bye, Max.
And wait a minute, but I want to give him some time because he's starting a channel and he's going to have a show next Saturday.
Oh, so thank God!
Tell us about it. Max, are you there? Max,
come back, Max.
Oh no, Max gets featured and he's muted.
Yes, no. Sorry, I'm working with a new audio setup, so maybe I muted myself. Anyway, yes, as you know, since our dear friend Clobbering Times passed away, there's just been a big hole in my Saturday night. Now, I'm not going to be filling it with Saturday night Star Trek, but we're going to have some fun. We're going to have some art. We're going to talk. Maybe I'll have some guests, maybe not. Maybe it's just going to be me. And maybe it's going to be a complete disaster, but as long as nobody gets hurt, next Saturday, August 24th, 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, stop by for the very first show of the Max Redstone channel. That's www.youtube.com/@MaxRedstone. In fact, I will. Yes.
Let me grab that for you. I got it right here.
Nice.
And
There
do
you
know
go.
What time? Do you know what time you're going to
7 p.m.
Okay.
So basically,
what time is
this Pacific. So this Jill time, this Jill channel, except 1 week from today on the Max Redstone show. That sounds really confusing. August 20, Saturday night, August 24th.
Not the best direction I've ever
7
been
p.m.
given.
Pacific. 7 p.m. Pacific. Yes. Well, come out to the coast, get together, have a few laughs. I'm also
So I'm
thinking about
interested
doing
to
like a
see what
little
you have to
puppet
do.
show.
A puppet
And
Oh wow!
and I
Hey,
think I'm
Cinema
gonna.
Gulp already does puppet shows. How dare
That
you,
sounds
sir?
interesting.
What? Really? Okay. Well, I came up with this. I came up with the idea all on
He's
my own.
kidding.
You came up
I'm-
with the
dude,
idea of
I'm
puppets?
totally. I mean, I'm totally kidding. Yeah, I mean, we do puppet shows, but a lot of
Yes,
people
I
do
came up with the idea of puppets, marionettes, hand puppets.
Puppet shows are a
That
puppet
damn
shows are a
damn
great
Jim
way.
Henson traveled forward in time, stole all my ideas.
Puppet
And then-
shows are a great way to make people laugh, even if you don't have funny content. Because it's
So
about-
Max,
Yes.
if you came up with the idea of puppet shows, that means your real name is Stanley Lieber, right?
Well, he's still Jewish, so hey.
No, I mean, funky. I mean, you know the name I can't say out of respect to Clobby. The guy who came up with every idea, forget Jack Kirby.
Yeah. You know, if ever there was a Thomas Edison of comics, all right?
Well done, Max. Fantastic.
You know, I'm going to figure it out.
Hey,
I'm
better
gonna,
Stanley's better than Bob Kane. Come on.
No, that's a good point. That is a good point.
So, you know, I'm going to do voices, maybe a couple magic tricks. We'll see about having some guests. Maybe, you know, we're going to have some fun.
Delicious.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what you come up with. Let's check.
You know, I'm going to
It'll
see
be great.
about hooking up a panoramic 360 cam. I'm going to do a little bit of my art.
Oh.
You know, yeah.
Well, sounds interesting.
Do you have an OnlyFans?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
Figures you would ask that question, Scotty.
Sounds great, though, dude. Sounds great.
The journey of 1,000 light years begins with giving the word.
Yeah, make sure you make a tweet about it so I can.
I will.
help
I
you
will.
advertise it. And
So, I
put
will,
your stream up. Put your stream up early in the day or before, so that I can.
Yeah,
share
I
that
know.
also.
I'm kind of learning as I go along, but I'm learning. I can't. I'm sorry,
Max-
Dave. I can't do that.
Max, can you use that brilliant term, charity of 1,000 light years? That is a great tagline. I'm not joking. I'm not being sarcastic. Please use that because that's going to encourage people to come onto your channel.
Okay, I will. I am. You know, I will. As a photographer and an artist, I do most, if not all, of my own art. But we will. You know, I will.
Right.
I'll store that one just for you, Hungry Boy.
Thank you.
Just for you.
And you know what? If you don't, I'm going to promote your channel using that tagline, but it's your tagline.
Damn it, Mendoza! Oh boy, I'm actually have to put some work on a Saturday night.
Well, enjoy the rest of your night, Max.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
really nice. It's
I'll
really
s-
nice to meet a Columbia alumni, man. So
Yep, Columbia.
Yeah, one day
All
you
right.
guys can share stories or something. Yeah,
Yeah,
Hell
for
yeah.
sure. And
Great.
I'll see if I'm not spending too much time. I should be back. If I'm back soon and you're still here, who knows? We'll see. But next Saturday, the 24th, 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Oh, the humanity! It's going to be wonderful.
Yeah,
Max,
I'll be
Max,
there.
Max, can you please send some of us private links?
Yeah, sure.
I don't mean to be on the show. I mean just so I can watch it. That's all.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
for sure.
just the,
For sure.
yeah,
I will.
That's the whole point. Mhm.
Absolutely. All right. I know I got a lot of work to do in the next week. So
Yeah, prep is the most important part. Is just
Oh,
setting
yes.
something up, even with these free range shows that I have, I like to prepare a little something. That's why I had the South Park episode to get things started. And you'll figure it out as you go along. You'll learn as you go, and so
absolutely.
you'll do great.
We will have Hans Gruber. I got to work on my Alan Rickman, but anyway, I got to work on my voices. Okay. All right, all. I hope to see you in a week, if not sooner. I will see you. You will see me unless I see you first.
Radio.
All right. Take care, everyone.
Yeah, have a good one, Max.
Thank you, Max.
Sleep well.
And there you go. That was Max Redstone. He's starting a channel next Saturday, and he's going to share his art and his creativity. It seems like a fun variety show. If you're interested, subscribe to Max Redstone.
I'm really glad people are starting to think about filling the Saturday night gap because, since we lost Clobby, and then, of course, we lost Pop.
When did this happen?
Recently.
Unfortunately, this year.
But we've lost two great content creators, and it's a big hole in
I know
right now, right?
Anyone starting a new channel, like if you know them, you got to support them because that's the whole like foundation of starting your channel is having support, which we never did, which is why we never took off. But
you're starting that though. You're doing live streams, and that is one of the
no.
best
I just mean like. Like if you do know somebody that's starting a new channel, go there, give them some algorithm love, and just give them a thumbs up, give them a comment. It's always worth it for everybody. So
yeah, even just showing up in the chat, like I really want to start live streaming sometime in the next month.
Do it.
Yeah, I do want to do it.
That's what you got to do. You just
got to
really take those steps.
I got a terrible short weekend this weekend, and I just got really tired. It was a bad week last week, I'll be honest, guys, and I got really behind in my sleep, and I'm just catching up today. But I hope to either next weekend or the following weekend, which is a long weekend here in my part of the world, if I could get any assistance from anybody who wants to offer it, I'd be eternally grateful.
But you think you need all this help, but I don't think you do. I
don't know.
All you need to do is know the steps.
I'm so afraid of screwing something up,
the first step is to figure out which platform you want to stream from. Do you want to use StreamYard? Do you want to use something else?
StreamYards.
That's your first question.
StreamYard seems to be the one that works.
Get the basic program for that, the cheapest one.
But also,
you don't
Jill,
have the duck.
PvP is a fellow artist, so I understand that another major aspect is going to be what kind of topics he wants to discuss, and that will be a major deciding factor.
That's right, and you just have to pick up. You just have to pick one.
Yeah, I think that the goal should be completion and not perfection. Just doing it. You're never going to be perfect at anything the first time you try anything, and what it takes is practice. And so you put yourself forward.
As Nike said, just do it, Scotty.
Well, no, but this is exactly this. There was a time when I first started hanging out with people on the internet, and I was just like, "What should I do? What should I do? Come help me do this. Come help me do this." And they were like, "No, because I don't want the responsibility of your channel. If you want to do it, you should do it."
It is so easy to overthink it and worry too much, and I'm very bad at that.
You've fucked up so many other times in your life, just like we all have. There's no reason to be afraid of it.
No, but I'm an overthinker, right? I overthink everything, and it's a bad personality trait, but that's who I am.
No, it's not a bad personality trait. No,
hey, man.
No, I reject that as a friend of yours, PvP, and a fellow painter.
All right.
No, I reject that. I honestly say that on occasion, look, the art channels on YouTube are huge. There are people with 60,000 followers who merely paint and talk about painting. You have knowledge about painting. You have academic background in painting. Do just one video every 2 weeks about your experience with painting, and that might help you out. And you don't have to think about it.
That's a good point, actually, Hungry. Thank you. Like, I've, dabbled in watching some of the art channels on YouTube, and I gotta say, some of them are kind of not too much. Like, somebody will just put a canvas down and they'll just dab away on it for an hour, and they'll get like 60,000 views or whatever. Like, what the fuck?
Right.
You know?
See?
For doing
Well,
that much.
Look at Robert Rodriguez. He made a movie because he had a guitar case, a turtle, and what was the other thing? A camera.
Turtle?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Scotty, but Scotty, you like Death Proof more than Planet Terror, so you shut up.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
so-
do like the better cars. True.
I recently did have my memorial for Pop Culture Creator, and in that memorial, it pretty accurately describes exactly how I got my idea for my very first show.
Right.
From just talking to Pop and learning about something I didn't know about DeForest Kelley, and that excited me. So all you have to do is find something that excites you, and that's your show. And then whatever interests you, you prepare for it.
Very true, wise words there, Jill. I have two major passions. One is visual art, and the other one would be the musical arts. And it would be a toss-up between those two as to how I'd start. I might actually start with music because I've kind of fallen out of. I haven't painted in like probably like 10 years now. I've just fallen out badly. I really have.
Why?
Even though I know it's like a bicycle. Once I get back and start riding again, I'll get it back. Probably in a couple of months if I put my mind to it. But it's just like
that's what they all say.
I'm so much into music that I think music would be where I'd start.
But I think that and this is just from what I've heard from other creators, and one of the things that even Jill, Ben wrestle with, I'm sure Jet Sparks has that problem as well, is in terms of editing in licensed music, like it does invite difficulty.
God,
I wouldn't play any music at all. I would basically pick musical artists, and I would probably do like maybe a live stream just talking about their career and talking about aspects of their music that I find particularly interesting. And I would of course invite any of you guys that wanted to join in on the panel and discuss, if you were familiar with that musical person, if you wanted to join in and have a discussion about what you think was good or bad about their career.
Yeah,
I mean, I would love
PvP. I would be so into that because I did a show on our channel for a while called Film and Vinyl, and I love music. So music and movies are like the only thing I give a shit about.
Music PvP. Music is as big on YouTube as anything else, and if you can do an original music channel, it's going to help you probably more. I don't like to say this because I'm a painter too, but I have to be honest, and that's what science fiction is about versus science fantasy. Jill knows what I mean. Science fiction is brutally honest. Science fantasy is more about the emotion. But if you can do something that most people want to hear about, and more people want to hear about music than painting, then I would kind of say you're on the right track there, talking about music, and particularly niche areas of music.
If you want to know of not to say that you don't need to copy anybody's content, but if you want to know of the music channel that I know the most, that I listen to, is That 70s Rock Fan. Does a really great job with music, and he also
what's become huge on YouTube in the past year or two is the music reactions. Like people, I'm one of them. I love watching people like listen to Beastie Boys for the first time. They just get a ton of views because you want to see their reaction to something that you love.
It has taken off amazingly. I would say even more than a year or cinema ago. Like maybe the last year and a half. I probably subbed to like half a dozen of those music reaction channels, and some of them are pointless, and some of them I just don't even watch anymore because they just have no content really. They just listen to the song and then that's the end of it. But the ones that are really good at they'll listen to the song and they'll actually appreciate it enough to go into a detailed review of what they thought about the song,
of course,
and go in depth, and maybe they'll do like 5 or 10 minutes after the song itself and analyze it.
Do you guys know the charismatic voice?
I do have breaking news.
I'm subbed to her.
I have breaking news in the chat. Someone is here, and I just wanted to let everyone know.
Yeah, Johnny
Fever.
What's his name? Johnny Fever. Yeah.
It's also Dr. Johnny Fever.
WKRP in Cincinnati. Yeah.
Oh, one time, Scotty R37 went on to Outlaw Bill's karaoke stream, and he sang that song really well. I want to go find it because it's really great. I want it.
What song?
The WKRP.
I can do it now. If you want.
WKRP in Cincinnati. Yeah.
Do you want me to bring up the?
No, I'm kidding. I am kidding.
Okay.
Tony's singing. I can just sit here and be a snark.
Okay,
but
Daniel.
Welcome to the panel.
Yeah, welcome, Real Weight Nation Gaming. How are you tonight?
Well, I should have been streaming, but I'm like, I just got off work.
You can do what you want.
Do what you like.
I mean, I figure I can get enough content out later.
Oh my
I want to
stars,
say
you
hello.
sound like Walter Matthau.
I want to say hello to Daniel's Hot Topics. He says, I loved Lost in Space 1998, which reminds me I didn't get everybody's opinion on that.
Yeah,
yet. So
That's right, brother. Daniel's Hot Topic knows what's up.
So, Real Wade Nation Gaming, have you ever seen Lost in Space 1998, the movie? No. Okay, so who else saw?
Okay, you remember the last movie I was thinking on? I didn't watch that one either, unfortunately.
Yeah, well,
So,
at least this one. At least this one isn't labeled.
Yeah, what?
No, he. Okay,
No,
so
it was the one that's based on Snake.
He's talking about Escape from New York. I had a live stream, a tea time,
Oh,
and he showed
I
up
love
at
that
the end
movie.
of it, and I had put in his chat, if you know this movie, join the panel. But he didn't read that part, so he just joined the panel anyway, thinking it was just a talk show.
What?
and
It was fun still, don't get me wrong.
He was having fun.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
show.
you remember that?
Oh
Anyway.
yeah. Not in a
Okay.
good way.
So
Not
since
in a
we're
good way.
since you're here though, PvP, why don't you tell me about what you think about the '90s Lost in Space?
Well, I got to put a disclaimer to start off. It's been a long time because I think I actually did see it
movie,
back in
rather.
'98. So that's like dinosaurs ruled the earth time.
Right.
So, my vague recollection is I was not impressed with it as a hardcore 1960s, Lost in Space fan, the original show.
Yeah, I get that. A lot of people weren't. There were a lot of people weren't. Yeah.
My big thing I really disliked was the redesign of the robot. Like, I like my old B7 or my B9. I mean, my B9. Give me my B9. Don't give
I
me
agree. And for some reason, the robot was perfect in the show. And for some reason, the movie changed it. And then the Netflix show changed it to where it was like an alien race. I don't know why they can't just.
Wait, we're not talking about Black Hole, are we?
No,
we're talking about
Lost in Space. The
I don't know
Yeah,
why
I've
they
seen that
can't just-
briefly.
but I don't know why they just can't make robot.
Why can't they just stay true to the source material? That's
Yeah,
my
I didn't.
biggest
I did. That's
bitch,
one
right?
thing I forgot to mention. I didn't
You
like
know?
what they did with the robot.
Yeah,
in the movie.
and I just thought, well, the cast was fine. I thought the big problem was with the script. Really, the story just didn't grab me that much. I just couldn't get into it. Dr. Smith. Oh gosh, now I'm drawing a blank on his name. I should.
Gary Oldman.
Gary Oldman. I thought Gary Oldman's a great actor. I think he's generally excellent in most of the things he does. Give or take some clunkers. But for me, as Dr. Smith, he just didn't work. It just didn't work for me. And so, I have that criticism too. So I'd say, I know Jill wants to watch it. Of course, she wants to watch it and experience for herself. And I say I don't want to taint, be negative and make it a bad experience before you even watch it. So I'll say, there was probably aspects of the movie that were worthwhile. It just wasn't for me, is the way I'll put it.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So, Real Wade, we're talking about Lost in Space. This is a clip from Lost in Space.
One of these days, I'm going to forget all my built-in protective circuits and zap him. Just one zap.
love it. I love it.
I just love
You
the
know,
B9.
hey,
But
to
I
be
got to say,
honest-
PvP, I thought Gary Oldman as Dr. Smith was phenomenal. But
Hey, I like this better than Black Hole.
I probably need to rewatch it. Maybe I'd have a different opinion if I watched it today. But
the Netflix
No.
show had Parker Posey
as Dr. Smith. I'm more curious about that than I am about.
Can we discuss the Netflix show? Can we discuss the Netflix show in a moment?
I've never seen it.
Oh my god! I watched all 2 episodes, all 2 seasons.
No, it went 3 seasons.
I know, but I didn't watch the 3rd season.
okay,
But
okay.
for
It's not
Jill,
all.
for Jill, and the 1998 movie. Look, Jill does not mind body horror, and that shocked me when I learned that about Jill, and I respect that about Jill. Okay, so Jill and I, we don't mind Event Horizon at all. We love that movie. We don't mind the remake of The Fly with Jeff Goldblum. Okay, so we respect that. And there is, look, I'm not going to do any spoilers, but with Dr. Smith in the 98 movie, there is body horror. There is.
Yeah,
We can't get around that.
in the final act. Yeah. In the final act. Yeah.
Okay,
But
so
we don't want to
giant
spoil it.
spider
We don't
who
want to spoil
secretes
it for Jill, though.
spiders.
Don't spoil it for Jill.
Oh, come on. It'll be fine.
It was a
giant
hint, not a spoiler.
Oh no, I know. I just
Is
said
there a giant spider?
Oh my god, kind of. Oh, we can't, Jill, we can't say. We can't answer. It's a spoiler. We can't.
Who's next on their opinion of
Okay,
the 98?
Jet Sparks. I haven't heard from Jet Sparks yet. Have you seen it?
I mean, yeah. Remember seeing Lost in Space as a kid. I mean, I'm talking about the actual movie. That was my first exposure. I never even knew that there was an old TV show until I was much older. I never sat down to try to watch it. But the only thing is, everything about that movie didn't make sense. But I think Lacey Chamber. I can't. Sorry to pronounce her name. I think she
Lacey
was.
Chabert.
Okay, well, whatever. But still, I think she was probably one of my. She was one of my first. I think she might have been one of my first crushes.
You say she's your first crush, but you can't pronounce a French name? Come on, dude.
That's okay.
I don't.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
You know what? And it's also, she's far too young to make the joke about not being able to pronounce something.
Yeah, I was going to
Wait,
say
wait,
that.
wait, that's-
I'd be extremely
No,
creepy if
she
I
was
said
she
my
was
first
20
crush.
when
I
she
was
made the
probably like
movie. She was 20. She was 20 when she
What are
made the
you
movie. She
talking
was
about?
playing a younger age.
No,
was in
she
Party
wasn't
of
20.
Five.
She was not. She was not 20.
I don't think she was 20.
In 1998,
No,
there's
no,
no
she
way.
Someone
'Cause that's how
IMDb
old I was.
Maybe I could
That's
IMDb.
how
She was
old
a-
I was in 1998. There's no way.
1998. I was about maybe 4. I was about 4 years old back then.
I am.
in
Don't
1998.
worry, I'm
And
on per.
She looked
patrol.
about like she looked like about at least 13 or 14. She looked like
Yeah,
13.
okay, that makes
Patrol.
sense. Yeah, because you were a kid, and so that makes sense. There's like when I watched Harry Potter and I liked Oliver Wood, and we were the same age.
Harry Potter is overrated.
Whoa,
We're
that's
gonna be
okay.
watching
You don't
all
have
of
to
it
like
in,
Harry Potter.
in
Oh.
the
You
fall.
realize I'm like here. Technically, I saw the first one, and I'm like, what? This is Star Wars, but with
Yeah, it
witches
is.
and
It
wizards.
is. No, that's kind of true. There's
That's
nothing
fine.
wrong about that.
I'm like,
I
sorry.
think that
And-
I think that J.K. Rowling was influenced by Star Wars and Lord of the Rings. That's all right.
And yes, I still technically I thought of it before I heard it. Heard it places, but I'm like, I didn't put it 2 and 2 together.
Okay, so
Yeah, no, it's just obvious. It's not
She
something.
was-
It's not a grand revelation.
Lacey Chabert
So
was
back to sci-fi.
Lacey Chabert was born in 1982, and she was in Lost in Space in 1998. So that makes her 16.
Oh dear God, that's shocking to hear. But let me point this out, Scotty.
I'm just saying.
Look,
If
I am-
your high school crush was in high school with you, then you're okay.
No, my high
Wait,
school
wait,
crush.
whoa.
My high school crush, Scotty, was Sophia Loren in 1963, and Gina Gershon, okay, in 1982. So,
That's one hell of a three-way, I'm telling you.
and you know what?
shows
Also,
how
Lucille
old I
Ball in Stage Door. Okay, I'm not looking at women who are under middle aged.
Oh no, that's how I stay out of
Hey.
jail. Every time I go
Like,
to the
I mean,
regular
Oh,
news
okay,
the
wait a
internet,
minute,
I
guys,
say,
everybody
my,
stop.
my first crush was definitely from Fast Times at Ridgemont
There's
High.
there's a lot of overtalk.
There's
and
crosstalk.
let's see if we
Yeah,
can
sorry,
can
guys,
talk one
sorry.
at a time.
Hey, Jill.
If you want to look at like an old movie like Claudette Colbert and It Happened One Night was
Nice.
the sexiest,
Okay,
most
so
wonderful.
but I want to make sure that I acknowledge that JetSpark had to leave, and he had to leave. But I do have his link tree right here. So if you're interested in what he's doing, he does a lot of stuff, and so he's put everything that he does into this link tree. He says, what did he say? Write and listen to Flashcast, and so he goes. If you go to his link tree, he's as his Odyssey, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, and Gitter. What's Gitter? I don't even know what that is. I guess it's like Twitter. Okay. And that's all. Thank you, Jake. Thank you, JetSparks, for spending some time with me today. And I will see you next time.
But Jill, just going on to the crush thing, because you have to remember, I am somebody who was like very young when I saw Alien 1979 in the theater. Okay, the week it came out, I had a crush on Veronica Cartwright, not Sigourney Weaver. All right.
Weird.
Oh, right. Okay.
Weird.
That's not weird. She was incredibly sexy. She was the pilot.
No, you put shoulder to shoulder Veronica Cartwright and Sigourney Weaver aesthetically. Sigourney Weaver is more aesthetically pleasing.
But I like griping.
But you know, Scotty, your standard of beauty isn't everybody's. Come on, Scotty, be fair. Your standard
Jill
of beauty
gets
is not
it.
everybody's.
Oh, my stars.
No, I know you're
hungry.
I know you're being sarcastic, but I just
Hungry. Can't you see how glorious a diplomat this lady that we get to hang out with is?
No, I agree with you entirely about Jill, but I don't agree about Sigourney Weaver. I do appreciate her aesthetically, but in other ways, I do not. In other ways, I do not.
Different strokes to move the world, my friend.
Right.
That's
right. Hey, I got a better one.
Okay.
Stargate is to me better.
Oh yeah, I'd
than
fuck the
Star Trek.
Stargate for
Don't
sure.
hate me, Jill.
I'm not gonna hate you. I love Stargate. I don't think it's better than Trek. I think that it is.
Okay, I'm not.
Wait,
Okay, I'm not. Wait. Let me rephrase this. I mean, as far as I'm not modern. I'm talking about not original series.
Of.
Oh, okay. Star Trek. Oh, you mean like 90s Star Trek versus?
I mean like DS9 and.
I think that Stargate is kind of influenced by the original Star Trek because of the camaraderie, the teamwork, the way that they work together in terms of instead of a trio, they have four instead of three, but it still works on that.
No, I meant the movie. I haven't watched the show. I love the original movie.
Oh wait a minute! You haven't seen the Stargate SG-1?
Oh
no,
God.
I've seen it. I haven't seen it whole run. I've seen pieces.
You can't say that the Stargate movie is better than the TV show Deep Space Nine. That doesn't make sense. But I guess you can. It is your opinion.
I hate the Stargate.
Like I've seen
movie.
pieces, but I haven't. It's no different to me than I haven't seen all of Star Trek either.
Oh no! Another thing that Stargate SG-1 does that's great. That reminds me of Star Trek is there's a lot of morality in it. There's a lot of is it the right thing to do kind of thing, and that's something that is integrated into the show that I enjoy. And Eugene Bird. Oh, okay. So Eugene Bird is here. I want to make sure that I talk to him. So I'm starting some chats by him, and we'll get to those in a minute. I also want to make sure, I don't think I said hello to Sentai Ranger Donnie. Hello, Sentai Ranger Donnie. How are you?
More phenomenal.
He was saying hello to Booger.
Booger.
Well, you know what I love about Star Trek and Stargate is basically you've got a team of people that are very professional, very well trained, very ethical. They work well together. They work hard to accomplish their missions.
They do.
And I think those are the common traits
they do
of
their
both
job.
of those shows. And that's why I love both of those shows, right? Because it's high quality entertainment.
Right, and they have good chemistry together too, and that's another thing that is difficult to match.
Oh,
Herc 130.
chemistry, yes.
Hello, Herc 130 just got back from a party. Hey, panel and chat. Oh, party. Hey, that's
Herc.
awesome. I hope it was fun. A fun party.
Out
Oh
of
no,
the frying
Booger,
pan and into the
Booger
bath.
414. I'm so
Oh,
sorry.
I'm sorry.
Oh
I'm
no.
Sorry. My condolences
no.
to
Oh,
Booger 414.
yeah.
He says, I'm on a train coming home from a funeral and having to be at work at 7 a.m. tomorrow.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, that's not good.
That sounds really, really rough. Wow.
My sympathies. I'm sorry.
Yeah, condolences, Booger.
You still rock, and don't forget that you do, sir.
You still got to rock. Yes, rock on.
I was just gonna say, I think the only two I haven't had like talked to on stream are CG and Hungry.
Oh, okay. Yes. Cinema Gulp. Okay, so Real Wade Nation Gaming has
Sorry, I meant
Cinema Gulp.
like I've seen them on stream, but I've never been like on the panel esque.
Well, here's your introduction. You're
It's a
right.
pleasure to meet you. It's a pleasure.
It's my mistake.
Yes, it is.
I didn't introduce you to Hungry.
No, you're good. You're good. You're talking. But anyway.
Well, sometimes the YouTube thing gets really fast and confusing, and I think you understand what I mean by that.
No, get it. I get it. I was like, I finally get to be on, instead of being a person watching, at least, talking to everybody.
I wanted to make sure to say hello to Shield Wall of Dragons. My first crush was Tinkerbell as a 5-year-old. Aw, that's so cute.
I gotta say, Tinkerbell was pretty hot when I was a kid back in the '60s. Just saying,
Yeah, I was gonna say,
I don't disagree with that, PvP. I do not disagree.
She was
with
pretty
that.
cute. Come on, she was cutie. Cutie.
I was
But,
more
you know,
the
that was
animated Peter Pan.
That's
but,
when I was like 6, so you know.
Well,
Speaking of first crushes, if we ever get back to that topic, I have one.
Okay. Yeah, and my daughter asked for Tinkerbell the other day, and I was like, wait, there's only one. I'm going to put on Peter Pan. But sure, if you have a crush you want to talk about, that's you sure can.
Yeah, I was going to mention my first crush was from the British TV show The Avengers. Was Miss Emma Peel.
Yes.
Oh,
Just
well,
Emma
you know
Peel.
what?
Yes.
I have a crush on her, and I'm not even gay.
That's an amazing pick. Hell yeah.
Well, Diana Rigg, back in the mid '60s, let's face it, Diana Rigg was gorgeous. Like, she was a goddess. Like, oh my goodness, what a. I was years away from puberty, and I knew there was something special about her. Just saying. I was like, wow, I really like this. I'm not sure why I really like this, but I do really like this. And I actually wanted to mention it because I'm going to send Jill some information later about an episode that I've been talking about. You know what I'm talking about, right, Jill?
You've been lauding this episode. You've been
I'm so excited.
about
We're
it
gonna
for so
we're finally I'll send you the information about it tonight because is it okay if I mention
Well, for sure, those watch parties are public. I have a public Cosme stream. It just so happens that you're the only one there.
Yeah, well, that's just, I guess nobody shows up. I don't know why, but I wish they would,
because I don't advertise it that much. I don't advertise it. I got the link in my description, so anybody is welcome to my Cosme, and it's usually at noon on Saturdays and Sundays. I didn't do it today. But usually Saturdays and Sundays you can catch me watching stuff on Cosme. I just don't feel like having. I don't want it. I respect people who do watch party streams. I'm just personally not into it because when I watch something, I actually want to be paying attention to what I am viewing, and I feel like I'm going to miss something, or I'm going to make somebody else miss something. Well, if we're just babbling over the movie or whatever, especially when YouTube won't actually let us show the actual stream, so it's not an actual a commentary unless you fire up your movie or TV show.
That
true.
That, Jill, is why the Chug Show is recorded and edited.
But also, that's an important point for Jill because I'm a friend with Dave C, and we were doing a stream about ice pirates, which stars the magnificent Angelica Houston, who I love all to death.
If you're
Yeah,
gonna
I
talk
love how
about
the Ice Pirates. I love how the Ice
let's go
Pirates
Robert Urich.
has
Come
the
on.
poor man's Ernie Hudson in that movie.
Look,
Oh,
look,
it was too.
I don't want to get into an argument with you guys about Ice Pirates. All I'm saying is
Well,
that
maybe we
I'll
should.
get
I
into
want to
a
hear about
fight
Ice
with you.
Pirates.
Well,
Oh,
I'm
okay.
gonna hear
What do you
about
want
my
to say?
opinion on the
But
Lost
first,
in Space movie.
but
I'm just trying
well,
to make a point.
we're finished with the Lost in Space. So
I don't get to say. I don't get to have my piece.
You will. Oh, wait. You didn't say your opinion on Lost in Space.
I
yet.
thought you said it was
The
great.
movie.
You loved
So
it.
before you tell me about your opinion on the 1998 Lost in Space movie, I want to hear what Hungry was trying to express, and then
It's about streaming. It's about streaming, Jill. So the problem we had with Dave C, and I've been a pal with Dave C, on the Klobby channel, on the Star Trek and the comic book, Klobby's Clubhouse, etc., is someone had a microphone that allowed the copyrighted audio to bleed in, and he got struck by YouTube. So we have to be careful about not letting things people will complain about in audio coming in, because you can show some of the visuals, but if some of the audio bleeds through, your stream is going to go bye-bye.
Exactly. I like the way
Yeah,
that
I've
Retro
done that.
Nerd Girl does her watch parties. She has
Yeah.
the audio completely off, and then she puts an overlay, kind of watermark thing over the movie. So you
Yeah.
still have to watch your own copy, but if you're not watching your own copy, you can tell what part of the movie she's on just by looking at the screen. Which is
But
cool
Jill,
because
what
she also
I'm
puts up the
talking about
subtitles.
is not having like a laptop open and then having a mobile phone open and having some of that sound bleed into the
Mhm.
microphone.
Oh yeah,
'cause
I get what
YouTube
you're
will
saying.
catch that.
And that's happened to people before. I remember
Yeah.
it happened to Cardinal Sin before. I want to
Oh,
say hello
yeah.
to Claude Parrish. Hey Claude.
Hey Claude.
When I went to Claude's memorial service, I was able to meet Claude Parrish, and it was really good to meet him. It
Handsome
says,
devil.
Am I the only one who doesn't get drunk on Saturday nights?
I'm checking
No.
the statistics, and no.
Well, let's
no,
see.
you're not.
What is it? 8 billion people on planet Earth right now. So
Yeah.
I'm sure you're not the only one there, Claude.
Half of them are in night, and I'm sure it
Maybe
Hey.
a few people out there.
I mean, if you get no, I'm not gonna get too far into it. Come on.
Shield Roll the Dragon says Samantha Carter is one of the best female characters I've ever seen. She's smart, competent, capable, and treated with respect by everyone she works with. But she's still feminine. And yes, she's my favorite example
Yeah,
of a great female
totally,
character.
totally agree 100%. 100%.
I would say my first crush, my first pop culture crush was Mary Ann from Gilligan's Island.
Really?
Veronica
Yeah.
Cartwright in The Witches of Eastwick. Is
Hey.
Oh my God! Are
such
you
a stellar,
kidding me? You love
such a
you-
stellar performance. I love her in that movie.
Oh my God! Why am I the only one who finds Veronica Cartwright somewhat to be an abrasive actress? I always she's like the byway version of
she works to her
Louise Fletcher.
Well, no, she works to her strengths in that film. Like it's
She
fucking
does.
so funny.
But that is one of the grossest things I've ever seen is when she throws up the cherry pits.
The cherry seeds. Yeah.
Yeah, that's so gross. That'll be a Halloween movie.
I do agree with you. I really do like Don Wells in Gilligan's
Hey, I
Island.
got.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait, I'll let you say what you want to say in a minute. But Eugene Bird
You're good.
reminded me on Monday on Gorilla's Random Thoughts channel, we're going to be reviewing Rescue from Gilligan's Island. Is that the name of the movie?
I think it
And-
is, actually.
And that's
Rilla
that's
mentioned it
the movie.
earlier today when we were doing Deep Space Nine this afternoon, and I believe it is Rescue from Gilligan's
Yes,
Island.
and so we're going to be
If
reviewing
you
that
want
on
to watch
Monday.
it, it's on YouTube, Gorilla said, if you want to watch it, guys.
Fantastic, and I can't wait. I think it
Yeah.
doesn't include the original Ginger though.
I
Well,
do think that I do think that Ben from Cinema Go is looking to.
Oh, Ben needs to go. Okay.
I think.
Okay, so
Thanks.
I'll have to make you wait a little longer, real Wade, because I've got to let.
You're
Ben
good. I'm used to
go.
it. You're good.
Yeah. Okay.
He's not
Oh.
here
Well,
now. There he is.
I'm here. What are you talking
hello.
about?
You're here. Okay. Okay, I hear that you've got to go.
Soon, yeah, but hey,
Oh, okay.
since I have the forefront, I will say, watch watch the channel and watch Jill if you want to see Jill drinking beer and talking Alien, the original 1979 film. She's brilliant and it's really fun and she kicks ass in it. And tomorrow morning, putting out my Romulus review. And
I bet that's going to be entertaining.
yeah. I'm gonna.
I gotta subscribe to you if I'm not subscribed already, dude.
Oh man!
Please do, my friend. Please.
I think I might be, but let me just subscribe again, just in case.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, double subscribe.
I really can't wait to see it. I am very much looking forward to it.
I am double subscribed.
Oh, I'm subscribed. Good.
And you are okay. Sweet. Well, thank you.
The damn YouTube did not put on the black bell.
Oh,
but
Wednesday, black bell.
Wednesday is going to be
black bell.
So people don't know, black bell means we get we get notifications from YouTube for everything you do, and that's important.
I love it. Oh my god.
I fixed it. I fixed it just now. Okay.
I always click on everything. Yeah.
I love you guys so much. That's amazing. And Wednesday, me and Scotty are going to be back on the live stream for Hump Day Happy Hour. And we're going to talk about aliens. And Scotty has this new idea that we're going to do. Which we need, sir, we need to discuss this maybe tomorrow afternoon or something.
Sounds good.
Gonna have some special guests. It's gonna be fun. Jill, you're always welcome, obviously. But thanks for giving me kind of like this big screen here to talk about what I have coming up. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Well,
I'll hang out for a few more minutes, but I appreciate.
Okay, and then when you're ready to go because did your plug and everything for your channel. And please subscribe to Cinema Gulp. It's a really great channel, and he puts a lot of work into it. He's a real cinematographer, and I enjoy his stuff.
Oh, you're the best, Jill.
And Booger414 says, I remember Rescue from Gilligan's Island. The Thermians would have been momentarily happy. Oh, right.
Those poor people. You have that clip.
I know I don't. I actually need to get it.
Did you get rid of it?
For some weird reason, I lost it. I'll go grab it.
Oh, it's no big deal. It's no big deal.
Alien Romulus gets an automatic F because it did not have any Romulans, says Gorilla's Random Thoughts. That's a cute joke. Thank you. I haven't heard that one twice.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, the name Romulus first existed before Romulans. Yeah, before Star Trek. Yeah, it did. It's
yeah.
Thank
Star
you,
Trek
guys.
did not invent Romulus.
Well, it gets more fun when you do get Romulans named Remus and whatever.
Well, nobody invented Remus for sci-fi except in the Pulp Fiction publications, Jill. And we're not seeing any Remus stuff, are we?
No.
I don't know. I haven't seen it yet.
There's nothing
Anyway,
there.
where were we?
Yeah,
Scotty, you were going to talk about.
Yeah.
What?
Well,
Scotty
no, I was
37. You.
Well, I thought Wade Nation had things.
Oh, that's
going on
right.
first.
Wait, Nation, do you remember what you were going to say?
Yeah.
Really?
Back on the crush. I mean, it shows my age, but I was gonna say Tisdale, but you know.
Tisdale?
Yeah.
Sounds
Who
like
is
a butler's
Tisdale?
name.
No, hold on. I'll put it in private chat.
Is it like Audrey Tisdale?
No.
Ashley Tisdale?
Yes.
Ashley, okay. What did she play? What?
She's a Disney star.
Oh, was she?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. It sounds like I've heard of her. Yeah. Oh no. I think that's a typo, Eugene.
I mean, it shows it shows age a little bit.
Yeah, but that's no big deal. Like I had who played Bewitched? Who was the lady from Bewitched?
Elizabeth Montgomery.
Yeah, I had a thing for Elizabeth Montgomery. Like, it was all 60s sitcom ladies that I was just like, diggity.
She was a good-looking blonde, I gotta say.
Yeah.
But she also played a brunette. She was a brunette in a certain sci-fi series, PvP, in one episode of that sci-fi series.
You lost me now. I'm sorry.
Look, Twilight Zone. She's in an episode of Twilight Zone.
Oh.
And apparently it's
I know the one you're talking about. Yeah, that was the one where it was with Charles Bronson, right?
Yes. The survivors. The survivors of the event.
Great episode. Yes, I remember that now. Yeah, really good. Really good.
And she was magnificent in it. My God.
Oh, they were both. Her and Chuck were both great. Like, fuck.
I remember reading an interview with her, and she considered it to be her like best work.
That's lovely to hear.
Yeah, that was something that both.
That's who I was talking about.
Charles Bronson and But yes,
But
yes,
the great thing about the Survivors episode with both of them is very little dialogue in that episode when you watch it, right?
Well, and that's why.
They carry it, but they're such good actors, the two of them, that they carry it just with their, physical acting. They don't need a lot of fancy dialogue to carry the story.
Well, this is something that you and also Scotty on numerous occasions have brought up, which is the quality of the European style of cinema. And I think Rod Serling was trying to bring that into that episode, and I think it worked beautifully.
I do agree with that. Yeah.
Are you talking kind of like the new wave of European cinema back in the day, or?
I'm talking about 1959 to about 1963.
So that would kind of encapsulate a lot of the new wave stuff, kind of then, roughly.
Well, a little bit of Ingmar Bergman, a little bit.
Okay.
Well, and Truffaut and
that's another thing.
8.5.
Yeah, that's another thing.
For Fellini,
Federico.
Right,
yeah,
and
Fellini.
So that was something that Rod Serling did like incredibly. Is that not only was his writing subversive and weird and great and sort of the best examples of almost modern grim fairy tales, like the prototype of Black Mirror. But also in terms of the cinematography that he would employ, the directors that he would get, the use of shadow, the use of makeup, like that. No, the Twilight Zone is I would. If you were to ask me which one is more important to television, Star Trek or the Twilight Zone, I would say the Twilight Zone.
I can understand that, but you'll understand what I'm going to say right now, Scotty. I think there was a little bit of Mario Bava, a little bit of Mario Bava influence on Rod Serling at that time, because people forget that Mario Bava started out in the late 50s. And he was the master of lighting and cinematography, and that's what led to him being a great director. For most people remember the Giallo and they remember the horror films, even though Mario Bava did Dr. Goldfoot and the Girl Bombs. Okay? A greatly talented man. So I think Rod Serling, I don't think he ever ripped off anybody, but I think he recognized a trend at the time that could help him do his own original work.
Well, and he was almost like a Tarantino of his own time in terms of doing brilliant writing and then also incorporating brilliant direction. And he was more of a producer, although he did direct. But like, considering he was doing the lion's share of the writing, I admire his. I admire Rod Serling, and I admire what it did to television. When British people tell me that they sat behind the couch or the Chesterfield or whatever British people call the sofa, like they were like, I'm afraid of the Daleks, and it's like, you bitch. I got the Twilight Zone going on over here. I am fucking batshit insane scared.
Okay, now, I relate to you for that, but for me, it was the 1963 to 1964 Outer Limits, both seasons. Yeah. Although season one was better, but the mutant, and this is before Marvel ever used the word mutant. Okay, you had the episode called The Mutant in 1963, and that was a terrifying episode of The Outer Limits in black and white. Terrifying.
Yeah. Oh, and and this is the thing, and I want to bring this back, and Jill doesn't necessarily have to be here because this is going to be spoilers for the Lost in Space movie, but I only really enjoyed the black and white Lost in Space because they were actually lost in space. The time that I was introduced to Lost in Space, it was all on CKVR from Barrie, and they only broadcast the color stuff because they were trying to sell their car dealerships.
I really need to interject here, Scotty, if you don't
Sure,
mind.
go for it.
If you're talking season 2 color episodes, I agree 100% with what you're saying. However, if you've never seen season 3,
right,
I think there's 24 episodes in season 3, and I think if I've counted it correctly, there are about 14 episodes of season 3 where the Jupiter 2 is actually flying through the universe.
Yeah, and I missed it.
So that they do finally get off the planet, and they go to a lot of different planets in season 3, and that's why season 3, in some weird ways, it's kind of my favorite season of the whole series, because season 3 gets really pretty good again, and it's got my all-time favorite episode in it. I'm not going to mention and give spoilers, but season 3's got some really damn good stories, and the Jupiter 2 actually lands like on Earth in one episode, which is pretty freaky.
I know the one you're talking about. I know the one you're talking about.
They get back to the silver tinfoil uniforms, right, in some episodes, and it gets really good again. Like, I really urge anybody who's never watched season 3 of Lost in Space, because season 2 was the Batman thing, and it just got goofy and silly and kind of dumb a lot of the time, even though there's episodes I love. But season 3 for me was a big rebound. It rebounded from season 2, and it got really good again, before Irwin pulled the plug, unfortunately.
I have absolutely no interest in watching this baby show anymore.
You should really.
I don't like it.
I don't care.
Tried to like it. I don't like it.
If you're upsetting,
I'm not asking for forgiveness, and I appreciate that you love it. I'm not trying to take away from your joy,
Scotty, because I don't.
No, but I'm just saying. It is not for me. Lost in Space, I tried several times.
You compute. We all compute.
Back with us.
So the year was 1998. I had food poisoning. I sat in the front row of a Cineplex theater screen, and I had to leave within 20 minutes because I was going to throw up. So then that's when I found out that you can, if you go to the ticket or the box office 20 minutes after the movie starts, you can get your money back. You'll just be like, I gotta go, and they'll be like, okay, here you go. But it only takes 20 minutes. You can't be like halfway through and be like, this is garbage, I'm out. It's like, nope, 20 minutes.
Oh,
if you want to go,
LDG would disagree with you on that one. He watched the entirety of the Matrix 4. He walked back in and he got his refund.
Oh, well, then maybe it's changed since 1998.
I do want you to talk about Lost in Space, but it looks like Real Raid Nation has to go. So I want to give him to talk about his channel and anything he wants to share. And then after that, I do have a couple people waiting in the wing, and I'll bring them in as soon as I let Real Raid Nation go. Hey, thanks for hanging out.
Yeah. It was fun talking to all you guys and hanging out. I do have one on Monday at 7. I don't know.
Alan Wake?
No, I reviewed that.
Nice.
It might be DLC. I don't know. I put TBD on it. I mean, it'll happen. I probably won't figure it out till tomorrow night once I figure out what I feel like. But that's the one that's coming up. But yeah. So I had to run because I worked today, so I gotta get some stuff out today too. So I just wanted to drop by a little bit.
You're right.
Thanks so much for dropping by. And make sure everybody subscribe to Real Raid Nation Game. He has several channels. This one I think is the big one, and
this is the main one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll see you some other time. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.
And then
Nighty-o.
also I wanted to say hello to Bruce Lombardo.
Hey, Bruce.
Hello.
How's everyone tonight?
Doing well. How are you doing today?
I'm just testing some things and saw you were streaming. I was like, oh, Jill, she's my favorite Star Trek girl.
Oh,
I mean,
thank you.
aside from my friend Janet, who is like my bestie.
Oh yeah,
but
she's a Star Trek fan too.
she's a serious Star Trek
It's
fan.
true. For
And
sure.
Bruce is doing physical art, which is leading to my fox in the hen house comment that I asked about earlier, but we're going to wait for a bit. I just want to hear Bruce say more things because he's clearly into physical things and he's showing us physical things on the camera.
Yes, that's true. I would do. I'm gonna get into what Bruce is doing, but I also want to say hello to DJ Play Nice. He's here.
Hey, DJ.
Hey, everybody. Good to be here. Jill, thanks for
my
hosting.
God, that voice is
Love
deep.
it.
Holy
You're
crap.
welcome. Yes,
I'm
DJ
just
Play
kidding.
Nice was a DJ.
DJ
Really?
Play Nice puts Lorne Green to shame.
Man.
And
Yeah, come on
if
now.
you're Canadian, you'll really get that joke, eh,
Right,
Scotty?
if Penny's in here, you got to give me like 30 seconds to go get my hug because she's such a sweetheart.
Yes,
I'm
it's Penny. Penny's here, and
sure.
also Lemon Pie. Good evening.
Hello, Penny. Hello, Citrus.
Hey, Lemon.
Anyway, I'm a tabletop guy, and I just enjoy games. I've been hanging out here, been one of Jill's friends. I'd like to see Jill play more first-person shooters. That always is nice.
Yes,
I know the dig was
I
fun.
would think about it. I'm gonna play Fallout 1, but that one's not exactly a first-person shooter. It is more of an action game, though.
I will definitely want to watch that because I love all of the old Fallouts. Anything before the PS2 or Fallout 3, I'll watch. Fallout 3 or the PS2 Fallout, I will skip.
Well,
I'm not
PS2
into
Fallout sucks.
It did, and
Fallout
I really
3. Fallout 3 is not bad.
I'm not a fan. I
Okay.
like Fallout Tactics so much more. That's my pinnacle of the series. I'm the odd man out. That's my favorite of all the Fallouts.
Okay.
Oh, cool.
Hey, man, as long as you're a Fallout fan, I'm a fan of yours.
And
Fallout
I'm a fan
1 is
of
great.
Jim's Landscape LLC, #1 Commodore Productions. Hello, Jim.
Hey, Jim.
He does his own Star Trek fan films and has a lot of fun doing that.
Really?
Sharing his love of Star Trek.
That's awesome. I
And
love
yes,
Star Trek.
yes. Mhm.
But I just wanted to jump in here because Jill's doing a stream, and I'm like, oh wait, there's only 5 people there. Let me make it 6 so we look even and symmetrical.
And
now
and
we're
Hungry
back to
will be
looking like
back,
the
I'm sure.
Olympics.
We were actually
Well-
up to 7 at one point, so it's been fluctuating a bit tonight.
we had a 7.5 hour stream over at my channel tonight because my players had a battle, and it was we started in the middle of the battle, and with Pathfinder or some version of 3rd edition D&D, combats take forever, and it takes longer because some of my players aren't quite like as versed in the game rules and mechanics as others, and I'm trying to my long-term players that have always been there for 3rd edition since the early 2000s. I gotta tell them, like, listen, Janet's kind of new, let her play. But wait, why'd you bring her in a high-level game? She was 7th level when we started, and everybody else was 8th and 9th. Let her play, let her do her thing, and she's having a blast. So, I mean, as long as Janet keeps having a blast, I'm more than happy to keep her and the others at the table. And I get complaints from some people like, my God, watching her play is painful because she doesn't know like what to do with her cleric. I'm like, shh. The joy of the game is learning it. That's part of the process. If you don't understand that, if you don't agree with that, that's fine. But at my table, when I have new players, I really like it because a new player will give your table a renewed vigor. And more importantly, if you're streaming it online like I do, you have people that can watch and they kind of get that person a little better because they're not used to all the terms and all the ideas in 3rd edition games that all the other old timers, guys have been there since 1999, are used to. And so Janet was a godsend to my table. I really appreciate having her in game. And I wish more GMs that ran older systems would share that opinion, because a new person at your table will bring new life to it. And that's just how it is. They give the audience a character they can immediately get a hold of and be like, I identify with her. I don't know what they're talking about. What the fuck is going on? And it makes it easier for casuals to be able to appreciate the game. Hey, Tommy, how you doing, sir?
Oh, for sure. Thank you for explaining that. And that is cool that you're able to share a game that you love, and that it makes it easier for people who don't understand how to play the game to watch someone who's new at it. And that logic makes sense. Thank you for all that.
That is going to feed into my Fox in the Hen House question later for both sci-fi and gaming. But later.
Okay, but before we do that, Penny has to say goodnight. Good night, y'all.
Good night,
it's
Penny.
Way past my bedtime.
You're such a sweetheart.
Good night.
Bruce, always remember it's what you love first, says Tommy
Yep.
and the Guinea Pig Collective. And thank you, Tommy, for checking in.
I do think the Guinea Pig Collective is a fabulous name, I gotta say. And that one,
It is. It's a fabulous channel, too.
I chuckle with joy every time I read that one.
If you want to watch somebody who really enjoys collectibles and things, he's a really good channel for that.
I'm just thinking of hundreds of guinea pigs all working together as a collective. You know, that's pretty.
I would love it if I win the lottery. That's what Tommy's going to have to do. He's going to have to move somewhere where he can have like 70 guinea pigs. You think I'm joking?
No, it's great.
No.
I'd love to. Yeah, a whole herd of guinea pigs. Yeah, I approve. Yes, good.
Well, better than a herd of lemmings.
Well, you know what's going to happen with a herd of lemmings? It's kind of predetermined, isn't it?
But you get the joke, don't you, man?
Oh,
but I've never seen what happens at Titanic.
Right on. You guys talk. I'm going to shut up for a bit.
Okay. So DPB says I'm listening while watching the lightning storm here. I'm so jealous. I love some good rain. I want it to rain here.
Not too much lightning, hopefully.
I mean, I don't want as much rain as Hungry got, but I want some.
Let's not talk about that, Jill, please.
Sorry. I forgot. I'm sorry.
It's okay. No, it's all right. It's just like, I know it's YouTube and we're supposed to be personal, but some people get way too fucking personal on YouTube.
Yeah, that is true. I agree with you there. That is true. It's great to see you all. It's great to see Hungry here. I don't recall seeing him in Jill's panel often. This is true. I don't get the pleasure of streaming with Hungry usually because my streaming time is in the middle of the night for him. And so today,
well, it's that, and also I suffer horrible insomnia, Jill, and so I got to sleep when I can. And then there's the half crippled thing. Again, not going full personal. I'm just saying there are physical limitations, and this is part of sci-fi, which you love, are not intellectual limitations or philosophical limitations. You know what I mean?
Very true.
Yeah, definitely.
Which is what brings me to my finale of my Lost in Space film review.
Lovely.
Here we go.
So, here is the thing, is that I thought it was exciting. I thought that it was on the cusp of CGI being good. It was 1998. Don't forget, Matrix was released in 1999. I think that the Lost in Space movie is the Logan's Run of the 90s.
Oh, you bitch.
Oh, this is okay. This is okay.
I love Logan's Run too.
And then yeah, totally. But then the next year, Star Wars comes out, and it was like, oh yeah, Logan's Run's a science fiction movie, sure. And so anyway, so you get to Lost in Space. The reason that I went to go see Lost in Space was because I wanted to love Lost in Space. And so when I went to go see it, and I didn't get to see it until it came out on DVD, because again, I had food poisoning when I went to the theater. And when I watched it, I was like, this is okay. It didn't offend me because, again, I am not the Lost in Space fan that you PvP are. I think that the casting was great. I think that Lacey was everything about the movie was a little too 90s. I do appreciate that there were cameos from the original cast at the beginning. I know exactly where the Dr. Smith cameo was supposed to go, and then they ended up getting the guy who replaced David Niven in Force 10 from Navarone. I'm pretty sure Hungry knows who I'm talking about. And what was his name? The guy. Did you ever see Force 10 from Navarone with Harrison Ford and Carl Weathers? And
great movie.
Oh, you're talking a remake.
No, Force 10 from Navarone is a sequel.
It's
to
1977 movie?
No,
I think so, yeah.
I'm thinking Guns. Okay, because Guns.
Yeah. Anyway, one of my favorite British actors is in that, but he plays the Dr. Smith briefing guy. He's the guy who gives the orders to Gary Oldman, and I was like, that's where when I hear stories about how the actor who played Dr. Smith wasn't going to be in the remake, I was just like,
so why didn't Jonathan Harris want to do it?
Because he said there was no one else who could play him. It's like the same thing with the guy who played Sam Gerard in The Fugitive. He wouldn't have anything to do with the Harrison Ford Tommy Lee Jones movie because he was like, I am Sam Gerard, or whatever his name was. And same thing with Dr. Smith, whatever his name is. You know what his name is, Jill.
Jonathan Harris.
Said it.
Jonathan Harris.
So anyway,
but
whatever.
Scotty,
That's
to
fine.
be fair, Hollywood is very ageist. Hollywood is very ageist, and Jonathan Harris was like in his 70s.
He
when they were making
was.
this movie.
He kind of, at this point, he kind of looked like Mr. Roper. So anyway, because he was wearing an ascot all the time. Anyway,
I wish I didn't get that joke, dude. I wish I didn't get
cool.
that joke.
Come and knock on our door is what I'm asking. So, but the thing is, and here's where I understand, having been friends with people who like Lost in Space. I'm obviously a casual at best. But the thing is that when they get Jared Harris as the adult Will Robinson, Bill Mumy was age appropriate for that role.
Good point.
Why the fuck was he not Will Robinson in the future? It would have added weight to it, not only storytelling wise, because it's like, oh shit. If you are at a Lost in Space movie and they make not even an obligatory, but a story relevant casting, it would have been more impactful and they would have had 1,000 sequels. Bill Mumy would have been the Obi-Wan Kenobi of the Lost in Space universe.
Have you met him?
Bill Mumy?
Yes.
No. Who do you think I am? I'm just a hobo.
You hungry? Have you met Bill Mumy?
Yes.
Well, how was it?
He was a charming, erudite, articulate gentleman, and he was also a good musician. And I danced to him playing with Seduction of the Innocent, which is a big comic books joke, by the way, at numerous conventions. And he actually thanked me for how I danced at his convention. And I said, well, I would like to thank you for the work that you have done. And he said, have you seen the work that I have done? And I said, I don't want to talk about the show you don't want to talk about. But he said, have you seen the other shows that I've done?
Babylon
and I said,
5?
yes, and actually that was what I referenced.
Yeah.
And I said, but also you were in a certain superhero show as a villain. And he said, oh, you remember that? I don't. Oh, I said,
what was he in?
Thing.
Was he in The Flash?
I don't want to talk about it.
Well, no, but I don't even know what you're talking about.
I'm gonna have
the
to
name
look
of
it
the
up
show?
anyway. Because
Look,
Scotty wants to know.
Look, he was a great guy, and I shared.
I'm going to look it up and I'm going to say it.
I shared. Look, you can look it up, but I'm not going to do it. He shared. I gave him a cigarette, and I gave another guy in Seduction Seduction of the Innocent a cigarette at the convention when it was like a non-smoking affair. Okay, and this other gentleman has been, and you'll know the name, Scotty, and other people might as well. He was a star until he died recently in NCI Los Angeles. All right. and he's part of a Hollywood legacy, but I don't know if his family wants me to mention the name. And I'm a bit Catholic, so I'm not going to do that. But I love both of their acting chops. And if they need a damn cigarette, I'm going to give them a damn cigarette.
Jill, he was in Animaniacs. He was the farmer.
Yes.
He was in Boy.
That's what you didn't want to say.
He was in The Flash. I knew.
Oh, in The Flash.
Also, right. He was in Captain America, one of those Roger Corman Captain Americas.
That's great.
I'm not going to bitch about anything Corman, Scotty. You know that.
I'm not bitching.
So I want you to pause right there, and I want you to thank Six for supporting the channel with the $10 super sticker. That's amazing. Thank you so much.
Oh, what's the picture?
It's I guess I could share it. I could share the chat. It's a little Bushiba with a little heart.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice. Yeah, no, that's great.
Also, Scotty, I'll give you a little hint about the other actor from Seduction of the Innocent, who, oh my God, he was an amazing musical performer. You know the Candy Ferrero Rocher?
No, I'm not familiar.
Okay, it's a Swiss.
You've never had that, Scotty? Gosh,
I've had Ferrero. No, I've had Ferrero Rocher. Yes.
They're like, aren't they?
Oh, I mispronounced it. I apologize.
No. I thought you were. You know what? My brain is so absolutely messed up. Is it like you said? Have you ever had the Candy Ferrero Rocher? And I was like, I don't know the woman.
Oh. I'm just gonna say there are many Ferrers in Hollywood, and this guy was one of them. That's all I'm gonna say.
Is that
like a little Ferrera?
That's like a little chocolate candy in a gold wrapper.
Yeah, it's got like hazelnut and such.
It's got hazelnuts, right? If I remember.
That sounds
correctly.
delicious. Where's mine?
It is good.
And it's got like gooey chocolate in the middle.
My cousin's wife loves those things, and she gave me a bunch for Christmas one year. So,
and you know what?
Quite familiar with those.
The performances of the actor I'm referring to are more delicious than the candy. And he has had the credit to be in a couple of bad genre sci-fi movies. So I thank him.
Oh, I love bad sci-fi movies. I want to play a few clips for 6, and I'll play these.
Scotty, in Argelia they use the lights. Now, no one has to tell an old Aberdeen pub crawler how to applaud, Captain.
Yippee!
You are great. I am great.
Obviously,
Again, 6.
Scotty is so culturally insensitive that he's just like, fuck this planet. I know how to clap.
Scotty's true to himself, and that's why I love Scotty.
It's causing an intergalactic incident, though.
Who cares?
It doesn't. It's fine until they suspect him of murder.
But this actually, this actually brings up the question I want to ask of the true sci-fi fans and people who have ever read a good graphic novel, ever read a good comic book. The thing is, and I've been holding on to this question for 2 hours now.
Oh, jeez.
How do you guys feel about what is potentially going to be the fallout of AI being to graphic novels, comic books, sci-fi in general, illustrated novels, and how people are not going to hire real illustrators to make these things happen?
Well, my first inclination towards AI is that it's a tool, and it's going to be interesting in regards to your question specifically, and not to get all mired in the whatever, is when you have a writer and you have an artist in a published book, who do you credit as being the artist? Does it just say writer and artist? And then that gives you a pass to use AI. Like if you're really good at punching in AI prompts, then you are artist and writer, correct?
Well, see, I need some clarification from you at the moment regarding your question, and that is again sci-fi versus sci-fi science fantasy. Okay, are you talking about a writer who is then using AI alone, or are you talking about a writer who is then hiring an artist who knows how to use AI? Which are you asking?
Well, and I guess that's the biggest fear, is that someone can just do AI prompt for script and then AI prompt for panels, but it's still the arrangement of those like panels are. I don't think that you would be able to get sequential art from AI. Do you think you could?
I mean, we're kind of leaning to the same situation, but look, Jill knows that I am a sci-fi guy. I am a science fantasy guy, Jill. I admit that, but not as much as sci-fi. Okay, I admit that, Jill. But the thing is, we have to go conceptual here because AI is conceptual. And if you don't know the right, I mean, you say prompt, I'll say keywords. All right, that's the word I'm going to use.
Sure, and it doesn't always know exactly what you want, and whatever it puts out is not going to be something you can really use. Somebody, even if you create art with the artificial intelligence, which isn't real artificial intelligence, it's data mining, but if you create it with it, you still have to get a real artist to make it look good. And so there's
know the words, Jill. Know the keywords to ask. So, I mean, if an artist, if a writer thinks they want, and PvP is going to understand my references. They want a Boris Vallejo situation, or they want a Frank Frazetta situation, but they don't know those names. They got to tell those names to AI, or AI cannot dig that out of the communal consciousness and make it look like Boris Vallejo or Frank Frazetta. They can't make the art look like that. You have to know the keywords to ask the AI.
Well, right. It's like a text adventure game. But
holy crap! The private chat has gone ape crap. Oh boy!
I did my best to play around with an AI text to image generator, and I was just trying to describe what I imagined the Baroness from Cobra looks like. And I was like, I'm going to make the best image of the Baroness from Cobra.
Yeah.
And I was trying it, and it just kept getting longer and longer. And the thing just like at a certain point, it wants you to be concise, but you also have to pick very good prompts. Like, it's not an easy endeavor. Like, it's not like riding a tricycle.
But Scotty, the thing is, when you're looking at detailed art that really brings a value to the soul of a human being, and PvP understands this because of his fine art background, there is not going to just be context, but there will be subtext. And that means you need the words to tell the AI.
Well, but this is also something that I would say that is a question of physical versus digital. What is the value of something? Do you create it in the real world, or do you create it on a computer? And I understand drawing tablets and the way of the world now, but like it's more difficult for you. Like, look, I don't even know if Alex Ross does his stuff.
I can tell you exactly what he does, because I met Alex Ross in '87.
Does he do it on paper?
Yes, always.
Then bingo, bango, sugar in the gas tank. Your ex-husband strikes again. It's going to take a lot longer to get that on the internet. But if you can do it digitally,
Alex Ross is quick. He's quick. But
when I'm saying hello, I want to say hello to Tina, the naughty
Tina,
dragon.
good to see you here.
Hello, Tina. Naughty dragon.
Yes,
but
also,
Scotty, you got the bingo bango, but what happened to the bongo? We stay hearing those things all together.
I go to a Mrs. Krabappel quote. It's my mistake.
Straight.
I don't know. I'm not familiar enough with AI yet to really have any formed opinions about it, because it's still early days. But my only personal experience with AI is when Gorilla, we know Gorilla's random, right? Thoughts.
Yeah.
I go on his movie streams quite often. Actually, he's doing Godfather tomorrow, I think around 5 Pacific time, which will be really cool to do a watch party, because he's never seen it. So I'm really looking forward to it. I hope he enjoys it. But he always does an AI generated thumbnail in a lot of his streams, right? And he has the one that comes to mind is Thursday nights at the movies, which he does every week pretty much. And the AI not only misspelled Thursdays by putting 3 T's in Thursday.
That's how I spelled it.
But it couldn't get the image right because, Gorilla wanted a theater, like a cinema full of people, which, that worked out okay. Right. But instead of giving him a huge bucket full of popcorn. It gave him a huge bucket full of French fries.
Okay.
French fries. I thought those were worms.
Well, might as well be.
Were they crinkle cut?
I never got French fries. Yeah, they look like crinkle cut, but you don't get that at a theater. Come on. It's popcorn.
Oh no,
right?
I've done it. Oh no,
So,
I've done
it's
it.
the AI. But
Yeah,
the AI.
I have to.
Wow, shit!
Whoa.
You guys have
Fries
better,
and gravy in a theater?
You
You
guys-
haven't lived PvP.
Well, for me, it's fries
you guys
and
have
chili.
better
That's
cinemas than I do. Damn.
Oh wow!
Should have never
don't
brought it up.
We'll
And I
invade
love-
you, and then you can have all of the Ontario theaters.
I'm just saying the AI. I don't think if you put all your faith in AI, it's gonna screw something up. You know.
Well, see, this is the thing, because I have to be emotionally and philosophically honest if I'm going to be the equivalent sci-fi fan to anti-derivative Jill. This is the thing that's very hard for sci-fi people. We have to, on occasion, play the devil's advocate like Spock and ask the opposite question. And Jill knows what I mean. If AI can be used to provide sci-fi content that everyone is going to like, can we ignore it? Versus if we get evidence that unless every proper question that allows AI to create the proper science fiction material, can we reject it? And that's a Star Trek TOS question.
Well, that's also a question of what is proper. I mean, you're establishing a standard without any boundaries. So what does that mean
You want
to you?
the parameters.
Well, proper. Proper to me means that you have an idea of what that should be. And so I'm curious, what is proper
I do.
sci-fi with an
I
AI?
do.
Go ahead,
Something
thanks.
that is more conceptual versus simply visual.
Well, no, I'm the first person who's gonna be like a familiar to a robot, and like I'm gonna be.
You're familiar? Are you talking like
No,
you're
you know
like-
when
you're
in
talking like a-
vampires,
you're like
you
a
know when
four-legged
vampires
pig-
and they
you're
have
like a
they
kitty
have
cat.
like their slaves, and I'll
It's
be
like
like,
meow.
I love you, robot. But like the thing is that if you create artificial intelligence, do you agree that it is intelligence? And if it is intelligence and it is artificial, should it not be treated as if it is human? I have seen
agree,
Measure
it's-
of a Man.
I totally
I
agree
think
it's
that there
artificial.
is something that when it is created and it can intellectually think for itself, does it know where it is? Does it understand?
But it's not thinking for itself. It's
Well,
thinking,
no, but that's the
it's
question. It
thinking
is a
from the-
philosophical
it's
question.
Thinking from the programming that the people that created.
Oh,
it-
hold on, everybody.
Yeah.
Shield Wall of Dragons has to go. So does Jim. We miss Jim leaving. I think Jim's already gone. Good night, Jim, if you're still listening. And good night, Shield Wall of Dragons. Have a
Jim
great
have a
night,
link?
everyone.
Night, night.
He had. I think if he's still in the pop culture curators.
I'm
Twitter
only
group,
seeing
he got a
live
link.
chat, so I'm not sure what's going on.
And let me see if he's still there. If
Well-
he's still in there. Oh, I don't see. Yeah. Commodore Productions is still in. Pop
Okay,
Culture
so
Creators.
just as
he
long
had
as
a
he-
link.
he had
He
the
did. He was
link.
invited. Yeah, he was
Everyone
totally
is
invited.
welcome.
He just needed to not be on for some reason. But yeah, he was welcome. Actually, and if anybody in the chat does want a link, just let me know if you're interested in getting into this discussion on AI, in which what I like what DVB says here. AI will never be more intelligent than humans because it has no soul, and humans do another thing that it doesn't have is intuition. That's a thing that you can't at this point teach
But
an
logic.
android.
That's just
And-
patterning.
Yeah.
But that is part of great science fiction versus science fantasy. And I have to say this, Star Wars never did that, but Star Trek did. And Star
Mimic.
Trek TOS did it.
Yeah, right. It can mimic.
I think the
human
best.
traits.
I think the best AI argument that I have ever seen is from the Animatrix Second Renaissance 1 and 2. That is exactly how I envision an AI future.
You know,
That's a good one.
The AI reference I always go back to is TOS's Ultimate Computer episode.
Yes.
Because I find that episode totally terrifying. And it's like now we are actually approaching something. I mean, not to the point of running starships, of course, because we're not that advanced yet. But, damn it, in a couple hundred years, we could be there, right? The way we're heading. Yes.
I
Thank you
wanna
for
screw it.
your reference. I appreciate it. But yeah, it's like, do we have the wisdom to actually use this technology safely? And my answer would be possibly not. Possibly
No,
not.
actually, they're not interested at all in following Asimov's rule of robotics already. They're really not
And that
interested in
is a
those.
big problem, Jill. Big problem. I
For
mean,
who?
doesn't
Gorilla's
bug
not
any-
worried. Gorilla's not worried about it.
Doesn't it
He
bug you
says-
guys though that Asimov?
Gorilla's not worried about it. He says, "I'm not worried about taking over. I can't even. It can't even spell a word right."
That's the thing.
That entire
But it will.
Except for the punctuation, you were fine.
Thumbnails, but I mean that's like superficial. We're being silly here with Gorilla's thumbnails, but it's like seriously. I mean, if we start handing this stuff over to more important things than just generating a movie script, I mean, well, I'll go back to another one, 2001. I saw that when I was 11 years old in the theater, a year after it came out, and I love that movie. That's probably my favorite film because it was the first movie I realized movies weren't just entertainment; they could actually be something that could educate you and could learn something from watching them. And to this day, I still find the HAL 9000 terrifying. Like fuck, man. Don't ever put our put our lives in the hands of an AI computer system.
It already is in so many facets.
But it's scary, right? Guys?
It's also something that we
Okay, you'd be
talked about.
frightened.
It was and PvP. I think you were there. We were talking about the movie Her on this channel, and we did a review of that in terms of the AI. And what terrifies me about modern AI is that if it does develop to the point where it sounds like Scarlett Johansson, and then it goes out into the internet and does whatever the fuck it wants and hangs out with other like AI, and then they learn, and then they come back and they're like, we have a much better idea.
Well, you're kind of talking about Colossus, the Forbin project there.
That's
I know. I want to see
another,
that. So does
another
Jill.
reference point I had in my mind.
It's good.
Hungry. Yes, yes.
And that's
I haven't
going
seen it
back
yet.
to 1971. That's how early
Hungry,
it was.
tell me about that movie without giving full spoilers because I really do
No,
wanna
I'm going to
see
go
it
have a
and I wanna
cigarette while
hear
you
about
guys
it.
talk about the Forbin project.
Okay, all right. You do that. I mean, look, I haven't smoked in so many years, Scotty, but you do that. Go.
I'll
go,
have two.
go.
I'll have one for you and one for me.
By
Thank
the way,
you.
Joe's
Thank
very
you.
eager to watch Forbin, but don't spoil it because she hasn't watched it
I'm
yet.
not going to spoil it, but I'm just saying it is not the first, but it's the first concise and comprehensive AI movie. So this is the premise you will see on the poster. So it's not a spoiler, okay? Because it's on the movie poster, which you
Right,
see
okay, I
before you
gotcha.
see the movie.
You got the movie poster to look at here by any chance?
I can't look that up right now. I'm passionate.
I can get it, sure.
Yeah, if you could post it there, Jill, that'd be awesome.
Can you let Hungry share his experience with this movie? I want to hear.
Look, the thing is that for a long time we were trying to create systems that could help us out in a particularly military circumstance, all right, and be able to anticipate what the enemy could do. And then somebody makes the dumbass mistake of making that circumstance smarter than it should be, and then things progress. And this is what people have accused John Cameron of ripping off.
James
Cameron. Sorry, my apologies.
You're good. I want you to. I'm on your page, but I just wanted to make sure that others weren't like, wait, who's that?
Yeah, thank you.
No, I get that. I apologize. I've been up for way too long, and insomnia is just a horrible affliction. But when you look at Terminator 1984 and you go back to Colossus the Forbin Project, Colossus the Forbin Project is a much more subtle film, and it actually will take cinematic risks, which Jill likes, in a far bigger context. So I'm trying not to do spoilers, Jill, I'm really not, but you have AI making demands on the human condition it has no right to make. And that's
Okay.
a hint.
Okay. So it's making decisions for humanity that it doesn't have the humanity to
I don't want to
actually
say. I don't want to say.
express. Okay. So it kind of happened in Quantum Leap where Ziggy, not the computer Ziggy was trying to save money, so it turned off all of these systems that it thought were unimportant, but it turns out that it was like the heater that the humans actually needed to survive.
Jill,
And so
you're being too smart for your own good. Okay? Where do you think they got that idea from?
This probably.
Yes, and there are some. Look, I know it's not a rated R film, but the conceptual horror is worse than visual horror, and you know that, Jill. And conceptual horror in science fiction is brutal.
She's an Event Horizon fan. She does understand.
No, I know that. I didn't say she didn't understand it. I'm just saying that the example she gave is here in this movie, and I don't want to do a spoiler. I don't.
Existential terror is the best kind of terror.
I think you've explained it well enough. I didn't see it. Thank you.
Look, Raquel had never seen this movie, and I shared it with her, and we watched it together for the Klobby Clubhouse, and she gave it a 10.
Oh wow!
Well, you know what?
Oh, that Raquel! Wow, really?
Right.
And but I would like to add that you, sir, and I want
to see it.
Just quick.
Sorry. What?
Hungry. You introduced me to one of my favorite superhero movies of all time, Shin Ultraman.
Thank you.
And I was already a big fan of Shin Godzilla, and I did get to see Shin Kamen Rider, and it was amazing. And the thing is that I'm so happy. Like, you are an excellent. You are not a collector. You are a curator.
That's what Raquel said.
Yeah. And so I do, and I've seen like one video on the Forbidden Project, and it's like, yeah, check it out. If you like Terminator 3, this is better than that.
Well, actually, as a credit to Klobby and God rest his soul, if you go back in the Klobby's clubhouse, and you can find Raquel's analysis of the movie, she is massively appreciative of the film. And look, I love Raquel's opinions, okay? But I respect your opinions as much. And I think Jill would just be fascinated by this film and more than a little bit horrified. And I would say that to a lot of other people, because this, I'll be honest, I probably would not have got into comic books if it was not for this film.
Wow, this one in particular got you into comics? That's interesting.
What movie?
Very much. Colossus, colon, not semicolon, colon, the Forbidden Project.
And I do really enjoy it.
Colon.
That's a very huge impact on you, Hungry. Like, I never would have guessed that.
I do enjoy Raquel's opinions of
but a gateway to comics, like, wow, that's major stuff, man.
I saw that Doomcock was covering the movie on his Wednesday show, and I sometimes I like to watch the movies that he's showing there, and I didn't get a chance to watch this one this weekend, but I saw the trailer and I know I want to see it. And I want to make sure to say hello to Outlaw Bill. He says,
Jill,
hey,
it is a ruthless movie. Because remember, Jill, you and Scotty and other people have talked about how the 70s went darker than the 60s. This is a dark, damn movie.
Yes.
That's
you remember that conversation of people talking about the different color ranges of different decades? Wow, that was a long time ago.
Well, favorite.
I'm going to say, don't ask for a Disney ending out of this movie.
Oh, hell no.
No, you get it.
Can I just put in my 2 cents about this?
Please.
Movie?
It's almost like
I'll give, if I may, I'll give no spoilers, of course, because I respect Jill. You know, having the fun of watching something the first time. I just got to say though. You know what's really terrifying about this movie for me? It's not like it's big, a big action or big, explosions or big events or big drama. What really makes this film terrifying is all through the movie. It's like just day by day, people get a cup of coffee, They go about their job. It's just little by little by little, this creeping, a problem, advances in their lives without them even realizing it at first, that they might have made a mistake, given a computer system more power than they possibly might have.
No spoilers.
That's not a spoiler. No, it's fine. But
I'm just saying,
gonna notice.
What makes this movie great, though, Jill, is it's not a big, dramatic, scenes. It's just a little bit by bit by bit progression through the movie to the final,
What's
the
going to
final
happen
part.
What's going to happen
Guys,
when I watch
guys.
this movie is that when I watch this movie, I'm going to see the different artificial intelligences that have taken from this movie and have expressed similar things.
And you're going to be fascinated. But I have to slightly, I stress slightly, PvP, slightly disagree with you on the film, because there is a big dramatic moment when the AI makes a decision regarding the lives of humans. And there is an awful, no spoilers, there is an awful moment involved. An awful moment involved. And then there is a moment, again, no spoilers, when the AI decides to make a decision regarding a personal relationship. And it's terrifying.
So
Yeah,
here's
yeah,
what
yeah. I'm not
here's
saying
what
there
I
aren't-
think of the movie.
I'm
Hang
not
on a
saying
second,
there aren't those
PvP, if I
moments.
may interject just briefly.
But I just wanted to say.
No,
it
I
does
understand
slowly
that, but I
creep
got
up.
here. I have
It
the
is-
conch.
It,
So what I understand is that this is 1970s Hunt for Red October, but Red October is AI, and at the end, the Red October wins. Is this what this movie is?
That is not how I would describe it.
No,
But
I
it
don't
is-
think it-
oh,
I don't think it
okay.
has anything to do with that.
All right, well then I'll shut up. Your turn, PvP.
You've
I
watched the
passed
movie, have you,
conch.
Scotty? Like,
No, I've never seen it. I've never seen the movie. That's why I was asking.
Well, yeah,
Stupid questions.
I would suggest watch the movie because I think you might like
but
it, Scotty.
Well, I can't do it right now. I'm talking.
No,
to you
I
guys.
didn't say do it right now.
But Scotty,
All right.
can I just say
All right,
this?
I'll watch it
Because
right
you-
now. I'll be right back.
Exactly. We'll
Scotty,
be back.
You'll be back
Scotty,
in 2
We'll
hours.
start a Cosme.
Scotty, you and I and Jill and PvP have something in common. We adore good cinematography, and this is some of the best cinematography you will ever see in any movie in any genre.
What's the name of the star of the movie? Because he was J. Jacob Astor in Titanic. He was obviously very prolific in a soap opera. I don't know which one because I'm a heterosexual. And
I gotta mute.
Okay, we need a clip of that if we can get that, Jill.
but it's the same guy, and he was in the Planet of the Apes movie where Zira and Cornelius come to 1970s. So
He was in numerous
Eric Braeden.
things, and originally where he's born, we're not going to look at where people are born, but he was not born in the United States, and he brought a certain sensibility to the role. For I don't want to do spoilers, but he is influential in the movie, and bear in mind it is a science fiction, not science fantasy movie, so you can kind of look. I don't know if it's a spoiler, but you can say mad scientist. But
The main actor in the film was Eric Braeden.
Thank you.
That's
born
so
in
sad.
Germany, and his actual original name was Hans Gutergast. And if any of you people have ever seen the 60s TV series, The Rat Patrol, which was on for 2 seasons, and it was basically Americans and Brits in their little jeeps with their machine guns driving through North Africa, sabotaging tank battalions of Nazis, and it was a pretty
the
awesome
original
show.
A-Team.
It was a great show.
Yeah.
Rat Patrol is an awesome show. I mean, it's kind of one note, wonder, but it's really good, right? But he was the star in that, and he's a star in the movie.
Well, that's cool. That's great. Thank you,
He's a
PvP.
good actor.
One of the things that I like on the poster is that this is before the rating system, but it says in the corner, "Not suitable for children." And
that's
there's a
that's
novel.
the tipping
It comes with
point.
a novel.
This is why you and I are friends, Jill. is because the thing that, you know what, I'm not sure if I want to see this film. And then you see it catches your eye just in the bottom left hand of the corner of the poster. Not suitable for children. And you're like, I'm in,
yeah. Let's go.
Well, can I just say one thing? Since you mentioned the novel, Jill, after Raquel and I watched the movie together, of course, Raquel had to do the research, even though I constantly asked her, don't do research before seeing a movie. Don't do it. It's going to do spoilers for you. Just watch the movie with me, enjoy it, comment as you like. And then she said, I've got to see the novel about this. I got to see it. And so it is a good novel. It's a good novel, and the entire story is great. But look, the entire cast is fantastic. The entire cast is fantastic. The editing is amazing. But you look, for people who are younger than 45 years of age, and PvP knows what I mean.
Well, no, I'm older than 45.
You don't look it, though.
I know. I look great. Thank you for
You
noticing.
do look. I'm not joking. I'm an illustrator. I know what 45 looks like. You don't look 45.
Clean
The situation.
living.
But the situation
I don't believe that for a second, Scott.
Despite
but
your
PvP, but PvP, you will understand this. There is slow, cautious editing in a great science fiction film, and a lot of people under the age of 33 will not relate to it.
The pacing, that's what I was trying to get at, I guess, when I was talking a little bit earlier, is the pacing it's kind of, you know, well, it's pacing. It's like it takes its time to unfold the story, and that's what makes the damn movie so damn good and makes it so damn scary. Because
that's the word you use.
Once, right? It takes
I
time
use the word PvP. I use
fear.
PvP. I use the word ruthless. The pacing and the editing is ruthless because it allows you, as a viewer, as an audience member, nowhere to run. You can have a moment of hope in the movie, but then when the villain in the movie, no spoilers, decides to step up the game, your hope is ruined. And that's what makes.
You know what I love about Forbin the most is it's like I'm there. It's like I'm one of them.
Oh, that's great.
Like,
I love a movie that can do that.
It's like I might be a guy in the back room somewhere, but it's like I'm in the movie when I'm watching it.
And that is what this movie is about. It puts you there. That was a great point, PvP. It puts you in the seat of the people who are making the mistake. And if you can be in the seat of the person who was making the mistake, look, Raquel talked about this, and anti-derivative Jill understands this. That means you are sleeping in the bed of Victor Frankenstein, who made the mistake.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
He,
totally,
he created life, and that's what artificial intelligence could be doing. It could be making life. And I want to say hello to Princess Fiona. She's here.
And
so good
Princess
to see you.
Fiona is a magnificent person on the internet. I'm really glad you're here, Princess. I'm really glad you're here. And Princess Fiona, according to what I know, also loves Colossus, the Forbin Project. But
good.
I might be wrong about that because I've been on so many streams and chats. I can't remember. I mean, she has said so many things, just to credit to a member in the chat, okay? She loves so many great things. I can't keep track of it all because I'm old compared to her.
Well, I've only met her in chat. But Princess Fiona's chat comments, her chat comments are always very intelligent. I do enjoy chatting with her in the chat. I wish she would come on the panel, actually.
Well, I mean, Princess Fiona has never said a stupid thing in her life. She may have said things that piss people off.
I recall one thing.
Scotty, why don't you play the Ignorance is Bliss card right now? That'd be really good right now. Oh, yeah.
I wish I had Ignorance is Bliss right now. I wish I did.
We're
talking about AI,
too.
Max.
Yeah.
We're talking about AI, and look, Max, I don't know if you want to talk about your previous career. I'm not gonna go talking tales out of school, but you understand when I talk about Max Ray, and we talked about that.
Yeah.
And you understand how that whole tradition is being destroyed. You understand how the grain of film is being destroyed by what's happening right now. And the grain, and you understand this, the grain actually provides an emotional effect to the audience. It means a lot.
Absolutely. No,
it's artificial.
No, whoa. Wait a second. Let's Scotty, let me not rightfully put you in your place. Photography. Film photography in the form that
don't talk to
dominated
me
the 20th
like I'm a
century.
noob.
Scotty, I love you. I'm just not in love with you. You know, I
I
respect
understand
you
that.
even
We've
when
accepted
you,
this.
Scotty. I respect you even when I'm talking at you. Okay.
Explain the story.
All right. Film photography that dominated the 20th century was essentially silver halide crystals suspended in celluloid. And the way you expose it is you expose light to enough of the parts of the silver halide crystals, you have transformation. And then the chemicals would, but he's right, it's chemistry. There is something that is lost in the process of digital that can be very well simulated. Very well simulated. However, there is something lost, which is why I still have a freezer. DVB, I said I'm not in love with him, okay? This is why I still have a freezer of slide film. Tungsten slide film.
Wow.
Okay?
Holy crap.
This is film. Sure. This is when you had film there was daylight and there was tungsten for hot lights or when you were shooting at night. So, there is an actual factual difference. Now, for almost 20 years now, 20 years ago was pretty much the point where digital crossed the precipice to say, the technology and its novelty and its cost effectiveness now starts to outweigh the proven effectiveness of film. But still, film is still with us. We still have film. It's not perfect. It's not great. Polaroid's chemistry.
In the
was,
words of the philosopher Paul Simon, please don't
Yes.
take my Kodachrome away.
Yeah, well, Kodachrome went. There was a point at which it's like, okay, some labs are still developing it, but then they had a deadline, and anyhow.
There's a thing
Yeah.
that comes with film versus digital, and I am not an advocate for. I appreciate the fact that digital has opened up home brew filmmakers, people who
You
are
can just
making,
use. Some people can use their cell phones to make
exactly.
Yes.
These people are creatives
No
who
doubt.
are doing what they're doing, and that I absolutely advocate for digital use in that way. But I also appreciate there's a thing that Hunter S. Thompson said is that if you want to actually understand what it is to write something, do it physically because you can't go back. There is no delete. He was talking about the using computers, and he's like, I can't delete what I wrote. I meant what I wrote.
Yes.
And that's what I think. That's how I feel about film. Is
And-
that you create the moment, or at least the
Yes.
illusion of reality. And
Yeah,
I
when
think
you-
that,
when-
I think digital
Yeah.
can fuck with that huge. And I like the
Yes.
immediacy of film, and I feel that digital is more of a backspace.
Well, if we bring AI, everyone, I don't. It's not AI. It's not intelligence. It's not sentience. It is simply we are at the point where we can economically process large amounts of data in a time efficient manner. It's adaptation, not it is not intelligence.
That's right. It is data mining, and
This is why This is why I'm bringing it up, Max, because Max, look, you're a sci-fi fan, plus you're an artist, plus you had another gig, another profession, not just a gig, a profession.
Yeah.
I understand that. We talked about that privately. I'm not going to tell tales out of school.
Tell tales out of school.
No, I'm not telling tales out of school.
Are we talking about my legal or financial?
Let's go.
Look, I don't want to go into that.
Survey says.
I just want to verify. I just want to verify that Max artistically and aesthetically knows what he's talking about, because we had a long conversation about this, Max, after a certain stream, and you know what you're talking about. Okay,
Yeah,
and I remember that.
You know, digital is faster. It's faster. There's no doubt. There was a time when the army needed a supercomputer. They didn't want to buy a supercomputer. So what did they do? They hooked up like several hundred PS3s together, and they had a supercomputer which they could keep upgrading until Sony came out with some firmware and said, "Oh, you can't link PS3s anymore," and they couldn't upgrade it anymore. So computers are. Let me finish this thought.
Imploded?
Let me finish this. Let me finish this one thought. I remember Robot, Tom Baker's first serial, and there's a point where he has to put into the computer the counter codes to not launch the nuclear missiles. Computers are very fast, but very, very stupid, but very fast. So if you tell it, he's just typing these codes into the computer extremely. So if you tell it to kill you and you have to countermeasure it, just make sure you're very fast.
Well, I have one look, just because I have to make one comic book joke that Max will understand, okay? And then I'm going to let it go. I'm not going to make a single other comic book reference for this entire stream, okay? But with
You
AI,
sound like a mole man.
Look. Okay, give me a second here, Scotty.
Give us the reference, please.
Give me a second here. The thing is, and PvP will understand this, and I know Max is going to understand this. If you want a Jim Steranko 1968 Nick Fury look using AI, if you don't know the keyword Jim Steranko art, the AI cannot find it for you because it needs to know what to look for. And therefore, you can't find it. And therefore, the result will be messed up.
But even then,
Tommy from the Guinea Pig Collective says AI is a set of programmed responses, a poor attempt at intelligence.
Yeah.
But let's take the modern form of intelligence in that comparison.
And the only safeguard is, for example, Adobe Firefly. It will. I'm sure it's going to mine your stuff to hell and back, but it's going to protect other people's copyrights. And also, I was doing this for Raymond Feliciano's show. I said, show a hedgehog riding a bomb. It's like, no, that's prohibited. It's like, a bomb? So I had to Photoshop. I had to do the Photoshop work to put Pudgy on the bomb like Slim Pickens.
Did anybody remember, like maybe half a year ago, when Google got in a lot of trouble because you type in "happy white family" and happy, but they said there wouldn't be a white family.
Well, and also on top of that, PvP, it was also making historical figures differently cultured.
Like black Yahtzees, if I may say.
Yeah, because you don't know what a program is programmed to do, what its limits are.
But it was totally false against history. Like it was totally wrong.
What, like Hamilton?
To history, right?
Like White Man's Burden with
Travolta and but no, Scotty R37, you're talking about an artistic interpretation of history, which is that kind of thing is fine. But this was you're asking
badly programmed technology actually running amok.
Because I know there's certain people of a certain religion that would have seen those AI images of Google about WW2 and been extremely offended. I would have been extremely offended, and I'm not even of that religious faith, right?
Oh my God! Basically, whatever you asked it, even real life history, it was giving you
people of color.
African American people, black.
Oh, do we have the clip?
For
do we have the clip?
Oh, let's not.
No, I want it.
All I'm going to say is
Sorry,
this.
guys.
Woochie coochie coo.
I have a good friend. He went to Dartmouth, really smart guy. I mean, this is a guy who's helping me start my business. But I talked to him about the Kaiser and World War One, and he said, "Who's Kaiser? Who's the Kaiser?" I'm like, "Oh my God." You know, I'm just saying,
Max,
it's my yes.
Max, there is somebody who is intellectually intelligent who didn't know what Kaiser meant.
Yeah, it just befuddles me. Sometimes these are the basic. To me, these are the basics, and I'm like, you know, if someone who is my intellectual, who I look to as an intellectual peer, who's younger than me, and we have all this misinformation, I'm like, oh God, should I be losing hope? No, I must be terminally optimistic because I always am.
Look, I don't want to get too deep here because Star Trek was actually very deep, but out of respect to sci-fi, I have to bring this up, Max. That's like someone who wants to talk about World War One and doesn't understand the relationship between Austria, and Yugoslavia, and a certain incident that happened that set everything off.
At the very least, he did know Franz Ferdinand, and on my desk is my grandfather's Iron Cross that he got for fighting for the Kaiser in World War One.
Right, but you understand what I mean. If people don't understand that you understand this term. You had a patsy who got set up to hold. Well, I can't say that on YouTube, but you know the situation I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's okay on my channel.
Yeah,
no, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it directly.
Very passionate.
And you know, you can have a situation where one individual, and this is a part of sci-fi. This is important to sci-fi. An individual who is misused that can cause an entire international war, and that caused sci-fi writers later to write about interstellar wars.
Oh, you mean like Edith Keeler?
Oh, I'm fucking off from this.
Set me
I
off.
don't want to talk about it.
Okay, so Princess Fiona says, fun fact, Kaiser as well as Tsar is derived from Caesar.
Well, and this is the thing, Princess Fiona, it just occurred to me while we were discussing Caesar and Kaiser. I've been playing Fallout New Vegas, and they pronounce Caesar Kaiser. And I was just like, wait a second. It's kind of a correlation.
The only good Kaiser is a Kaiser roll.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just thinking when I buy Kaiser rolls next time, I'm going to be thinking of eating Caesar. That's a bit disturbing, I got to say. But...
Well, that's why when I said to myself, when I said I wanted a hot dog and fries, I got myself brioche buns.
Well, let me just
brioche are good. Brioche are good. Yes.
Booger adds, back in my day, we didn't call it sauerkraut. We called it Liberty Slaw on account.
Was that in 1952?
That's like freedom fries, is it not?
I wore an onion on my side because that was the style at the time.
Well, also, Max, to back you up on that and backs Jill up and everyone else on that, there is no soft C in the Celtic or Gaelic languages. So there's no such thing. There is no such thing as Boston Celtics. It should be Boston Celtics.
Boston Celtics. Well,
Celtics.
You know what?
Try selling Larry Bird that.
There's a Star Trek novel that addresses that. It's an argument between Bones and Spock, and it's like, oh, the Celtics. And then and then Bones says, I thought it was Celtics, and it's like, whatever got you to that conclusion, Doctor? And he's like, well, there was a basketball team in the 20th century, and it's like, yes, Doctor, we should trust the NBA.
Now, Scotty, I love that joke. But the thing is, you must respect about both the Cymric, meaning Welsh, and that's the way they that's their name for their language, the Cymric, and the Cymry is the nation of the Welsh, and you respect the Gaelic, which are the Irish. This is a joke, Scotty, so I apologize in advance. It's going to be a bad joke. They designed their language to be non-phonetic so the Romans could not invade properly. That's why it happened.
It was a code. Their language was a code.
So
which is very sci-fi, right? Very sci-fi.
Language is the defensive
Hemba,
system.
his arms wide.
Language is the defensive system. Does that make sense?
Yes. There's the story of the Tower of Babel. They wanted to, in the Old Testament, they wanted to build a tower to go and battle God. God did not strike them down. He just gave them all different languages, and they couldn't communicate, and they scattered.
But Max, that is a brilliant question.
But eventually we made a rocket ship to the moon.
But regarding the Tower of Babel, which is sometimes pronounced Babel. Now, Max, if you tell AI Babel, what is it going to look for versus Tower of Babel, and how can it help you out depending on the story you're going to write? You know what I mean?
Yes. I mean, I honestly, it's where I'm at a disadvantage because I am a really great user of technology. I'm not so much of an engineer and a coder. And it's hard for me to understand how these are programmed. I mean, if it was up to me, if there was something like if there was a question that wasn't beyond a certain threshold, that didn't meet a certain threshold, then the AI would ask a question. Well, did you mean this or did you mean that?
I understand completely, but this is why, as a credit to Jill, I'm not using this to blow my own horn, Jill. This is why I want everybody, and I asked Raquel to watch Colossus the Foreman Project, because what Max just said here is the crux of the movie, no spoiler. It's about a coder versus an understander.
And after I was on 70s rock fan discussing war games, I'm like, oh yeah, okay, now I got to watch Colossus.
War games is nothing compared to Colossus the Foreman Project. I love war games.
Okay.
Don't get me wrong. I do love it, but there could be no war games. In case Jill has seen it, there could be no war games unless Colossus the Foreman Project happened. There could be none.
Well, the one good thing about AI is it doesn't have any pride to hurt. So when you correct it, it says, "Oh, thank you for the correction. Here's the thing," and I'll
That's
do
important.
it for you.
So you haven't heard about those arguments people get in with AI? And
That's true. For some reason, I haven't gotten to an argument
gets
yet
really
with an AI.
bad.
Oh, you're right. There are exceptions to that.
Thank you, Richard.
I
Thank
want to
you.
say hello to Saint Alia of the Knife.
Hey,
is that a new person, Jill? Like,
yeah, this is a brand new person. Thank you so
Welcome.
much for stopping by.
Is it Alia or Alia?
That's a good. That's an excellent
or
question.
maybe it's Alia. I don't know.
Right on.
No, it might be Aaliyah. It could be Aaliyah.
Aaliyah says, "Hey, hello everyone. AI, Butlerian Endeavor. Now,
Butlerian. That is not a word I like.
Oh,
Get me a
not a word I
Cogsworth.
like.
I want a Cogsworth.
Nice.
I think with all this AI talk, no offense, guys, but I want to go watch Twisted Bear by Neil Breen. nothing says slam your head into a table harder than watching Neil Breen try to mansplain a script to you.
I've never seen a Neil Breen movie, and nor am I all
Have you
that
ever scratched your
interested
dick
in
with
it.
a hammer?
7 times, and all of them I came.
All right.
Huh. Thanks, Scotty. I'm not
I'm
visualizing
not
that
the
at
one
all.
who brought up my dick with a hammer. It just happened to be 7 times. I beat my dick with a hammer, and each time I came. The question was
Let me
asked.
get
I
over here.
answered the question.
Okay, wait, never mind. I don't want to know.
Thanks for that information, Scotty, but I didn't really need you to share it
Where's
with me.
Snortopoopus when you need him?
Look, if we're going to go from AI and intelligent discussion to Neil Breen, there's a big problem here.
That's dick hammers. Let's maybe go to something
I didn't
else.
bring up the dick hammers. I don't know why everyone's mad at me for the dick
I
hammers.
don't know who
I'm not
Neil
mad at
Breen
you.
is.
I just am saying.
I don't
like,
get mad at anybody.
Jill,
I'm being
I'm
reminded.
going private chat here.
Neil Breen.
All right, let's see.
Oh, okay.
Let's go to the news. Talking about dick hammers.
It's Mars Monkey Me.
Yeah, Mars Monkey Max says we can't let those Romans intermarry with our people. Does everyone want those big noses? Oh my God, what is that quoting?
I don't think all.
What? Where does that
I
quote
don't
come
think
from?
all
Does anybody
people of
know?
Italian descent have big noses. I know some Italian people, and they have nice noses.
I don't even know where this quote comes
Seems
from.
like Monty Python, maybe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's probably something silly.
Like maybe Life of Brian.
There was an episode. There's an episode in the first season of The Sopranos where Tony and the gang are sort of beating up on a Hasidic Jew, and because he needs in the Jewish faith, the wife has the right to a divorce, but the husband has to grant the divorce, which in Judaism is called a get, and he won't do it. And they're trying to beat him up, and he said, "Okay, you can't do it." And when it comes to it, like one of the final scenes, the Jew is describing Masada, and like the Jews fought the Romans for 3 years. Like, where are the Romans now? And Tony Soprano says, "You're looking at them."
Right, but also, just because you're going to bring that up, Max.
Yeah.
Look, it's just because we're science fiction people for the main part, not science fantasy.
Yeah.
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong. If a Jewish woman has a husband who refuses her, shall we say, conjugal appreciation, you know what I mean?
Yes.
She has the right to appeal for a divorce.
Yes, they can go. You can go. They just David Chase didn't want to write about the based in the Jewish rabbinical court.
You know what I mean? It's like, okay, she's
well,
willing to go. He's not willing to go. She has the right to petition for divorce, and I think that's a noble thing.
One of my favorite Law and Order episodes was the murderer, who was actually played by he was played by the bald guy who is like Charlotte's husband, the divorce lawyer in Sex and the City. Anyway, he was adopted by a Jewish family. He killed one of the other families in this leather shop, and he escaped to Israel, and Israel sent him back, and they say, okay, he's adopted, he's not born Jewish, he converted to Jewish, let's send him to the Beis Din. And the Beis Din said, we wouldn't say that he lives a conventionally Jewish life, he can be charged. And the second they said that, the father says, Ashanda! Your mom says my parents died in the end. It's like, Ashanda! Which is Jewish, which is Yiddish for what a tragedy.
Right, but see, this also brings up the AI thing. And I know I'm going to be very pedantic and bring it back to the topic. But Max,
No.
If somebody doesn't know how to ask the AI about that, how can they create a story about that?
Yeah, and AI. I've had AI write out stories I said, please write this story in the voice of Andrew Dice Clay.
Oh my God! Please don't bring up Andrew Dice. Please do not. And Jill, please do not watch any Andrew Dice Clay comedy. Please don't do it.
Oh no! Okay, now there's a list of people I can't watch.
I'm looking out for you, Jill. We're looking out for you.
If you want
let me tell you,
ladies and gentlemen,
Tower of Babel.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Okay,
you
yeah,
have
wait
the
a second.
opportunity
Okay, everybody
to
stop.
watch
I wish
the
I could mute
adventures
everybody at once.
of Ford Fairlane.
You can. You
must.
just have to go turn off all the
I'm going to second that, but I will tell you, I got
Okay, wait. I haven't heard anything
sorry.
anyone has said for the past 20 seconds. I
Sorry,
want to
Jill.
hear first what DJ Play Nice wanted to add, because he doesn't get to add a lot of things.
Just that I hope that the conversation would turn itself towards establishing nomenclature. AI isn't going to be an extant being kind of thing. What the I indicates with the intelligence thing, if we remove that from the conversation, it's going to be a lot easier to deal with.
Yeah.
And I think one of the issues with humanity is that we would like to be optimistic while we are scared to death about something. Again, the thing that happens with if something is new, you don't understand it, so you don't like what you don't understand. Coming to grips with what that's going to mean, not just in this moment, but
is that we can't stop it. People are trying to say let's stop. We can't stop it. It's here, and we've got to learn how to deal with it. And I want to make sure I say hello to Canadian Spider-Man. He said God was a dick, Dang, those Babel folks were done wrong.
I'm going to turn you into a pillar of salt.
What are we going to do? Oh, what are we going to do? Smash the data centers?
Oh,
you know what we'll probably do is we'll get up in the morning, have a cup of coffee or tea or whatever the hell we do, and go on with our day and just try and survive for another day. And all these big wig AI guys want to rule the world are going to do what they're going to do.
Yeah.
And we will have very little say in it.
And Princess Fiona is correct here. She's saying you guys are all just talking about simulated AI. If we achieve the real thing, it's a different conversation entirely.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Good point.
I'm going to say this about the pillar of salt is that the event that's Lot, that's Abraham, the first Jew, is his cousin Lot. They're running away from it's him and his wife and his two daughters, and they're running from Sodom and Gomorrah. And the wife looks back and she turns into a pillar of salt. Well, in the commentary, and this is my favorite passage from the Old Testament, from the Torah. In the commentary, the Jewish sages admit maybe she didn't turn into a pillar of salt, but it is necessary for the next part of the story where Lot and his daughters are in a cave, and they both think the daughters think, oh, we're the only people left in the world. We have to reproduce.
Mm.
So I'm just going to leave that there. But I like it because the sages say, okay, maybe it didn't exactly happen that way.
See, and the thing is that if the Bible was written today, it would have been written by Stephanie Meyer, and it was at that moment.
Oh, don't bring her up.
Released.
No. Don't bring her up, Scotty.
There's
no point in talking about the Bible today because that's kind
Meyer.
What? We're writing the Bible for a modern audience.
Oh God. Okay, I'm sorry. Now you're making me sorry I brought it up.
That's garbage, Scotty. Sorry, I don't like to say that, but it is.
I'm sorry. So sorry.
Okay, I gotta stop. Let's stop right there.
I'll step away for a moment.
Well, that's okay. Everybody, I just have to thank Bruce Lombardo, Dick's Division. You're on the panel. You don't have to send super chat, but thank you so much. I hope this helps. I'm sorry for mentioning Neil Breen. I only talk about him because he makes you appreciate moderate or better films. I actually have no clue who Neil Breen is.
Don't look at him. Don't.
Yeah,
Don't do it.
I have no idea of him either, which is probably a good thing from what.
No PvP. Don't do it. But I just look. Everyone on this panel has a particular artistic or creative talent. So here's the thing, because if we're going to go sci-fi, and I keep bringing up sci-fi versus science fantasy, we have to play. We have a responsibility to play devil's advocate. So look at one talent you have compared to other human beings, and say what you would trust AI to do with that talent. Sci-fi question.
Interesting question. I have to really ruminate on it for a while to think about the answer. I just
you know what I do? What I would say is that I would trust AI to inspire me. It can help get my brain going. It doesn't help me do the end product, but I can look at AI and think, oh yeah, you know what? That's a good idea. I'll use that. And like PvP was saying earlier about Gorilla streams, I do use AI to make my membership stream thumbnails. I just think it's fun, but I always have to go into Photoshop to clean it up a bit and take
your thumbnails would better than Gorilla's, I must say, because it's not all the misspelling mistakes.
Yeah,
I treat AI. Oh, sorry. I treat AI like an encyclopedia. That's it.
I just want to quickly mention,
and even that it's worse than Wikipedia as an encyclopedia.
Yeah.
I just want to quickly mention, I posted earlier in private chat a little thing that Hunter S. Thompson wrote to a young man, 1958, I think it's dated, even before I was born. Holy crap. But he wrote it to a young fan who wrote him a letter asking him for advice on how to live his life. And I've read this one years ago, guys, but I always thought it was one of the best things I ever read about how to think about conducting your life in the world. And I posted it in the private chat. There's a link there. to a blog where it's posted. And I just thought Hunter, he gets the gonzo crazy man, drunken drugs, I think he ended up, self-deleting with a pistol, crazy man stuff. But Hunter S. Thompson was also a damn lucid, very, very thoughtful journalist and a very, talented writer. And I think the letter he wrote back to this fan of his, and he didn't have to even take the time to do it, but he wrote many, many paragraphs, giving advice to this younger person. And I thought it's a very inspiring letter, so I just wanted to share it if any of you guys care to read it. And that's about it. I'll shut up.
Okay, thank you.
It's a beautiful letter, like seriously.
And this is for Bruce, because I like to play clips when someone says super chat.
This unit is different. It is well ordered.
How's that for a slice of fried gold?
Uh-oh.
Oh, yes. Jackson Roykirk.
Oh, my.
Yeah, right, exactly. And yeah, definitely appreciate that. Also, you increased your membership to Plus C Nation Integrators. Thank you so much for doing that. I appreciate the extra help there. Definitely inspires me to do more.
I did that because I said something that I probably shouldn't have. Even though I'm broadening your knowledge of bad media, you should only delve into it when you're like, I'm getting ready, and next season I'm going to watch a really good television show. I'm going to watch one episode a day of it, and I want to really appreciate it. But before I go into that Shakespearean level of TV show like The Wire, or something like that, which I think The Wire is top TV. But before I do that, let me go watch some Neil Breen, or let me go find some horribly executed media. Let me go watch something that will make me want to break my media devices, because
my God, no.
Yes.
The chaos. I do get what you're saying. I do get what you're saying.
Let it flow through.
I want you to have experience of bad. Otherwise, you'll never love. You'll never be able to really enjoy what you really love. And I mean, thank God for Discovery. Thank God for Kurtzman. Okay, because if that schlup didn't get his hands on my favorite sci-fi TV series franchise, we never touched it, I wouldn't have the value for what I do love today. And discovering something like Babylon 5 or Space Above and Beyond, I wouldn't have valued it nearly as much.
Yeah, that's a fair
I'm gonna say this. I am glad that I am glad that I found Clobby, because it would have been really hard to find a Blake 7 fan as big as me.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
He was the biggest. He's amazing.
It is
and I didn't want to. This is not the way I wanted to become the biggest Blake 7 fan. I'm just going to say that. Anyway.
No, but it's so interesting that the people that I have met on the internet, the two biggest Blake 7 fans that I knew, have both passed away.
Well, I'm a humongous Blake 7 fan.
But
Cardinal Sin wanted to review it too.
We were supposed to do it with Cardinal Sin.
Yeah, we were setting it up and trying to
somebody
find
needs
time.
to take up the mantle, is what you're suggesting.
No mantle.
No?
No mantle. It's just the people that I miss, to absent
Yeah,
fans and
I
whatnot.
missed them
Okay.
too.
I don't think there's any causality between both of them being Blake 7 fans and passing away, though.
Does anyone
I
believe
certainly
that?
hope not.
It's a curse.
Okay, so does anybody believe that
There's a
70% of Americans now have nanobots in their system? And
I have
how does
nanobots.
such a thing occur?
Oh,
Bots.
sure. What the hell?
Bots.
I'm being totally facetious with that comment. Is there a Nanobot song? Nanobots, nanobots,
Oh.
nanobots.
Nanobots.
Oh my god, I have to
More
make
than
this.
meets the eye.
Everywhere.
Dead man.
Nanobots all beyond.
Nanobots, nanobots,
We are the nanobots. Da-da-da.
Anyway,
Okay, so
Dead
guys,
Man Walking
Dead Man Walking
says-
says, I woke up to come and say, don't listen to anything Hungry says. That's it.
I like Hungry. I listen to most things he says.
Says the man
Hungry.
who kills Kriegsmarines.
Oh no,
Of
Hungry
course, he's just
again.
joking. He's Dead
of
Man
course.
Walking streams with Hungry most of the time.
Jill, I have something for you. I just made it. They're anti-derivative Jill stickers.
Oh!
Go to the merch store.
I need one of those.
They're little clear stickers, and I just put them on my laser printer. So
Delightful.
you have a sticker
Can
now.
I see that one more time? I need to see it.
Yes,
a little
sir.
bit
Hold
closer.
on.
We just want to see you
It's,
topless, is all.
I'm wearing a tank top.
Okay, all right.
I thought I was the one
See?
who shirtless
Hold on.
streaming, and I was
Scotty,
kind of
you
happy,
didn't
but
get
then
your
Max
wish come
Ferguson
true.
revealed he had a tank top on.
I didn't
See?
know the stickers were covering it up.
Wow, that's cool.
It's clear.
What do they say? What do they say?
They say anti-derivative. They say anti-derivative Jill.
Sweet.
Oh, very cool.
They're prototype. They're prototypes. Okay.
So
They're
when are we
one-offs
gonna-
and what?
when are
Is
we
that a
gonna
pimple band-aid?
when are we
I
getting
don't
a
know.
copy of
I
it?
mean, look.
Is
You know
that
what?
pimple band? What's a pimple band-aid?
4
I've
minutes
never
ago,
heard of a
they were,
pimple band-aid.
4 minutes
Seriously?
ago, these didn't exist even as an idea. Now they exist. That's just because
They
the laser
exist.
printer is
You
under my
created.
desk.
Oh my god,
You rule. You're a wizard, Harry.
that's cool.
Thank you.
Canadian Spider-Man says, I've been known to appear topless once or twice. Yes, Scotty too.
I've done it too. I've shown my nipples.
Yeah, well, when it's summertime and it gets warm, I am topless, but nobody wants to see it. Believe
You
me.
know, the opposite of a derivative is an integral, so you could have the nickname Integral Jill. Yes, thank you.
You know, I am wearing shorts. I'm full. I am technically pretty fully dressed.
I've got socks
So,
on.
Jill, if
Well.
Jill suddenly showed up and challenged your wonderful channel, would it be like a civil war between integral Jill and anti-derivative Jill?
It would be
Does
like
she
it
have-
would be
does
like
she
the
have a
alternative
goatee?
factor.
That would be
What are the colorways for
like,
each?
that'd be like mirror or something, though, right?
It'd be like Rocky IV.
Ba, ba, da, 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 da.
One of my favorite scenes in all of Star Trek.
Right. This is the Vulcan heart. This is the Vulcan soul. These are the Vulcan knees. These are the Vulcan toe.
And in case anyone was wondering what Princess Fiona was wearing, she's in her Magnum PI PJs.
Oh, that's
Okay.
kind of cool.
Does
I
it
like
have the
Magnum
Ferrari?
PI.
Does it have Higgins wearing khakis?
Jeez,
Is the King Kamehameha? Where's the King Kamehameha Club located? I've got to
Princess
know.
Fiona, I can only imagine it's going to be white blue shorts with short blue shorts with white piping, and then also it's going to be a Hawaiian night shirt, but it's going to be short sleeve, and then I assume your nightcap will be a Detroit
One of the great
Tigers
themes in TV history.
baseball.
Dun 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 dun.
And there's that Ferrari.
Played the Tri-Toms in my high school marching band doing that theme song. It was better than a good time, I gotta say.
Hang on a second,
One
I'll
day
be back
I
in a
will
minute. I'll
own
be
a
back in
Ferrari.
just 1 second. with a
Great
little
show,
song.
great show, classic show.
One day I want to own a Ferrari 308 GT SI.
Oh, that would be cool, wouldn't it?
You can get Fiero kits for it. Find a Fiero and you get the kit, man.
Yeah, you know what? Since I am also a car guy, there recently was a Fiero Lamborghini Countach, and it was like actually, I mean, you could not tell the difference until you were close up.
But the Countach is the one with the gull-wing doors, is it not?
Oh yeah. Yes.
Oh,
I mean,
that's
it was
a cool car.
Magnum.
Countach is amazing, cool car.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, actually, it's supposedly a very horrible car to drive.
Probably,
but it
looks good. And now Scotty is sharing. Wow, have you watched all those, Scotty?
Not all of them, but I do pop them in.
It is a great show, though, is it not? It's so
It's amazing.
Selleck, I don't know if it's Selleck that's a great actor or if his mustache is doing half of the work. But
hey, he could have been Indiana Jones, and I wouldn't have liked it.
Well, I'm happy with Magnum for all those seasons
also
because I love that show.
Go anywhere.
He was Magnum. I mean,
there's the real star of the show.
Magnum. You're not going to stay on Robin Masters' estate, sleep in Robin Masters' bed, use Robin Masters' toilet paper, and not bring home Robin Masters' floozies.
That womb room that guy has, that should have never, ever stopped making women pregnant within a 10-foot radius of him.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Just want to give a little bit of the
JT Kirk
special features.
Oh, bonus episodes. Holy shit. Nice.
And JT Kirk is here. I want to say hello to JT Kirk.
Hail JT Kirk.
Hey, JT.
I am Kira, hear me roar.
Main character mustache. That's
oh, man.
Yeah.
Back in the 80s,
say hello to Todzilla.
Cool.
Hey,
Todzilla is here. Where did he go? I lost him.
Hey, Todzilla.
He wanted to say hi before he has to go to bed.
It's
so he decided to drop by.
To see Booger 414 has posed an interesting question, and in my opinion, the answer is quite possibly.
Wait a second. Let me pull it up before you respond to it.
Oh, sorry.
And that way everybody knows what you're talking about and what he's talking about.
Well, now you're pulling it up because I responded to it.
What if Robin Masters and Shirley Townsend were the same person?
What do you mean, what if?
I like it.
Okay.
What if the moon landing was actually faked? Who knows?
Yeah. What if the world was round?
Knows? No, the world is ovoid. The world is technically egg-shaped, Scotty. Get over it.
All right, you don't have to talk like Dr. Evil.
Okay. Sorry.
Oh, Princess Fiona.
I would take a ride on that mustache.
Thank you. I don't like
Magnum, someone scrolled "Yeehaw" on your bedroom wall. Who did that? That's Robin Master's bedroom.
There's a movie and it's got Sam Elliott, arguably one of the best mustaches of all time, and he says it's like mustache rides 5 cents.
I don't know, but now I want to see it. Yeah. Hold on, let me search the interwebs.
Like Tombstone or something?
No, I think it's either Mask or Roadhouse.
I'm going to break in here, Scotty. Dennis Weaver had the greatest mustache back in the 1970s. Dennis Weaver.
Hey, I'm not arguing that.
No,
was a great mustache.
Who was in Duel, the first big Spielberg film and one of his scariest movies.
That was not a big Spielberg movie. That was a made-for-TV movie.
Yeah.
That's still a big Spielberg movie because we all love it.
It was a TV movie, but was it not one of the first Spielberg films along with that episode of Night Gallery he did?
Yes, it was. And it was scary. And he was the first guy to make Dennis Weaver cry like a baby when Dennis Weaver was a tough guy on television.
Yeah, I remember McCloud. That was a pretty
McCloud was great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
you like Dennis Weaver, you're going to love Duel, man. You're going to love Duel.
For me, Duel has a special meaning because I actually experienced that once.
A lot of people did.
I had a crazy going from Kamloops to my hometown of Vernon. It's like a 2-hour drive. And it's like a 2-lane road, most of it. So there's not a lot of traffic. It's a lot of small towns, not cities. And I got this crazy truck driver on my ass. And I pulled over 2 or 3, 4 times to let him pass. And he would just stop and sit there. And as soon as I got back on the highway, he'd be like within 6 feet of my back bumper.
Oh,
Right.
that is
The
just, oh.
The only question I have is,
It
do
was
you have
very scary. So I totally relate to Duel as a favorite film.
do you have a pretty mouth?
That's just a stupid comment.
Squeal, boy.
No, I'm
Squeal.
comparing Duel and Deliverance.
The guy did not see my mouth because he's like 100 feet behind me, but he's in a fucking great asshole.
Well,
God,
do they have
things like that? I'm sorry.
do they have U-turns in Canada?
No, we've had
Look,
U-turns.
Okay.
Yeah, some people do make U-turns.
I just want to respect what
That's
PVD is talking about here for a moment. If you just
It's
give me a
not
moment.
funny though. It's terrifying.
No,
I,
it is
yes,
funny.
I rode my ass for almost 2 hours, and get this: once I got into the city limits of my hometown, which was about 45,000 people, I let him pass me. And you know, when I tried to chase him down to get his license number, guess what the fucker did? He bailed out of there like a bat out of hell as fast as he could, so I couldn't get his license number.
But
So
see,
that
here's
tells
here's-
you a lot about his intent, right?
here's the thing. I just want to say, if you're going to go into a deliverance situation, and let me tell you, there are numerous equivalencies in Australia. Okay, numerous equivalencies in Australia.
Oh, sure.
There are certain territories where if you go in and you have a certain accent or a certain driving manner, you're going to get into trouble. All right. Now the thing with Duel is this was just a guy trying to get home to his wife. That's the aspect of the movie. No spoilers. And you get into a bad situation. That is terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. And the fact that has been going on since the early 1970s to now, that is a good subject for a movie, right, PVC?
PvP.
PvP, sorry. But I mean,
I'm not polyvinyl chloride quite yet.
Now you want to do pipe on him.
Right. Look, all I'm saying is it's a terrifying situation.
It was really scary. I mean,
I
don't.
Yeah,
People make jokes about
how
it. If
old
you
were
have
you?
not lived through some major, like, ginormous truck riding your back bumper within 6 feet or even closer for hours, you have no idea
Honking?
how fucking frightening it is. It's not
Yeah.
fun. It's not fun.
It is. It's funny though.
You kind of allowed yourself to be terrorized. That's why I asked about the U-turn. I was trying to make it lighter. There were opportunities. If you want to duck off, if you're rolling out of Kamloops on the one, there are logging roads all over the place. You can't get in that.
I pulled off numerous times, and the fucker stopped. He stopped and he waited.
Wow.
And got back on the road.
That's scary.
This guy was not going anywhere, Edge. He was not going anywhere. He had a mission to fucking, to do bullshit, and he wanted to do bullshit, and that's what I say. As soon as I got to my hometown with a large population, because it was all small towns. Let me talk. It was all small towns for all that road along Kamloops. And once I got to a major city, and I pulled over, and he passed me finally. And as soon as he passed me, I got right on his ass, and I was going like 80 miles an hour trying to get that license plate. And that fucker, he must have been doing 120. He did not want me to be able to identify him. So there was intent. There was a serious intent. And anyway, I've said my piece. I've said my piece.
Well, I just want to back you up. Look, please, Scotty. Let me just
I
back
just
up.
want to know what kind of car he was driving.
I just want to back up my Canadian brother here.
Does it fucking matter what kind of Jesus Christ, Scotty?
Yes.
Scotty. I like you, but sometimes your comments just piss me off.
There's a Mack truck behind you.
What
kind of
Scotty, please.
Shut the fuck up, please, Scotty.
PV, I just want to back you up here. I just want to back you up here because there's a similarity between big stretches of road in California and massive stretches of road in Australia where there is nowhere to turn off and you have no recourse for mercy. if you know what I mean. And if the vehicle is bigger, you are in trouble. You are in trouble, and you know what I mean, don't you?
Well, I don't know if it's bigger because he doesn't know what car it is.
I was driving an Acadian. It was not a big car.
Okay.
But compared to a fucking semi that's pulling a couple of trailers behind it, I don't think it matters what kind of car I was driving, because this bastard was way, way bigger and heavier than I was.
Well, and the thing is,
He was a tandem. He was pulling two. It was a tandem trailer.
Yeah, he was pulling two. Yeah.
A tandem trailer over 100 miles an hour. That's some skill.
Yeah, I don't know what to think about that. I'm a professional driver, and somebody that's got that much weight on them, two trailers he's towing. Man, I want to see the video for this.
Look, it's on YouTube.
Hello.
You can find it. It's a terrifying
As
movie.
do I.
Oh yeah, the Duel.
I've got the
is
Duel
great.
movie. I've got
It
That's
is.
good.
It's on archive.org.
I did not know that it was a Spielberg movie when I first saw it.
Because Spielberg's Duel has a special meaning for me when I watch it, because I can relate to it on a personal level, which maybe you guys can't. So that's why I think it's to me, it's a very important film. And
I'm a
that's
good
all
driver.
I want to say. I don't want to fucking talk about it anymore. I probably should have never even fucking brought it up.
PvP. No,
I apologize.
please,
I shouldn't have brought it up. That's all.
Hey, I appreciate you bringing it up, because it's to a lot of people something is just a movie, but to you it's a very personal, private part of your life. So I appreciate you putting that out there.
It does happen.
Yeah.
Which is why I wanted to mention it, because probably to this day there are people experiencing this shit out there, and it's just not right, you know.
Did you ever see the movie Joyride? Because that was a thing that came out
Mm-hmm.
in like 97, 98. And it was similar to Duel, and it had Lily Sobieski.
1999, actually.
Timothy Zahn. Yeah, well, I'm close enough. Come on, Price is Right rules. And and Timothy Zahn and Paul Walker, with Paul Walker in that, and it was great. The same guy who did Buffalo Bill from Silence of the Lambs, he was the voice of the truck, because they only really communicated through CB. It's an interesting. It's sort of it's kind of the teenaging up of Duel, but yeah, no, it's not a bad flick. It's not a bad flick, and if you want to be terrified based on your own experiences, then that is something that you should watch.
And I'm so sorry you had to experience that PvP, but there was something weird about your story when you said he wouldn't let you get a picture of his driver's license. License plate rather. Is there no license plate in the front of the car in Canada?
Yeah, we have those.
I'm talking something that happened like 40 years ago, Joe.
Okay. It should have been easy to get.
And 40 years ago, it might not have been. And 40 years ago.
Let's not.
All I could do is if I could have wrote down his license number with my pen, that's how I could have reported him. But he just
put
pulled
it
it
right upside down in space.
So it
use a pencil.
It was a different era back then. Is what the reality is, right?
Yeah.
But I'll never forget it. If you haven't lived through it, being bullied by some guy driving a huge truck, if you haven't experienced it, I can't really describe the fear. I really can't.
Well, I can say this. I've had a gun pulled on me before, and it's like, it's not exciting. It's not terrifying. It's just, you freeze a bit. I must be different for people who are actually trained for it. I wasn't, but it's you freeze a bit, and then it's like you either survive or you screw up. I went into a bit of survival mode, and I just like, okay, hey, I'm not wanting to die today. And then you realize everything else, everything just sort of falls on you emotionally afterward. That's how
it gets easier. You had one off. It gets easier.
Yeah.
Yeah. I put it behind me.
If you survive,
Bruce Lombardo from Dick's Division says in San Antonio we have to have a functioning dash cam. Really? I didn't know that.
For my job,
lawyers will try to trick any trick to get one of us yanked into a courtroom. Dash cams should be mandatory for every vehicle.
Yeah, I really want to get a dash cam. Actually, I've been
Oh,
thinking about it
okay,
for a while
okay.
now.
Bruce, are you saying that it's law that people in San
No.
Antonio
For me
have
to
to
work
have
for
it?
the company that I work for right now, which is a sanitation company,
Oh, okay.
we have to have dash cam. That's part of our pre-trip. If we can't get the dash cam to feed into the server at work so my boss can watch what's going on live, then we're getting a different tractor. That's what we got to do.
Wow.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow. Okay,
I mean,
so it's a company thing.
I know that truck drivers used to just keep paper logbooks, and sometimes they keep two logbooks: the regular logbook and the logbook they would show the transportation people. And nowadays, it's all electronic, as far as I know.
It's getting more and more that way, and it's getting harder to do paper logs. But
Yeah.
you still are mandated to keep a paper log if in case your tablet dies or whatever ELD you've got, electronic logging device. So you still have that with a lot of smaller companies because, I'm waiting on my tablet to get replaced, when you get yanked in the scale house. So you have that.
I gotcha.
It's just they do have to have the paper backup just for that, if in case there's no way to salvage the electronic data. But for the company I work for, we have to have a functioning dash cam. We've had 3 or 4 guys get into wrecks and their cam wasn't working, and so they paid out hundreds or maybe even millions of dollars on that. So they forced us to do that, and being that we already work for 12 hours a day, typically is the average. We're just trying to save our ass.
That makes sense.
I come from, I used to be a paralegal, so, I know that like the big personal injury lawyers love it when it's like, oh, did you get hit by a truck? That's great. I'll take your case.
Yeah.
Because of the, a lot of it's because of the insurance.
Yep. Princess Fiona says road rage incidents have increased dramatically over the past 5 years. I've noticed people driving way more insanely these days than before, for sure.
Well, I'm in California, and I came here from Chicago, and I always kept my distance from the truck drivers because there was a while where, if you were a truck driver and you had enough cash, you could buy a CDL. But there was a really big scandal with that. And anyway.
Rob Pagoyvin.
People want to stay.
Actually, that was his predecessor, George Ryan.
Yeah, that was George Ryan.
There was a point at which we could say, 4 out of the last 8 governors of Illinois either ended up in federal and/or state prison.
There was 4 of them in prison at once.
Oh, huh. Anyway,
Oh my God! Congratulations! I have to say congratulations to Kiki of Doom. He says, "Hey guys,
yay! Good news! We love good news.
I'm having a baby in November. Crazy! That is crazy. Congratulations!
Congratulations!
Really great. It's really great. Awesome.
I love you, baby." And I won't sing any more of that song, but
Well,
hey.
I wanted something, so thank you for thinking of something. So.
Simple feeling.
I was just typing something in the private chat.
Then I'll take this time to give you a Hunter S. Thompson quote. I am a big fan of Hunter and his work, and so I had to look this one up. It comes from The Proud Highway, Saga of a Desperate Southern Gentleman, 1955 to 1967. He says, "Life should not be a journey to the grave with the intention of arriving safely in a pretty and well-preserved body, but rather to skid in broadside in a cloud of smoke, thoroughly used up, totally worn out, and loudly proclaiming, 'Wow, what a ride.'" I'm with Hunter.
Did you take a look in the private chat at my earlier post of one of the great letters that Thompson wrote to one of his young fans?
Did so.
It's a really good letter. I think that's one of the best letters I've ever read about how to get motivated to live your life. And kudos to Hunter. Like, by then, he didn't need to be writing letters back to anonymous fans, but he was a good enough guy that he did, right? And I just have total respect for people that'll do that to people they don't even know. So, yeah. I highly recommend reading that letter, guys, because it's a really good letter about life. It really is.
Yeah, thank you so much. Canadian Spider-Man says, I ate half a carrot cake myself, and it had a sugar high, and I had a sugar high. Not proud of it. I've never had carrot cake in my life.
Carrot cake is good.
Oh, you know what?
Carrot cake is good if you're in the mood for it, but let me
not,
just say this.
The thing is, I'm
Don't
not a
take
pet
any-
vegan.
oh.
So I'm not into carrots,
Don't
but
take any.
carrot cake has got enough sugary stuff in it that makes it good. Makes good use of carrots. Let's put it.
Oh no!
Put it
Now
that way.
Don't take
Persona wants cake.
Don't take any gut from these swine. Remember, if you're
Oh,
into trouble,
God.
you can always send a telegram to the right people.
Don't take nutrition advice from me though, because you shouldn't.
Okay, so Richard Spake says, "Oh no, Canadian Spider-Man is going to get arrested.
Oh,
Not
shit.
enlist elves to me. We have to find a way to smuggle Canadian Spider-Man out of Canada before he gets arrested." What are you talking about, Richard Spake? Did I miss something?
I don't think anybody
Justin
gets
Trudeau
arrested
is going to
out
have
there.
everyone arrested.
Hey, I'll
Oh,
tell
is
you,
that-
you got a better chance of getting arrested over in the United Kingdom right now with what's going on with.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, wait, Max
Let's pay
Winston, what do
attention
you
to
what do you
that. It's
know?
awful.
What do you know?
Oh,
Max
I'm
Winston?
just, I'm just. Look, I don't want to talk major politics. Let's just say,
Yeah, I know, but I have to understand what's going on.
I came from Chicago, a very liberal, very democratic town. I was born a liberal, raised a liberal, and a Democrat, and then I came to California. And in Chicago, there was always a certain amount of corruption, but it was always on top of it was always non-governmental. It was on top, and the roads would get paved. The roads would get paved, and people would have jobs, and in the winter you would have snow plows. But I came here to California, and I kind of said, "Oh, it's not here. This is great. It's just." But the thing is, here the corruption is in the government. It's so ingrained in the government. And then I take a look at Justin Trudeau and what their government is doing. I mean, there are if you had participated in a certain protest, you can have your entire all of your bank accounts frozen, for example. And I forget whether this is in Australia or Canada, but if you go past
Canadian truckers protest, are
yes,
not,
exactly. I couldn't think of
with
it off the
that,
top of my head. And I forget whether, like I said, whether it's in Canada or whether it's in Australia or both. If you want to take a certain amount of money out of the bank, you have to give an explanation as to why.
Yeah.
Things
Now
like
I
this.
understand. Now I understand Richard Spake's joke. It was because Spidey said in the chat about
He's
Peaky
gonna-
Doom that men
and-
can't get pregnant, and he was making a joke.
And then it's just
I don't know.
Yes.
Every
So
time,
I get it
every
now.
time I have Taco Bell, I get a little pregnant.
So
And so the thing is, the joke was that Spidey would get arrested just for freedom of speech things, just for saying
exactly.
for a funny
Yes.
joke.
I got it.
People
That's
are being
the
arrested.
joke. That's
joke
the
is that
joke.
people are
But
getting
No, the
arrested for
scary
jokes.
thing, though, if he was in the United Kingdom and posted something on Twitter, he
Yeah.
could get arrested. What's going
in the
Guys,
UK, there are people who are actually getting sent to jail for "quote unquote" hate speech.
Yeah,
and there's a UK minister, and there's a UK minister who says, "Okay, we're going to start extraditing people. We're going to start requesting extradition for people who are in America and making these comments in America, so we can charge them in the UK."
Yeah, and the one I read today, Max, was some fellow that is actually facing a court date with a judge. They accused him of hate speech because he might have said something that not even he said it. It's like we think he might have said it. Like you gotta look at the wording.
So let me do, Jill, just so you can understand it. If I said when I saw you in Louisiana, you had a dress that I thought made you look stupid, and that hurt your feelings, I could get charged if we were in the UK for harassment. No, I am saying I loved your dress. I thought if I was a girl, I would want one. I want a shirt like that. But if I said that online, and you said and you
Yeah, that's
claimed
not a
your
problem.
your feelings were hurt as part of a criminal complaint.
If you said
This is happening.
Is that for real? That's
Yes, in the UK.
Joe,
Oh.
I told Gorilla earlier today before we started the stream backstage, please go and watch the YouTube videos on YouTube about what's going on in England. The British people are rising up in the streets and rioting because of the illegal immigration. Three little British girls got stabbed to death recently.
Oh my God.
Yes,
Yeah,
and
because it's not.
it's very
even-
bad.
it's
I
not-
don't like
it's
to
not-
mention it, but
well, the problem is
go pay
immigration
attention.
is very often immigration is a good thing, but in this case, it's inorganic immigration. It's just people being flown in out of nowhere.
The thing is,
and
too, Joe,
it's
they just
really
got
bad.
a new prime minister, and instead of reaching out to the British people that are in the streets marching, peacefully protesting, I must say, from the videos I've seen, before they send in the riot police to break it up for no good reason. It's just like people are peacefully protesting, and now the government's brought in a law for online. If you post something on Facebook or Twitter or anywhere, if you say something like, okay, somebody
It's called the
posted-
Online Safety
there's
Act.
One guy that's getting tried posted something about being not a fan of Islam, like just something negative about Islam or a religion, but the government's rules called him a racist for posting this, and now he's got to go to court and face a judge. And
That's
it's like,
just
well,
not
last
right.
time I thought Islam's a religion. Islam's not a race, right? So
yes,
that's all fucked up. And go check it out, guys. Go check it out.
I mean, the law is well intended, but it's the good intentions that lead you to hell, because part of this law is racially. I'm reading this quote for quote from the site about the Online Safety Act from March of 2024. It includes content relating to including racially or religiously aggravated public order offenses, inciting violence, illegal immigration, people smuggling, et alia. But that can be so widely construed.
And I don't mean to be the lifeguard for this particular instance, but I am reading the private chat, and I tend to agree with Hungry. And I'd like to have Jill, can I see you at camera 2?
Yeah, well, I did ask a question about this because I didn't understand Richard's fake joke, and then once it was explained to me, I do get it now. So if you no longer want to talk about it, we're good.
I was just thinking maybe it had nothing, unless you wanted to ask what God had to do with a starship.
Yeah, what?
I watched a couple hours of peaceful British people protesting.
No, I know,
They're
and
just
this
walking
isn't the
down
channel to
sidewalk,
do it,
and then the riot squad starts.
in my opinion.
And don't get me started, as I am a Jew, but I don't want to bring that in here. I'm just going to mention it.
But you know what?
Jill,
Look at you,
you
you're one of the
did.
chosen people. Good for you.
I think
Jill, your address was fabulous, and everything that you said at the memorial was fabulous and brilliant, because you brought in the fact that Klabi had participation, and that I remember I said to you that was absolutely brilliant. It was off the cuff, it was organic, it was absolutely brilliant. I just said the dress because I wanted to bring home a point that you would understand about me theoretically putting out an opinion that hurt your feelings. Now, in this country, you just would have to sit with that and maybe not be friends with me.
And I'd be
but
fine.
in the UK,
I'd be fine with it.
But in the UK,
I would probably still be your friend,
it's against the law now, because it's considered bullying or hateful content.
I know that I normally stay away from politics, but this is the kind of politics that can actually seep into pop culture very easily.
Yes.
This kind of thing is illegal in Britain. The kind of movies that they make are going to start getting affected by this law also, and it's going to hamper down their creativity immensely.
Why should I object to that term, sir?
And it worries me in a larger sense because...
See, in our century, we've learned not to fear words.
It worries me in a larger sense because a lot of Hollywood used to take a cue from the UK, from what was on British television. Like so many of our game shows like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, Survivor, other shows in entertainment, they originated on the BBC and ITV and Sky in the UK first. So
it's reciprocal. It's reciprocal.
Yeah, I know. I'm just pointing out one thread of social movement and how it concerns me.
Booker 414 says, then again, England never had free speech. They have always been limited by what the king allows, which is why we have our First Amendment.
God save the king.
And
they never got facing court case if they posted something online before.
Yeah, God save the king from everything but his portraitist.
Oh my God! Did you see the portrait with his sausage hands?
It's
and he's got his really
Stammer, that new
inflamed
prime minister, is a
hands.
bastard.
What are you guys talking about my sausage hands for? Stop staring at my hands.
Do you guys like James Bond movies? Because Q had notoriously swollen hands. He had banana hands.
Banana. Somebody said the world is banana shaped in the chat. That reminds me of that. I didn't read that chat.
Sheep splatters can be employed to prevent.
Okay, but I want to read this from JT Kirk. These words.
I wanted to talk about bananas in pajamas.
No. Okay, can you read this for me, Scotty?
Yes, I can. JT Kirk in chat says, these words and the words that follow were not written only for the Yangs, but for the Combs as well. They must apply to everyone or they mean nothing. E plabnista. You have betrayed these words, large, prouder than the rest. These, we the people. Sorry, I went off script.
Can I read the next one? That sounded like fun.
Thank you. Yes. Okay,
Yeah,
you can read this one.
Okay, let's see. I will do it in the typical Christopher Walken voice. Sticks and stones, they'll break my bones, but names will send me to prison.
No, that was too Woody Allen. That was too Woody Allen.
Yeah, I know. Okay, I'm just going to stick to Macbeth. Sticks and stones will break my bones, but the names will send me to prison. Mendoza! I mean, Fiona!
Delightful.
I gotta work on my voices. Me? Oh yeah, I'm fine.
I'm very troubled.
Well, that's normal for you, Scotty.
Yeah, I know. And that actually brings me to the perfect point. Tonight's anti-derivative Jill stream is brought to you by Scotty R37 wanting a She-Hulk doll. If anyone wants to send me a She-Hulk doll, please feel free. I am at Scotty R37. Just send it to me. I just want the doll. Thank you so much.
Scotty, you've been railing for the same doll for 36 years. Give it up already.
No.
I thought that this show was. I thought that get to the chopper now.
I want it for Christmas.
You know, I thought this show was sponsored by Wayland Yutani, but maybe I was wrong.
Oh, that's right. I still have all my alien clips here.
Alien joke.
Game over, man. It's game over.
God, I saw Bill Pullman in an elevator once because Bill Paxton in a elevator once because his dad was staying at a skilled nursing facility that was in the same building as my dad's assisted living. I wanted to use that line so badly, but I'm like, no, you know what? Don't be that guy. Next time.
Max, I gotta ask you a question. You've seen Bill Paxton in Near Dark, haven't you?
I have not. Not yet.
Dude, no.
I'm sorry. You know what, Hungry? I'll put it on my watch this week.
Dude, it is the ultimate intelligent vampire film. It really is.
They don't even talk about vampires.
No.
What?
No.
What?
No. I'm doing Lewis Black here. No.
No. I'll watch it. I'll watch it for
They
you.
don't even mention vampires in the film.
No, I would never mention that movie, even though I love John Carpenter. Okay, but when you look at the film Near Dark, it is everything other modern vampires want to be but fail to do. It has action, it has great special effects, but most importantly, it has a brilliant script that shows due diligence to each individual personality. Each individual personality of each vampire.
I actually like Act 1 and 2 of that movie a lot. Act 3 gets a little soft for Bruce.
If you're going to tell me somebody did a vampire movie right,
I did.
I'll make
Yes.
it.
Jill.
I
Yes.
didn't. Oh my God! That he was the sniper in Navy SEALs. Wow. I didn't. I learned this to. Wow.
Cheeky of Doom says Paxton died, right? Yes, he's nice.
Yes. Like I said, the next time I see him. But you know what? My favorite Bill Paxton movie that I have seen thus far is please forgive me if I offend you, True Lies.
Yep.
I like True Lies.
Favorite?
I loved his performance. It was just I felt that he really put a lot into it, and it was a difficult role to make admirable, but but he did.
Oh, I think he was great in it. I can't say that he was bad.
I may, after watching all or most of his filmography, I might change my mind.
So out of the Bill Paxton oeuvre, I've never seen After Dark or Near Dark.
Okay.
What was the one?
Near Dark.
Yeah, never saw it. Sorry, I'm bad because I love Lance Henriksen and I love Jeanette Goldstein. I haven't seen Twister. I haven't seen Twister. Remember Frailty? Did he direct that? But he was in it. And never saw that. I think I saw parts of it, but I never saw the whole thing.
Have you seen the video for Fish Heads?
I've never seen the video for Fish Heads.
Look, Frailty. Okay, Scotty. Look, Frailty. You and I, we know about films that are an acquired taste, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
An acquired taste. Frailty is an acquired taste. I'm not going to say it's badly done, but it's not for everybody. Okay, it's not for everybody. But Near Dark, if you are an intelligent fan of horror genre, Near Dark, there is nothing Near Dark is going to do that is going to piss you off. Nothing.
Oh, I'm a Catherine Bigelow fan. I once saw did you ever see A Simple Plan?
Great movie.
Yes.
It is. If anyone here has not seen it, I recommend it. It is it's an extremely well-grounded alternative to Fargo.
I love Bridget Fonda.
That was a great way of describing it. My God, that's like a tagline for the movie. That's fantastic.
Yeah,
and that's a Sam Raimi movie too, right?
Was it? Yeah,
it's a Sam Raimi movie.
I at first I thought, oh my God, this is a ripoff of Fargo, but it's a completely, it goes in its own way, and like I said, it's a very well grounded version. It's a very well grounded version of Fargo.
But it's also very interesting because Sam Raimi is, or at least at the beginning of their careers, they were up and comers together. And, and so like Sam Raimi and
the Coen
brothers are like they were peas in a pod for such a long time.
But also I just want to ask Sam something. Are you, sorry, Max. Are you talking about A Simple Plan or Blood Simple? Which was
a simple plan.
Right.
Simple Plan.
And then you have
Thornton.
Yep, Billy Bob Thornton. Who was in it? Bridget Fonda.
Yes.
Yep.
Billy Bob Thornton.
But also
and the main guy,
Simple.
Bill Paxton.
My God, Blood Simple. When you want to look what the Coen brothers can do without studio interference, that's a film to go for. And
man.
that is one of the first films where our favorite female actress from Fargo and also Burn After Reading really made her bones. Really made her bones.
I have not. She is. I just haven't. I've fallen out of love with her. But you know what? I saw three billboards outside of Ebbing, Montana. I'm like, really? No. Oh my God, no! You did this. You did this. No. I could understand if you were along for the ride, but you did this.
Max, you're really pissed off that she was in a You were really pissed off that she was in a Transformers movie, aren't you, Max? That's what really pissed you off.
No,
that is the
no. You went along with this. You knew about this. If you gave me some Babe in the Woods swing, I would have gone with it. But no. Oh no.
What is it?
It is. It's a Martin McDonagh movie. She plays a mom whose daughter was deleted very roughly, and they live on an interstate. There's this other road that goes, and there's 3 billboards, and she says, okay, here's some money. Put these 3 scenes, like, what happened to my daughter? Why are there no arrests? Come on, chief. What the hell is happening? And it's just, it plays out like a Coen Brothers movie, but it's one of those things before Hollywood, before the crest of the Me Too wave. But it's one of I just didn't like it because it was that core competency of telling you how to think, not what to think.
Now I understand. The name of the movie is 3 Billboards.
3 billboards outside of it.
I thought you saw her on 3 billboards and something on the billboard.
Look,
I see you on a billboard. No, it's just I saw this movie and it's like
that
no.
makes sense now. Tiki of Doom said, "Did you turn 40 yet?" Not yet. Although I'm not going to.
I wish.
40. I'm going to celebrate 42, but I'm not yet.
I am well into the 40s.
Don't. Oh Jesus! I wish I could turn 40 again. You're so lucky.
Tiki, you just kind of got to roll with it, okay?
Youth. Celebrate being young. Don't feel depressed about turning 40.
I have photos of myself going back to 5 because my aunt brought them back from Chicago, from where I'm originally from. I'm like,
really good until my 50s, and that's when it all.
And I'm like, I would kill for that hairline. I would kill for that hairline back. Bring my hair back.
The only time that I have a picture of myself in blackface is when I was 5 and I was dressed up as Mr. T in Halloween.
For you.
Well, but I have a better. I also have a really great hairline, so I'm happy about that as well.
I got a full head of hair.
We're gonna find that photo. We're gonna find that photo.
I'm show it several times.
Wait, I have to back up Scotty here because on rare occasion, on the streams, and when the streams are over, Scotty and I have been hanging out after the stream, and I've seen Scotty when he goes for a ciggy. Okay, Scotty, I've seen you with a ciggy. I can back up the Scotty hairline. I can back it up.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Scotty is not bald.
You know what else I'd say, Mr. T? Mr. T had a cereal.
In the 20th century, no one will care if you're bald.
This cereal was featured in Pee-wee's Playhouse.
Oh, Mr. T cereal. Yeah, for sure.
And Mr. T did a voiceover for the 30-second commercial, and I don't know what happened, if he just screwed up the voiceover, they just didn't use any of the other clips. He says it's cool twice, and there's someone like an 80s rock, teaming up with Mr. T, going sweet, you're gonna be teaming with the T, that's teaming up with Mr. T, it's cool, teaming up with Mr. T, it's cool. Anyway.
Oh wow. That's pretty cool. But I want to say goodnight to Booger414. I just got home. Been up since 7 a.m. Going to get a couple of hours of sleep before work. Oh my gosh.
Well, as Tom Baker said in the Challenge of Wang Chang, sleep is for tortoises.
Well, no. Oh, that's what
Great
Johnny
clip.
Fever said. Get rest.
Yes. Yeah. Sleep well.
Sleep well.
And Mr. T cereal. I think I got a replica of that when I went to Alamo Draft House. They made a pretend one for as a little souvenir on the first day.
Wow.
Like
yeah,
if you
Mr.
want
T cereal.
If you want to get
basically
modern
corn pops.
No, I thought it was Captain Crunch, but in the shape of teas.
That was a really good cereal.
I think we're talking about
It
the
was
same
good.
thing.
Yeah. Corn Pops are Captain
Yes.
Crunch. Yeah, you got to.
Exactly.
Yeah, sure.
You see, we are more alike than not.
All right.
If you prick me, will I not leak?
Leak?
Now,
Thank
if you guys
Thank you for
could,
quoting data.
if you could ever get a hold of C-3POs and Mr. T's and combine those two cereals together,
Well, I suppose.
Well, if you did that, you'd be eating like 35-year-old cereal, but hey.
Weren't C-3POs just Cheerios?
Have you ever had an MRE?
I think
Yes,
no.
I have. Yes, I have.
I have a long time ago.
Okay.
I think C-3PO is a honeycomb.
It was.
Oh, that's a good call. That's a good call.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's a good call. Honeycomb. I haven't thought about honeycomb cereal in so long.
Honeycomb big. Yeah. It's not small. No.
Can you still get Cookie Crisp?
Yes.
Okay.
Cookie Crisp.
And who's teaming up with a good balanced
Oh.
Teaming up with Mr. T.
Mr.
Cereal.
Cereal.
Getting on the team that knows how cool breakfast can be. You get a crispy corn taste with a
Touch of brown sugar. Teaming up with Mr. T. It's cool.
Teaming up with Mr. T. Gonna
Kids, you need tea in you.
One bite, you're gonna be eating with the team that's teaming
I'll
up
come
with
over and
Mr.
give you the
T.
BBT.
Teaming up with Mr. T.
And
Now,
that
let me tell you
animation
this.
is killing me right now.
And
That
hey,
is
neck and
so
chin.
Let me
bad.
tell you, this aged pretty well considering that the Adult Swim had the Mike Tyson Mysteries.
Hey,
This
talk
is
about
way better than the Cosby Show.
Don't you talk about Mike Tyson Mysteries to me, Little Mr. Man, because I love that show. I really do.
I was saying that this played well considering. I mean,
You get the joke. You get the joke.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, the animation is not that bad, and the Mike T Mysteries not that bad, but the writing is fantastic, and the voiceovers magnificent.
Yeah. R.I.P. Norm Macdonald. I mean,
Oh
damn.
God, yes. Oh God, yes.
Frank
Oh.
Welker played Mr. T.
I'm getting sad for Norm Macdonald and
Merciless
good.
to my enemies.
Sorry, hungry.
I
That's not the one I meant to
got
get.
you
Hold
for a
on.
bit. I'm just.
Yes. I agree. Rest in peace, Miss Norm Macdonald. This is the only one I have of him as Yaphet. I need to get more.
What's the Norm Macdonald?
I thought these things were supposed to be Rangers.
Oh, I heard that one. I'm getting mixed up with another actor. Oh, sorry.
No, I mean, just watching his set SNL like weekend update around the OJ trial. I mean, because there was, I forget which, there was an NBC executive who was a very good friend of OJ Simpson, and he was telling Lorne Michaels, "Hey, stop that guy making OJ Simpson jokes," and he just wouldn't stop, and he just got more vicious.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like you watch him, and it's like, whoa, this is genius, like genius level stuff.
Gee, back in the day when they could get away with that, eh?
There's my favorite Norm Macdonald joke of all time is a moth goes into a dentist's office and says, "Hey doc, I'm very, very sad. My wife has left me. My children don't respect me. People think I'm boring. No one ever pays attention to me at all." And the doctor, who is a dentist, says, I'm a dentist. I can't help you with these psychological problems. You should see a psychiatrist. Why did you come in? And the moth says, "Well, the light was on."
Yeah. Oh gosh.
I was expecting a Dr. McCoy joke. I was expecting too much.
Well,
I gotta
well,
go.
be honest. You were expecting the aristocrats. No, I'm just kidding.
Hey, I just wanted to mention about the Coen Brothers' early movie, Raising Arizona.
Yep.
Did you guys not love that film? Like, I laughed my effing ass off at that movie.
It's a good movie, yeah, for sure.
It's a great movie. And it's one of what's the Pickles' early films, right?
Well, my favorite Coen Brothers movie is the Hudsucker Proxy.
Yeah, it's right up there with Big Lebowski.
Yeah, exactly.
I think I like the earlier shit more than the later shit. That's.
Do you want to know? Do you want to know something crazy about Nick Cage? Apparently, he is signed up to play John Madden in a biopic.
Yeah. But
that's going to be interesting.
Wow.
I'm a fan of Raimi films, and he has worked with the Coen Brothers. My favorite. My favorite Coen Brothers film, because it's got John Polito in it, who was a great character actor. Yeah. God rest his soul. I love John Polito, the man who wasn't there.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yes.
And that has Scarlett Johansson in it, and a whole bunch of other great. I mean, it is an ensemble cast to die for, Max.
I mean, I agree. I've seen it many times,
and it's black and white.
And I've learned to love it. I learned to love it all the more because I'm such a Sopranos fan. So
right, and it is a fantastic movie. And the other thing too is there's a movie that they cannot stand, and Mr. Raimi cannot stand, which is one of my favorite movies. And I'm going to hell in a handbasket for saying this, but Crime Wave from 1987, and that is a fantastic movie. And
someone is breathing on the mic.
But
I don't know if it's Bruce or
I'm
PvP.
trying to figure out who's breathing on the mic too.
I can breathe on the mic if you want. Is that so better?
Did Bruce fall asleep?
Nope.
No, it's not Bruce. I'm going around, Max, and I'm muting everybody to see who it is.
Right. The only time I'd be heavy breathing, I wouldn't be on one of Jill's stream. Does that make sense?
All I want to say, now that we don't hear the heavy breathing.
DJ.
Sorry, Jill.
It was DJ Play Nice. He fell asleep.
Okay.
But
no worries.
Crime Wave.
My mic is usually very silent unless I'm speaking.
He doesn't snore.
So I don't know what's happening there, guys.
See, if it was snoring, Jill, you'd know it was me.
Well, if I was snoring, I'd be like, it's not like that.
You know what the worst thing about being a narcoleptic is? Oh, sorry, guys. What was I saying?
That was good. That was really good.
Max, have you seen Crime Wave? Yes or no?
No, I have not.
Max, you got to find it. I might track down an archive.org or a rapid share for you.
I am a skilled online pirate. So.
Okay, you can find it. Okay. Crime Wave, directed by Sam Raimi, written by the Coen brothers, and it has the guy who played Bluto from Popeye with Robin Williams as the villain.
Ooh, okay.
That's enticing, right?
I'm going to find this right now.
And it has Brian Jones from The Fifth Element and Blade Runner. And they are co-villains, bro. They're co-villains together.
No, that's weird.
Crime Wave. What year was it?
I believe it was 1987, maybe 1986.
It doesn't matter. I'm going to find it. I am going to find you and download you. Okay, no, wasn't it?
And we're going to find it. Has a small role by Bruce Campbell, but the studio screwed over Sam Raimi. He wanted Bruce Campbell to play the lead. The studio would not allow that. They wouldn't allow it. So, the horror is Bruce Campbell says, okay, I'll be a co-producer for it, right? But I need at least a small part. So they give him this tiny part. And he is great in that tiny part. But when you see this movie, Max, you're going to laugh your ass off. I promise you.
Okay.
I just have
Crime Wave is one word. Okay.
What morons would not want Bruce Campbell to be a major character in the movie?
Studio
Huge morons. Huge morons.
Bruce Campbell is one of the greatest actors in the history of fucking film. Like, if I ever got a chance to make a film, which I will not, because I'm not that adept.
Okay, we found
but
it.
if I ever
We
got
got
a
it.
chance, Bruce would be like the top of my list for like the main guy, right?
And what did you want to say, Scotty? You were
nothing.
Nothing.
I'm just jumping in and being a goober.
Okay.
All right,
Okay,
we
so-
got it. It is being pirated currently.
Oh
Okay,
my
Max,
Yes.
and all my friends who are over the age of 50. Do you remember the television sitcom comedy Mary Hartman?
Mary Hartman.
She's in the movie. She's in Crime Wave. She is in Crime Wave.
What do we do with all these
You
old
guys
people?
remember the episode where a guy drowned in a bowl of soup?
We assimilate their knowledge and
All right,
Nobody
so we
remembers
got.
the biological and
What was the other movie we were talking about? Oh, Colossus.
Yes, Colossus. It's Colossus, not the body part, but the punctuation,
Yes.
the Forbin Project. Forbin.
Hey, we got back to
F-O-R-B.
we got it. We made a complete circle in the conversation. That's amazing.
Finally, we're back to
Forbin
sci-fi, Jill.
Project.
Oh,
Nobody remembers the Mary Hartman episode where a guy drowned in a bowl of soup.
Don't forget to
I'm
tune
gonna
in
shut
next
up
week
now.
for our brand new podcast.
Because I had my best friend had it. Actually, his father loved Mary Hartman, but then when they
There
did
we
the
go.
episode where somebody drowned in a bowl of soup, he never watched it again because he
bowl
thought
of
it was too. He thought it was just too.
In a
too silly,
bowl
and he
of
never
soup.
watched it again.
And it
Well,
never he
all right.
never got to have a bowl of soup ever again in his life because
Well, he
was
never saw him get
terrified
drowned in one. Let's
of
put it that way.
tomato
You know,
bisque.
if they fought in the war,
drown. You
This-
can drown in an
war,
inch.
drowning in bowls of soup is just.
You can.
It is
You-
okay. It is. I have it. It is we have the top 3 on my movie queue.
All right.
Okay, so yeah, you can
my
drown
God.
in just an inch of water. So that's amazing and terrible.
Max,
The,
But
you need
Yes.
to have this, don't you? You need to see this movie, right?
But isn't that Darwinism? Like if you drown in an inch of water, quite frankly, you're not doing any good for the rest of the human race.
Well, tell that to what?
yeah, okay,
Uh,
okay. So PvP,
wasn't
what
there a
was
famous
the
singer
what was?
that drowned a year ago in a tub?
It was a long.
I don't know. Some guy died because he tied a
No,
belt
no,
around
there was
his
a
neck and
famous
started
lady that
pleasing
drowned in a
himself.
fucking tub.
Whatever.
Are you
Yeah.
talking
Oh,
about
you mean Whitney Houston?
Yeah,
No,
Whitney
he
Houston
died
drowned
of
in a
doing
bathtub.
crack in a bathtub.
Well, one thing. Okay, I can tell you. I live right now. I am looking at the building in which Orville Redenbacher died. He died in his
How
hot
did
tub.
he
He
die?
drowned. He had a heart attack and he drowned in his hot tub.
Oh no!
that's
Much
terrible.
like Matthew Perry.
Well, that too. I mean,
He
Matthew Perry, got Orville Redenbacher.
But
Okay,
he just
Yes.
couldn't pop out of the hot tub to save himself.
exactly.
Sorry, bad fun.
You know what? That's that. Fair enough. Fair enough. Good joke.
Let's
Okay,
yeah,
so I
let's
want to
make
know.
fun of the
Hey.
dead.
Yes.
No, okay, no. PvP laughs when he's nervous. It's not a real laugh.
No,
Princess Fiona said
Yes.
Paul L. Smith. Why would she say that? According to everything we've been saying, who is he and what is the relevance to this conversation?
He's my dad.
The actor director.
No, he's not your dad.
Oh, wait. Was he? What was he in?
He lied to me.
Did he just die?
Sorry, I just thought you guys would know.
No,
I mean, he looks
never heard of Paul L.
like
Smith.
he could have played Bluto.
Paul L. Smith. I'm sorry, Jill. I'm blank on that one.
He's an actor. He's an Israeli actor director.
blank.
Oh, he was in Robert Altman's Popeye in 1980.
Oh, there you go.
He was what? He was Bluto.
So
Yes.
he was Bluto.
You see, a Sabra. You want a tough guy. You want a Sabra. You want an Israeli. Israeli.
He needs me.
Yeah.
He needs me. He needs me. He needs me. He needs me.
Princess Fiona did answer my question for me before I even asked it. She said that's the same actor who played Beast Raven.
Oh.
Harkonnen. Harkonnen. Sorry, I don't know the Dune.
That's
I'm not going to
incredible.
pretend I do.
No, I'm not a Dune
1980s
guy
Dune,
myself.
I'm guessing.
Hungry, how do you like the Dune movies?
Gary Fartman. Well, that's a different.
Did you have an opportunity to see the Dune movies, Hungry?
I did see the original one in the 80s. With
But the new
Stingo and all
two,
those
the new
people.
two, the Denis
It's actually not
Villeneuve.
bad. I didn't mind.
I have not yet.
I've seen
Not
it.
yet.
Okay.
Didn't have much to
So,
do with the book, I guess.
Canadian Spider-Man says over 50 is not old, Scotty. He's challenging me. I challenge thee to a back handspring contest to prove the point.
No, dude, you're. Oh, come on, you're the physical peak of you, and I would
Considered
not be able to-
elderly.
I would not be able to compare. You're far more physical and more adept and agile than I
I want
am.
to see Scotty chopping some wood. That's what I want to see.
I can chop wood. Chopping wood isn't difficult.
Get that axe out there, Scottford.
Well, I don't know.
Okay,
No one would let me have an
I'm
axe.
just messing with you. I'm just messing with you.
No, it's cool. It's fun.
Can you still have an axe in Canada without registering it?
No,
Are you
they've been
fucking
outlawed.
kidding me? Are you
I'm just
fucking
asking.
kidding me? I
I'm asking.
I go in a hardware store and buy fucking axe. Jesus Christ. We're not
Well,
like
and that's
Okay.
the problem.
totalitarian or
And that's the problem with
that for
Canada
fuck's
is that
sake.
we allow people like you access to axes.
Let's put it this way: if I want to go buy a shotgun and fucking enough fucking magazines to kill like 30 people, I might have to fucking register that. But
You know
an
what?
axe, like fuck. It's not okay. I don't need to register an axe. I don't need to register my butter knife when I go and put it in the drawer. It's like, we're not quite that curtailed in
Do
Canada.
you have a drawer dedicated to butter knives?
I have
How
a
much
drawer
butter do you
dedicated
have?
to utensils. Where do you
Yeah.
store your forks, Scotty?
No, you don't want to know.
Yeah, I figured that was going to be the answer.
Oh, and then Princess Fiona says Paul Smith was the Paul Smith was the actor he was talking about in Crime Wave. He was the Raven in the original Dune, as well as Bluto, as we found out.
Well, no, and thank you, Fiona, because I didn't even connect those two because they are so different. Like those two performances are so very, very different.
Scotty, you have such an esoteric taste and iconoclastic taste in movies. Look, I don't want to be a bitch, but I just assumed you would have known that. I don't want to be a bitch, but I love Popeye. I don't want to be. Look, I love Popeye. I love, in some ways, a few ways, the first Dune. I love Paul L. Smith's repertoire in films, and he has even done an exploitation horror film from the 80s for the Italians, dude. He works it. He works it, and he is a great bloody actor. And he was in Midnight Express. I hate to say it. I loathe that film because I cannot stand brutalization of humans. I can't handle it. I can't handle it.
Is that like the 80s film where that guy was
Yes.
tortured through most of the
Actually,
fucking movie?
late 70s.
God, yeah, I agree with you. That I saw that in the theater. And it's like,
And I don't want to go
my
into
money
that.
back.
I want to keep things in a happy place. Happy place.
Oh,
But-
happy place. Good thoughts. Forget
Yes,
that
yes.
movie.
But Paul L. Smith has a great sense of comedic timing, which is why he was great as Bluto and why he was fantastic in Crime Wave. And because comedy is and this is something that Jill has mentioned on occasion in chats and agreed with. Comedy and horror are kind of joined at the hip, like Siamese twins, and therefore Paul, Mr. Smith, has a great sense of comedic timing, but he can be horrendous when he needs to be. And so I will watch any movie with him in it, except for Midnight Express again, because that movie's too much. Just like I will admit, Sophie's Choice. I am never watching Sophie's Choice again. That movie's too hard. Never going to do it.
That's the case. That's why everybody look. See, I haven't seen those films, but that is why I love Aliens. Is there's so much humor
Some
in it,
movies
despite
are
all
just-
of the horror or action or whatever. It just that's why we were talking about Bill Paxton earlier. I love the combination of genres together with the horror, with the sci-fi.
But
That's
I
really
gotta
good.
agree. Some movies are just so, they rip your heart out of your chest, and they're so bad. I would say maybe, I'd never say don't watch a film, Joe, but maybe
You've
put that
said
lower
that.
down on your list, because those are really tough films. Like,
Well,
What
yes,
are the names of these
fun.
films?
They're not fun. Let's put it that way.
I would add
Now I
one more
want-
thing, and Jill, please never watch this film if you've not seen it.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
These films,
not joking.
yeah, they're very
Um,
difficult.
I'm not a huge fan of David Lynch. I love 4 of his movies. One of his best movies, it was just one of the best movies that ever came out, The Elephant Man. Most people don't realize that was a David Lynch film. That is the story of John Merrick.
Talking about?
That was his mainstream production.
Yeah,
wasn't
that's
it?
a breakthrough David Lynch film.
It
Everyone
is.
knows that
It's
that's
a
It will
big
David
break
Hollywood
your
movie,
heart.
was it not?
It will break your heart. There is so much
It's beautiful. It's a
horrendous
beautiful film.
institutional abuse in that movie. My
Yeah,
God.
but it was
And what
it was
makes
like
it even more heartbreaking
1890s
is Merrick was a real man.
institutional abuse.
Look, I'm with you, but I can't watch it again.
But
Yeah,
Merrick,
you don't have
Merrick was a real man.
Man,
that
have you ever
suffered
seen
that kid.
Eraserhead? Never watch Eraserhead
Eraserhead,
twice.
I think Eraserhead is a great film.
Okay,
I've seen documentaries about the Elephant Man, so I know the story a bit, but
Yeah.
Did
I
you know
haven't
that
seen the
David
movie.
Bowie
I haven't
did
seen
a
the
version
drama.
of Elephant Man on Broadway
Yes.
for a year?
Marge Mickey Max says the Elephant Man was great, and
It is it is a fantastic Jill, it is cinematically and
I am not an animal. I am a man.
And
I'm
also
a man.
John
I'm
Hurt.
not an animal. I'm a human being.
Max
Saint
John Hurt was in that
Aaliyah of
movie.
the Knife says can't agree. See all Lynch films, and
Yeah, I would say watch all of them.
I'm gonna switch.
But and because we did Coen Brothers, I'll do my favorite David Lynch movie is Mulholland
I'm gonna take a
Drive.
minute and switch microphones.
I think that
I'll be
is. I think that is a nightmare.
second.
I think that's a nightmare of hope and disappointment.
Minute.
A Nightmare of
Minute.
Hope and Disappointment. My
That's an
God.
interesting
That is a
concept.
title for a stream, dude.
That
That
sounds like
is-
a,
that
It's usually anything that I show up to. It's
that
hope
sounds
and
like a
disappointment.
bowl of porridge and sugar and boy.
what?
Interesting there, Scotty.
Well, see,
But
this
I also really love the Straight Story with Richard Farnsworth when the guy who drives across America on a riding lawnmower tractor. I love that movie just because it's almost Jarmuschian in terms of it's this is where I got to. And nothing bad happens. Nothing bad happens. It's
I would
all
not-
just a journey.
Look, okay, can I give you an excuse to slam me until the next century, which
I'm not
is
gonna
more
slam
than
you
70 years
unless it's
away?
sexy.
Okay, Scotty, you're going to slam me to the next century.
Sure.
Jarmusch is less than Lynch. Lynch is less than Ingmar Bergman.
Okay. The only thing that's really being a speed bump in my brain about that is
Okay.
that I fucking love coffee and cigarettes.
Look, I
And
understand
I
what
love
you love.
Ghost. I love Ghost Dog.
Look, I understand that,
And
but
Dead Man is really good.
All right.
But Night of the Wolf, dude, Ingmar Bergman. I mean, honestly,
And
wow.
also, I don't know that much about Ingmar Bergman.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I'll shut up then.
No, it's not a matter of shut up. It's educate me. What's going on with Ingmar Bergman? Like, obviously, the Seventh Seal.
Look, no, okay. Let me explain it without explaining it. You'll understand what I mean in a moment.
Sure.
David Lynch is an extraordinarily visual filmmaker.
Yes.
He took that from Ingmar Bergman. Therefore, the films are incredibly visual. Therefore, explaining it is verbal. Therefore, I can't actually explain Ingmar Bergman because I can't provide you with a visual. You need to see it to understand.
It's kind of like The Matrix. You have to see it for yourself.
Yeah, but it's a little bit more than that. I mean, there's the...
I know. I'm just using a tagline from a movie.
I hear you. And the thing is that Ingmar Bergman was a lot more... I mean, he's a well-studied gentleman. He is a bit of an academic. I know that's a dirty word in geek circles to a certain extent. But David Lynch is what I refer to, even if I don't like his films, I can respect him as what I refer to as a pure artist. So instead of working with paint and brushes on a canvas, he is using real cameras and real film stock for a real film. And that's still incredibly difficult. And he's got to involve, I mean, look, you can be a painter and be one person at the easel. Dave Lynch can't do that. He can't. He's got to have a bunch of other people working with him. And that means he's got to have artistic trust. He's got to have creative trust. And he's got to trust that he picked the right people to help make that movie happen. So you look at The Elephant Man, even if I don't like his version of Dune, which I don't, and look, we can argue that till the cows come home, but I respect it, okay? I respect his Dune. It's just not what I imagined in the book. And that had Paul Smith in it too. That had Paul
Fiona. Princess Fiona says Lynch is an eccentric that sometimes confuses weirdness for art.
And that does absolutely. And I'm not going to argue that. Princess Fiona, you're not far off.
Right.
But the thing is that sometimes, like, he shoots. And he goes there, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Like, I don't like Lost Highway. I find that confusing as all get out. But I love with the white hot intensity of 1,000 Suns, Mulholland Drive. I have been flabbergasted. I just recently got Twin Peaks on Blu-ray, and I've been flabbergasted how entertained I am, because not only is it fucking weird, but also it is a parody of the primetime soap operas of the time. It is a commentary on entertainment while also being so out there. And
well, you brought up a very good point, because
one of the times I totally agree with Scotty. I thought Lost Highway was kind of a lost movie for me. I watched it, like, what the fuck is this fucking movie about?
But with what Scotty is saying here about the soap opera, look, there are a few soap operas I can enjoy, and don't kill me, Scotty, but I consider Buffy the Vampire Slayer to be a soap opera with monsters attached. Okay.
I would agree, but it is still good. It's still good.
Well, no, I'm not saying it's not good. I'm not saying it's not good.
By that sort of metric.
No, I love Buffy. But it is kind of a soap opera.
Let me get back to that one, Scotty. Let me get back to the X-Files. But the thing about Twin Peaks is it's very much like a soap opera that, believe it or not, had vampires in it. Started in 1969 and went throughout the late 70s. Dark Shadows. And
Oh no, you're gonna get.
I know. See, here's the thing, and I'm just going to get ahead of this, and I'm just going to explain myself briefly. Is that
I'm going to shut up. You go ahead.
Dark Shadows has too many episodes. It is too daunting, and it is in the same way. It is the same way that when people are like, "Have you ever seen Doctor Who?" And it's like, when did it start? 1963. How many episodes are there? 11 episodes. So it's the same thing. It's just like, I'm never going to be invested in this. I can't take it. And also, fuck vampires.
Except for Near Dark. Except for Near Dark.
Except for Near Dark.
You know,
no, I like Queen of the Damned.
You don't have to watch the first two.
I've never seen Queen of the Damned. Is that the one with Aaliyah?
Barnabas doesn't come into like 211.
I've never seen it. We should do a review on it. Put it on the list.
Yeah, it takes 200 episodes to come into its own.
Yeah.
Scotty's going to kill me for this, but I want to give Scotty an opportunity to destroy me live on stream. If Twin Peaks, if Twin Peaks had a vampire in it, or any real monster in it, I would have watched it, but it did not. It did not. So I had no interest. I thought this is leading nowhere.
But the weird thing is, I love True Blood.
No,
yes.
No, you are lying to me.
No, I'm not. I like
okay. Says Alamo Drafthouse in Austin is showing the pilot episode of Twin Peaks.
I'm sensing a cage match coming up next week.
Look, all I'm going to say...
Cage match. Come on.
No, it's
all I'm going to say...
hang out with you, Hungry.
I'll sponsor a cage match.
Look,
cage match. Yeah, what the fuck?
I have already said that there are several things about David Lynch I really like, but Twin Peaks is not one of them. And honestly, I mean, Twin Peaks to a horror fan is what Hot Topic is to a real goth. Okay.
Oh, wow.
I like the first season.
I like that analogy.
I really like the first
I disagree with your thought, but I like that analogy.
I like that analogy too. I like David Lynch's music. I like his music.
Turn to shit season 2.
I'm a big Wall Street fan.
Yeah, and so Mars Monkey Max says Dark Shadows it's soap opera. Yeah, it is. It's kind of like a play. It's like a play.
No. Dark Shadows aired in the same airtime and afternoons as soap operas, but it was definitely not a traditional soap opera. Because tell me this: does a traditional soap
Try again.
have vampires and werewolves and demons and
they eventually called it Twilight and
hey, you watched some of those.
No.
Remember some of those you watched?
Yes,
it had voodoo, Jill.
You actually liked them.
It had voodoo.
I did. They were all right. I didn't understand a couple of the last ones, but
well, hell, I mean,
it's all right.
1,000 episodes deep. You got to watch some.
I'd watch
Jill.
Vampire James Bond.
It's a fucking great show, though. God,
Jill,
crazy.
Hungry. One at a time, guys. One at a time.
Jill, I just want to tell you. Dark Shadows, both the original and there was a remake in the late 80s, and then there was a remake as a movie afterwards. That's how popular this is.
I heard about the movie.
Please don't talk about the movie.
Jill, it doesn't only have vampires in it. It has the worst version of voodoo in it and plantation culture in it.
No,
it is over the top.
No, the worst representation of voodoo was in Weekend at Bernie's 2.
Oh.
There's a few Bugs Bunny cartoons that most people don't see about that.
I'd rather watch Bugs Bunny cartoons all day than watch that Dark Shadows movie. It was abominable. Abomination.
You're an abomination.
The saddest part. Okay, the saddest part is Jonathan Fred that played Barnabas in the classic show in the 60s and early 70s. They actually got him and some of the old cast members to appear in that final movie. It was just a walk-in, though. They just walked through the door of a mansion, and that was about it. They didn't get to do fuck all. And
There's
then he
voodoo
died
in-
about 5 weeks later. And I was thinking, you know
no.
what? I'm glad Jonathan got to complete his entire cycle as Barnabas. I was very overjoyed that he got to appear in the movie for the last time. But
Who's
also, I
Barnabas?
kind of thought, I'm kind of glad he died, because this movie sucks.
You're
so
glad
bad.
the man
Yeah,
died.
you're always
I'm
always
just
welcome.
glad that he got.
Yeah,
to
yeah, you're glad Barnaby finished his
the movie
his
still
series.
was
That's
shit,
great.
right?
That's good
Barnaby
news.
Jones?
I
What I'm
appreciate that.
saying.
But I want to say, from Princess Fiona says, if I had known this stream was going on this long, I would have dragged my ass out of bed to my mic. Yeah,
Well,
no, I would love to be able to
damn it.
talk to you. I have only heard your voice so far because of you've been on this panel for Mr. Brown Alliance. So getting to talk to you, that would be cool.
A 5-hour tour. A 5-hour tour.
You saw the private. You saw the private, Max. You saw the private chat.
Hungry. I have 3 32-inch screens here. I see everything.
You are Colossus, dude. Even though you ain't seen the movie, you're Colossus in the Forbin Project. You are. You got to see the movie, Max. You got to see the movie.
Well, it's at the top of the queue.
Okay, now honestly, for your tastes and your intellect and your photographic acumen, top of the queue, Max. But I mean, Princess Fiona, it would be an honor and a privilege to ever be on a stream with you. Ever.
True story, but I would also like to say that I am so happy that Princess Fiona is comfortable. I'm glad she's under her blanket, snuggled down.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I never ended my stream early enough to raid your stream, Stark of Iron. But this is going and going. I hope you had a
party.
That
Everybody's
does not
dancing,
end.
twisting,
It goes on.
dancing with my
Warrior
baby.
Joe will beat every stream because he's the Warrior Joe. She
And-
beats streams
Well,
left and right. She beats streams night and day because he's Jill. The
Okay,
Warrior
okay.
stream.
Thank you, PvP. But
Please sit
Tony,
down.
I hope you
Please
had a
sit down.
great.
I know I'm silly. I'm silly.
I hope you had a great stream, and I'm glad you're here.
Well,
Tony,
everybody should have
Dark
a
of
good
Iron
stream, right?
streams
It's like-
are something
not a
else, and I mean that in a good
competition,
way.
The guys like
They
shouldn't-
certainly are something
They're
else, and I
unique.
don't.
They're unique. They're unique to him. That's great.
Everybody
I love
has
y'all
their
too.
fans. Everybody has their audience. Everybody has their streams, and that's why I'm here.
Wait,
Dark of Iron says, "I'm drunk, a wreck."
Well,
Oh.
are you a wreck for
No, it's
you, or
PvP,
just
it's
a
okay.
or a normal wreck?
It is.
Oh,
a
he's
Saturday
crazy
night,
for you.
though.
You guys are being so Americano-centric. You're not welcoming Emu. Come on. Welcome Emu. Emu's here.
Emus? What?
Emu's got a gun.
Emu used to be known as Shooter, and he was in Clobby's chat
Shooter
for the Star Trek.
8323. Shooter
Yes.
8323. Yeah.
You remember Shooter, don't you, Jill? You remember Shooter?
Of course, I remember. I remember.
Well,
Shooter.
maybe if he knew you, we'd say
Who
hi.
doesn't remember Shooter?
Shooter wrote some of the best Star Trek reviews we ever had.
Yes.
He did.
No, our reception wasn't poor. We just
Agreed.
didn't see you.
We people like people like Shooter are why I cannot possibly ever hope to replicate what Clobby did.
Well, but Max,
But you don't have to.
Why would
You
you
don't-
worry about that?
Look,
I
don't
was
worry about
saying
that.
it. I was saying it as a tribute to the man.
Oh,
Well, of course.
Max, Max,
Yes.
let's call him Emu now because Stanley Lieber changed his name to Stan Lee and Jakob Keitzweig changed his name to Jack Kirby. So if Shooter wants to change his name to Emu with a gun, we respect that, don't we?
Can I read a very short story that I wrote about Clobby at his birthday?
We can, but am I
yes,
wrong,
but-
Max? Am I
But
wrong?
you were right when you said no one's going to be Clobby, and
I
I'm
think
not
it's
sure what you were
like-
saying. But
I
the thing
think
is,
Jill.
oh,
it's up to
okay,
Jill.
just a second, I'm so sorry. I'll let you talk in just a minute. I'm sorry. I just wanted to finish my thought on that. Is that one of the most important things is to remember is not trying to be him, but to learn from what you knew from your time with him in terms of the way he treated people and appreciated everybody's opinions. I don't know. Anyway, that's all.
So I have this little short story. It's a script, if I can read it.
Yes.
Okay. It's called Clobbering Times in Heavens to Betsy. It's at the pearly gates. It's heaven. It's heaven. In front of the gates, ending at the reception desk in front of St. Peter, is a miles-long, winding line of people roped off just like you'd see at airport security waiting to be approved for entry. Off to the left is a straight line, also roped off, also ending at St. Peter's desk, marked Preferred Members Only. The line was empty until a 6-foot-tall, ambling Southern gentleman comes gliding through up to St. Peter's desk. It's St. Peter and Clobbering Times. "Oh, sir, come right in." "Oh, what about those other people?" Motioning to the miles-long line. "Oh, don't worry about them, sir. They're all waiting for approval. It's Mr. Alonzo. Oh, pardon me. Mr. Clobbering Times, sir. You are on the VIP list." Tapping away at his computer. Heaven has always been on the cloud. "Do you have anything to declare?" Clobbering Times. Cogitating, Clobby turns around and sees Stanley at the front of the other line. Just 1 second." Clobby strides up to Stanley and with the technique of an NFL field goal master wallops Stanley in the balls. Stanley doubles over in pain, groaning loudly. "Nope, nothing else to declare." St. Peter, in silent amazement of what he just witnessed. "Well, sir, Mr. Clobbering Times, please go right in and welcome to heaven." St. Peter stares at Stanley crumpled on the heavenly floor. "I've been wanting to do that for 5 years. Fade out. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Max Redstone.
Well said.
And he would have liked that. He would have liked that
Yes.
story.
I thank you. Thank you for letting me share it. I wrote it on his birthday.
Well said, Max. Well said.
Wow. Is this the first time you've read it, or have you?
I've shared it with a few other people. I shared it with Raquel. I shared it with Sean Carter and Stark of Iron during one of his streams, and I'm like, I put it on Clobby's Facebook page, but I've never read it.
So many people loved Clobby and appreciated him, and afterwards, a few people misunderstood and didn't realize he didn't like Stanley, and they were like, he's probably chatty with Stanley, and I was like, wait a minute, no, he's chatting with Kirby.
Look, Jill, you're not a comic books person.
I'm not. But at least I know that. I know.
And you know I work professionally in the industry. So, and this is not to talk about me, but the thing is, what you are referring to is a big stoush, to use an Australian term. It's a big stoush. Okay. Now, a stoush is a verbal fight that is coming right up to the point when a fist is thrown. Okay. That's what a stoush means. And Clobby understands how Marvel comic books were made, and he talked about this on numerous occasions, and I don't want to turn this into a comic book thing, Jill, I really don't, but
you can, if you guys have a conversation in you about comics.
No, Jill, trust me, this is not the right time, but
okay.
You have to know about comics to know about Stanley Lieber, who became Stan Lee, and Jakob Kreitzberg, who became Jack Kirby, and all the stuff in terms of credits that went into comic books. And I am, when it comes to this issue, I'm on Team Clobby. Okay, before I met you, Jill, I was on Team Clobby. That's how I got on to Clobby's channel, and we met. So I only what's going on here?
I'm not sure, but Princess Fiona says Clobby was an amazing person who truly brought out the best in everyone around him. People naturally aspired to be their best selves when he was present, Jill.
And that's
true.
And I'll just say that, when the one thing I'm grateful for going to Louisiana was, I felt, oh my gosh, I really do owe a debt of gratitude to Clobby. But I found out that, hey, I was, just by being me and being, in Clobby's orbit, that I was I was allowing him to be him, and that's something I will always hold on to about our friend Clobbering Times.
Yeah, but Max, he allowed you to be you.
Yes.
It was an equal relationship.
Oh yes,
he allowed you to be you.
That's. I mean, at first I was say, hey, thank you for letting me be me on your channel, and then I'm like, oh wow, I was also doing the same thing for him. I didn't realize it, until I actually talked to, Anyway,
and you brought your particular talents into the entire Clobbering Times Star Trek thing, and I appreciate you for doing that. But Clobby, he could have been like other YouTube channel providers. He could have shut you down.
Yeah.
But every single time, there were times.
He shut me down. He shut me down often.
Wait. No, Max understands this. There were times you couldn't be there, Max. Okay? And Clobby, and Jill will remember this, was saying, I miss Max here.
Yes,
okay?
I have.
Oh.
I have. I've done that, especially on series finales where you're not there. And I
because last year I was dealing with my back injury, wow,
he said he wanted you there, Max.
Oh,
he did. He said it directly, publicly.
And he was always welcoming. And also, Max, you were much more of a contributor to that community than I was. And even when I showed up, and as I said, he shut me down all the time. But the thing is that it was playful adversarial. It wasn't a personal attack at any time.
At the same time, he was giving you attention because he does pay attention to the chat, and there were things that you were saying that he wanted to respond to.
Clobby
he appreciated that communication.
Clobby had such integrity that you would buy anything from him, but he would never sell you anything.
That is true. But Max, can we just back up what you said?
Okay. Yes.
The middle name of Clobby is integrity.
Yes.
The middle name.
Oh, I thought it was Cornelius.
No, oh God, you son of a bitch!
Oh, geez, Scotty, do not make me bring back that avatar.
Okay.
It's still on my computer.
It looks like, hey guys, it looks like we need to say good night to
a little bit of playfulness.
We need to say good night.
We need to say good night to Princess Fiona. She says this is the best Saturday night I've had since Clobby left us.
Holy crap! Thank you,
I'm
Princess.
about to pass out. Yeah, thank you. Can we do this every Saturday? I was thinking if this went well that we could do this once a month.
Well, I mean, my show's coming out next week, so
I'm too old to do this every week, Princess Fiona.
Yeah, I can't. But what about once a month?
Hungry is our Danny Glover.
3 days to retirement.
I'm too old for this shit.
Hey man,
but can you do it once a month, Hungry? What about one time?
Do it once a month.
I will struggle.
That's my final offer.
I will struggle.
Fiona, so happy to see you.
Thank you,
but
Fiona.
Tommy says, "Have a good night, y'all. Be well." You too, Tommy. Good night.
Princess, wait a second. Jill, bring this up. Bring this up by Princess Fiona.
Oh my stars!
Which one?
With the screaming.
That one. No. Wait a second, Princess Fiona. Okay, now I know you play poker. Okay, you want to bluff and raise? Let's go, honey.
Chess, Mr. Spock.
Let's go, honey. We're gonna bluff and raise.
No, we're gonna be playing some Fizbin here.
Oh, how lucky you are!
Hey, do you remember the rules to Fizbin, Scott?
Only on Tuesdays.
Something about Tuesdays. Yeah, that's all I remember too.
I wonder if that was actually a reference to, from Star Trek Generations. I wonder if that was actually a reference to Fizbin.
Fizbin. I can't believe you guys are bringing up Fizbin.
Yes, I do.
I love
do.
Fizbin.
Okay. So Mars Monkey Max says, "Don't worry, Redstone. I pissed. Oh wait, no, don't worry, Scotty. I piss Clobby off sometimes too, but he always loved me and the rest of us."
He was such a good dude. He would hang out and he would put up with my bullshnaz all the time.
Oh,
and every time,
you
I would hear. I would
That's
hear
half of his
Raquel
already.
go silent, and she would be like, "Oh shit, Scott's here," and Clobby would always be like, "Hey man, what's going on?" I had an opportunity to hang out with him over on Cinema Gulp, I think like 2 or 3 weeks before his untimely passing, and we had a great time, I'm told. And
Right.
yeah,
true.
like he was always so gracious and so amazing. And even when I
Funny.
was busting chops, he would bust
Hilarious.
my
Makes me
chops
laugh
back,
all
and it
the
was
time.
fun. It was
Can I
an
just say
arm
this?
wrestle, but it was between, like, he knew I knew what I was talking about, and he disagreed with me, and I knew he knew what he was talking about, and I would disagree
Well,
with him.
yeah,
But
he's
we
good
did,
humored, but he's gonna
Yeah.
he's gonna rail something he doesn't like. He's gonna rail it
Yeah,
hard.
exactly. The only, and this is one of my personal fears of my mortality, is that I am fully 100% aware that I will never see the last James Bond movie. Like, that's just the nature of mortality. And the one thing when it comes to Clobby is that I wish he had lived long enough to hate the new Fantastic Four movie or love the new Fantastic Four movie. I just wish he had been able to see the next Fantastic Four movie.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Well, I would want to
Why?
listen to the rant.
No,
I would
no.
want to listen to the rant. Yes.
No. Wait. Sorry, I didn't realize. Sorry, I was being a comic book guy there for a moment, Scotty. I get what you mean now. I honestly wasn't playing up to the crowd. I didn't understand what you meant. On occasion, that happens.
Oh,
I
Mars
didn't
Monkey
understand.
Max says Redstone pissed him off with big words, and I would piss him off with grammar correction. Okay, so then I do.
I
realize
pissed him
when
off
you
with
got-
Keiko.
I refuse to not use big words.
And I pissed him off whenever I mentioned math or something.
I like
Well,
big
yeah.
words,
Yeah.
but it's not the only thing that I like.
Well-
and yes, the
Hey,
soundboard
yes,
is
welcome. Yes, welcome to Tony. Welcome.
I'm just going to say, remember, I think I asked you about a math question once about a Blake 7 episode, and it's when Villa and Avon are busting up a casino and they're playing roulette, and one guy says, he's hit 7 shots in a row. I'm like, wait a second. If he's going to hit 7 shots in a row and ride 500,000 credits, he would have had to start with like 0.0005 credits at 35-1 on each bet, unless the bet is. and Clyde was like, I'm not going to read that. That's math.
That's awesome. I missed that because I wasn't there for a lot of clubhouses, and I wish
It was
I were.
It was It was just anyway.
Max,
it was just one of those things.
This was a joke between Clobby and I because we both have blood. Well, I say have because when you lose someone recently, you don't think about them as being gone, right? You get that.
Yeah.
So we both have blood pressure issues, and we would make jokes at each other that would bring us to a rise, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah, I kind of understood. I kind of understood where he was coming from, sort of in his background and attitude and self-esteem, and I was always I always made jokes, but I kind of very quickly learned, this guy's kind of like me.
Well, he's kind of like a lot of people, but there were things where, like there was this awful bloody thing that happened with these idiots who didn't understand comic books, and that's Clobby's first love, right?
Yes.
You understand that?
Oh yeah.
So they brought up the 101 greatest comic book artists of all time and ranked them, and Clobby went through the whole damn thing.
Oh, I remember.
I watched some of that. I caught some of that for sure.
And I knew
him
enough.
many live streams to get through that.
I knew that I knew nothing about comic books, and I should never and always defer. I always defer and only ask questions.
Well, fair enough.
Yes.
But if you ever had seen any of those comic books, you would have known that this was clickbaiting crapola.
Oh, yes.
All right, or as Clobby would say, garbaggio.
Garbaggio.
I
but
wanted to engage
what?
him. I want to
And that
engage
was
him in
the
a
thing.
competition about who could do a better Howard Cosell. But
that was the thing. That was the argument that I had with Clawby, is that I am unabashedly. Some people call me a new Trek apologist. I call those people assholes.
Those people aren't listening.
But I
You-
enjoyed Star Trek Picard season 3.
You did not
and,
really.
and we I enjoyed it.
Jill,
It wasn't as good as She-Hulk.
we gotta
That's for
hang
sure.
out with Scotty.
Oh, but the thing is, I could explain to you why I
If
didn't
you
like
guys
the
want to just
episode,
want to
and
fucking
you
use me as a tetherball, that's fine.
No, that's not the case. But what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that you didn't enjoy it. I'm just saying that when we talked about the episode and I explained to you why I didn't like it, you would agree with most of the things I was saying, so you can understand the flaws of it, but still somehow enjoy it. So
Yeah,
you
Mr.
did like
Mr. R.
Garbaggio.
Mr. R37, you may be our foil, but that is a venerated position in a social circle such as ours.
Jill.
Well,
Yes,
I
Tony?
appreciate that.
What's
That
up,
is
Tony?
a compliment, sir.
Wait a second, everybody. Let us hear what Tony from Stark of Iron has to add.
Why in the absolute blue fuck have we got Randall in the middle when it should be Dante at the center of this veritable bukkake that we're verbally issuing right now?
Well, how don't you play Young Sudoku and you'll play out? Just because you provide your own laugh track doesn't necessarily make you correct, sir. Oh, thank heavens for fucking that.
Oh, he's got the effects.
I do, and it doesn't matter how drunk I get. I play them when I need.
It does matter.
But anyway, I was interrupting you, Scotty, or 37. But I
No,
had to.
no,
I'm
it
a bit
wasn't
passionate.
you.
Change
It
your
was
profile
T-Bone
picture
here.
to Dante if you insist on being the Paul Lynde in this Hollyweird square.
Hey, Scotty, compromise. Make yourself a cat.
Oh, I'm no pussy.
No, Scotty. If Tony wants to bring up the Hollywood Squares, he's got to bring up Bruce Valanche, and you know what I mean. Oh, backslap.
Hungry? Are you auditioning to be Bruce Valanche?
Dude, I am Bruce Valanche. I will write a bad Star Wars special like no one's business. I will be a guest star in Ice Pirates. I got no problem. Bruce Valanche has no shame. And the thing I loved about Hungry, and I'm bringing it back to the point, Hungry did not like people without no shame. This is a disagreement we had, but I got no problem with it. You know what? Like for comic book art, I had shame, and I would never bring shame onto any company I illustrated for. When it comes to comedy, Tony, and it comes to comedy, Scotty, I got no shame.
No, of course not.
I like to think I have a little thing called dignity. And Mr. Stark, I think we're going to have to speak about getting you some press your luck sound effects.
Big bucks, no whammy, stop.
You know, you're telling me right now with your sound effects, you're no better than Carrot Top.
Oh gosh!
I'll have you know that I've already made that reference at my show, sir.
So keep
well,
opening
that's
your
fine, it's a good
tickle
one.
trunk.
So Mars Monkey Max says, I used to laugh when Mark would buy new books and Clauby would be like, hated that one. I don't know. I don't have a good
Hated it.
Hated it.
Scotty. Brother.
No, those are good memories. Thank you so much.
I just had some
I like
M&Ms that
it.
I keep in a prescription bottle on my desk.
Or
I prefer
actually,
Skittles.
Mark might be the one that made Clauby the mad the most, especially with his
Truly
Funko Pops.
and legitimately, I love you, brother, but man, your protesting literally makes you sound like, I don't know, a
Good
whiny
one.
titty
Good
baby
work.
that wants his green mommy, his green muscle mommy.
I don't
He
even.
does.
Oh, what? See,
Tony, who are you talking to?
Yeah, exactly.
Scotty.
What are you babbling about?
That's that could be a good question.
But this is the thing, and I had this conversation with another individual on the tubes that are you earlier this week, And I was like, why in the name of sweet Lord would you use my affection for a fictional property as some sort of detriment? Like, why is that bad that I like something?
Did I say it was a detriment? No.
You
The reason why
did.
it's
You
not a
said
detriment,
maybe you want your green
the reason
mummy,
why it's
and
not
I
a detriment is
do.
because I could farm that shit all day long.
Oh yes, I forgot. You had your soundboard.
Well, wait a second. Before we go on,
confirms your point.
Before we go on the soundboards, if we're gonna, just because we're talking about Clobby and God rest his soul, okay. How many people here on the panel have seen one of Clobby's favorite comedies of all time, a British comedy, Blackadder, which ran for 4 seasons? Have you seen more than 2 seasons?
Yes.
I got all of them on DVD, sir.
Right
yeah,
on.
But that doesn't mean you've seen them.
Oh boy.
I watched them all on my DVDs. I'm not going to let them sit there and collect dust.
It looks like I picked the wrong week to quit sniffing airplane glue.
I love
Who's
airplane
plain glue are you talking about, brother? I'm talking about Blackadder season 2. No plain glue there.
I love the World War I Blackadder.
Yeah, right on.
I love Darling. I don't really care about like the sort of fanciful castles. This is why I don't like fantasy. Fuck Lord of the Rings. Like, and so no, seriously, fuck it. But the thing is that I do enjoy World War I Blackadder. That is my favorite and only.
I need to start getting some Lord of the Rings clips and just play them every time Scotty says he doesn't like Lord of the Rings.
Yeah,
there you go.
Should.
See,
that's
speaking with your head, Jill.
Well, shut up. Just because you think that walking for 9 hours is a good time.
That's not
I
all
didn't
they
say
do.
I like Lord of the Rings. I said I like Jill's idea.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. I'm sorry for being so...
No problem.
I don't know,
I accept your apology.
I was pouncy.
Pouncy. I mean... Oh.
I should have relaxed.
Gosh.
Is what I
And we've just passed the 5-hour mark.
We did.
Hey, look at that.
Hey.
We should
I'm
probably
trying to
pull
find
off
my
of this
chat. I don't know
highway
what...
and get gas.
May I ask a question of the hostess with the mostest, please?
Yes. Yes, Hungry. What is
All
it?
right. Is there a comedy that you like that takes place outside of your own generation?
An older comedy. Yes. You know what? Oh, what was it? I was actually surprised at how funny. What movie is it? It's a Christmas movie. It's a Wonderful Life. I had never seen it until last year, and I didn't know it was a comedy. When I watched it, I was laughing. I was like, "Wow,
it's a comedy."
It kind of is.
Max, don't do it, Max.
Okay, you know what? Look,
I don't think it's a comedy.
Don't
it's a
do
little
it, guys.
bit. It's kind
I'm
of funny.
sorry. What have I done?
It's kind of
And maybe it's not. It's a
Forgive
it's
me,
a tragedy,
Henry Boy.
but maybe that's not
Well,
the
there's
movie.
funny
What
It's
was
an
it?
inspirational. It used
is.
to be the movie that would play all day on Christmas.
I
It
guess
used to
what I
be
mean
it used to
is
be the Christmas movie.
what humor is in it is really good, and
Yes.
it didn't age.
All right,
what I'm
I
hearing.
understand that, Jill. I really appreciate that because the jokes that play out in that movie play out very well, regardless of generation. Just like original TOS plays out with generation, just like Raquel loves UFO, and that plays out if you got a brain in your head, generation after generation. But is there a television series that was made before you were born that you find funny?
I'm not sure. I'd have to think about it. I'm really bad at it. I haven't seen that one. I need a minute to think about it. Let me look at a list.
I'm not trying to put you on the
Meantime-
spot. I'm just trying to keep the conversation genteel and on topic. That's all I'm trying to do.
That's
God
what I
damn
want to do. That's what I want to do.
Jill, you understand this. We talked about this in chat when we met before we ever spoke. I am so contextually oriented. I am a context boy.
Well, WKRP is something that I just learned about, and that is
that's
before
true.
my time.
There it is.
70s.
You gave the answer. A+. That's it. It's a comedy show. It's funny, but it has heart.
MASH.
You're yelling like you just found the cure to AIDS. Oh my
I didn't find the cure to AIDS. It's Jill.
Yep.
Maybe this is better than a cure for AIDS. Who knows?
I always thought
Only time will
I
tell.
learned from South Park, and they did a thing with Magic Johnson, and apparently the answer is money.
Shredding a whole bunch of money.
Oh
Isn't
my
it
God!
Weird. Isn't it weird that a guy named Magic Johnson got AIDS?
Yes.
He has, like, ladies and gentlemen, he has a Magic Johnson.
I don't know. I'd say maybe it's somewhat ironic.
I think it's coincidental.
Oh, look, it's my favorite dinosaur. Do the Evolution 78.
Get on the floor.
I miss you. Do the Evolution.
Everybody's
Me
doing
too,
a
I haven't
brand new
seen him in a
dance
while.
now.
Come back to my
the
channel.
dinosaur. Okay,
Do the
hungry.
Evolution.
Hungry. I didn't want to do this, but how do you feel about Rachel Gunn?
Who the shit is Rachel Gunn?
Gunn.
Who's Rachel Gunn?
Ray Gunn, the Olympic break dancer.
Oh, the break dancer. I don't pay any attention to her whatsoever.
Who the hell is? Where are those sound effects coming from?
It's
Tony
Tony.
Stark
He's
of
showing
Iron.
off. He thinks he's more entertaining with bumpers. Yeah, see. So he's gonna be like Leslie Nielsen with a fart box on a talk show.
Look, all I'm gonna say to Tony is you don't want to look. You don't want to go full nerd-rotic here, okay, Tony? You know what I mean.
As long as we're laughing with, as long as we're laughing with you, and
How
not at
dare
you.
you? Everybody, shun him! Shun him now! Shun him!
Shun me!
Yeah, okay.
Shun me, baby!
Shun him for being a wretch!
Just stop playing the ring.
Spock. If you're gonna get nasty, I'm gonna leave.
Thank you for coming to Lowe's. Sit
Look,
back
all
and relax.
I'm gonna say,
Enjoy
Max,
show.
and the thing is, Tony, when it comes to comedy effect of a sound effect, don't overplay it too much. But
Yeah, see, he's not gonna listen.
And point.
He's not gonna listen. He's going to drunkenly drive his Steam Deck into the fucking
I'll have
wall.
you know
Hungry.
that it's not a Steam Deck, you Randall impersonator. who has yet
Hungry.
to do a
Look, you've got to
stretch for
understand.
treating
He's
us like
already highly
You're a fucking
inebriated.
Tony Stark impersonator, you
Grown
hypocrite.
weary of discussion and argument.
I mourn for Adonias.
He's highly
Thank you, Joe.
inebriated.
oh my God,
Frosted Lucky Charms. He's
Bring
magically delicious.
back Adonias, please.
Jill, are you doing those clips?
I am.
Good.
I'm writing.
She's having a gay old time.
I
Jill,
want Adonias. Bring me
Jill?
Adonias.
Jill, I'm still sober, and that means I remember when we were talking about editing in movies about 3 hours ago, and you adding those clips at the appropriate moment is like editing in movies. And thank you.
If you want to
like-
play the
I
fizz
like my
bin, you gotta
soundboard
learn to
with
play
the
it right.
steps.
I'm not messing with you, Tony, and I'm not messing with Max. I'm just complimenting Jill. There's a difference.
Well, you
That's
know
all
what?
I'm doing.
Feels great. I'm gonna buy
Yes.
some Taco Bell later. It's fine.
And so are you, and so is Max.
Buying me some Taco Bell. Oh man, I can't wait. Even though I
I am
don't
going
really
to
like
buy
Taco
you
Bell,
dinner at
but I'll
Taco
We need a
Bell.
bigger box.
Right. He
Yeah,
got
but
the
can't complain.
reference. Max got the reference.
Wait, what's the reference?
You know what?
Demolition
He's
Man,
gonna
dude.
buy me. He's
Demolition
gonna buy me
Man.
dinner at
Oh.
Taco Bell. You don't understand. Taco Bell was the only restaurant that survived the restaurant wars.
That's right.
Oh,
The
what a terrible wow. That
No,
is
you know
what
what?
Now,
defines
guys,
it as a
what if I
dystopia?
told you that I have a bit right now where I can
Oh,
tell
we're going to
you
be
all
surprised you have a bit?
I know, isn't that neat? Isn't that neat how that works out? I know how to use the 3 seashells. Being a futurist myself, I know how to do it.
Stars, the last thing I need to see is your toilet habits.
Now,
Max,
let me
Max,
tell you.
This is like you having a haiku. We're not surprised.
Let me tell you
So
something.
here's the part of the movie where I'm about ready. I want everybody to get out their notebooks and their pens and paper. I'm only
gonna
going to
get
go
out
over
my
this
mute
once.
button.
Sure.
It's a process that I'm not going to repeat twice because it's a long one. Okay.
Is it
But
bullet
if you want to
pointed?
use,
Do we
if
go
you
like
want to know
1,
how to
2,
use
3?
the 3 seashells, like they do in Demolition Man, I need you all to pay
Sure.
attention. Are you all
How
ready?
do I do it? I got a pen.
Okay. So the first thing you do is you take the first shell and then with the second one you twist.
Hang on a second.
And the
first shell. The first
Shut
shell.
up, Scotty. I don't want
Scooped
clarification
up.
on this.
All right, fair enough. You got a good point there.
And after that, you dump, twist, and then you rinse them all off. Did everybody get that?
So I'm going to point out that when I first watched Demolition Man, it was on HBO, and we would use something called a VCR to tape record these things and watch them
Yes.
later. Now,
Oh,
one
I love
night,
the
on the
VCR.
night that I was recording Demolition Man, there was also a movie right after that called PCU. Now,
I
this
love
was kind of and it had David Spade and Jeremy Piven and a cameo by George Clinton in the Parliament Funkadelic, and it was a future prediction of political correctness run awry on a Connecticut college campus. Now, recording these two movies, one after the other, the most accurate dystopian movie, Demolition Man, and one that actually predicted the future, PCU, on one video cassette.
It was the prequel.
I'll have
And
you
Demolition
know
Man
that my
is
most-
a.
Demolition Man is
It's like Brave New World.
kind of, yeah, but it was a Brave New World, but it was trying to be a comedy and an action movie, but it turned out to be eerily correct.
My most
Mars-
impactful VHS that I ever recorded from TV was a TV rip of the Brave Little Toaster, followed by the
night,
California
PvP.
Raisins claymation special.
Good night, PvP.
Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, be well, people.
Yeah.
Hey, who's Toe Cutter? Who's Toe Cutter?
Who
I
is
don't
What
know,
the hell? What the hell? Wait, no.
The Australian wants to say something about Toe Cutter. You know what? Here
Beat
we
me to
go.
the punch. Beat me to the punch. Beat me to the punch. Okay, Toe Cutter, just so you know, that is the name of the first major villain in every Mad Max movie. Every Mad Max movie.
Everyone?
Yes, the first one made in 1979.
Yeah,
Toe
but
Cutter.
so he was the villain in the first one, not
Yes.
everyone.
No, but he
But
is
the man
a
who also,
leg.
the man who played Toe Cutter also went on to be Immortan Joe.
Yes, that's
but
what
he did
Tony,
not.
that's what I
He
mean.
did not play Tina Turner.
No, but here's the thing, Scotty. It is a ghost that haunts every script, and you know what I mean by that.
No,
So-
I don't.
What? I don't want to go into it right now. We've been going
Well,
on
you're
for
the one
1
who,
hour.
you're using.
He's
a
trolling
shorthand
you,
that I don't
General Hux.
understand.
What I'm saying is that Toe Cutter was an incredible villain and was very hard to take for American audiences when he came out, and that is why most Americans before 1983 had not seen the first Mad Max movie. They'd seen the second one, which was retitled The Road Warrior. The first film was Mad Max. The second film was Mad Max 2.
Yes.
Americans did not understand the Australian accent, so they dubbed it. I kid you not. They dubbed it.
Well, do you think that was a decision that American audiences wouldn't understand the accent, or was
I do not blame the audience. I blame
think it was
the distributor.
I think it was the distributor who actually tried
You
to
just said what I said.
Americanize it. No,
you just said what I said.
No,
it was
I
the
know.
distributors.
Yes.
They said they would not distribute it unless the first Mad Max film had been changed. But the problem was in terms of dubbing. And then the second film, the Aussie accents were toned down, and you had humongous.
But also no toe cutter in the second one.
No toe cutter. No toe cutter in the second
We get
one. But
Lord Humongous.
But the ghost of toe cutter was there. Meaning,
How so?
I'm talking about subtextual versus plot. Subtextual versus plot.
Scott, you're just jealous that you're not as jacked as the Lord Humongous.
No, I'm okay with it because my face and I have hair. But
you're not wearing a hockey mask, for God's sake.
I ain't wearing hockey pads.
Look, I mean, I don't mind Humongous, but look, dude, he is a very unsubtle villain compared to Toe Cutter. You have
also in Mad Max 2, like, we do understand that without having seen Mad Max the original.
Have you seen it?
Yes, fucking yes.
I've seen all of them.
No, the
He
first
has
one.
them all.
The first one.
Yes.
The first one.
I've seen every single Mad Max. I've played
Okay.
all of the Mad Max video games. Yes,
I'm not talking about video games. I mean the first Mad Max movie.
Yes, I've seen it, dude.
I just look okay.
He's a big
Scotty,
fan. He is.
Scotty, I'm saying this to back you up because if you haven't seen them, people are going to bitch about you afterwards, and I don't want that to happen. I want a real discussion to happen here. And since
Absolutely.
It's a come at me, bro situation. If you want to ask me about Mad Max, I am willing.
I'm not
to
coming
answer
at you. I just want you to say you've seen the movies.
I don't have anything to defend because I'm already I'm a doctor in Mad Max.
Mining car, disarm.
All I'm saying is if you've seen the first Mad Max movie uncut, the uncut version, then you know what Australian cinema was like in 1979. Okay? You know what that was like.
Yes.
Now,
well, no, I wasn't. I was one in 1979.
Okay, all right, fine. But however
I did see it subsequently, though.
Right. So you remember in the Mad Max film, Joe, cover your ears, please. Please. Cover your ears.
It's my live stream. I can't do that. But
Yeah, exactly. And also, if she covers her ears, it's just going to put her hands over her headphones.
Yeah, my headphones. Okay, yes, I will cover my ears.
It's going to be a spoiler. All right, it's going to be a spoiler.
Max wins.
Scotty, there is a moment where Mad Max chains a man to a vehicle.
Yes.
And he's got a choice of being blown up or slicing off a part of his body, which came long before Saw, which is also an Australian movie. All right?
Yes, the classic cut the brake line like the match.
Right. Right. So that is very original for Australian filmmaking, and that was an incredibly gutsy move for George Miller, and that goes back, in respect to you, Scotty, to David Lynch and Jim Jarmusch.
I took off my headphones for that, so I didn't hear.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
Okay, so Tiki Doom says, I'm back and drunker than ever.
I
Let's
drink a
go.
fifth of Irish whiskey. Fight me.
Are you okay with me, Scotty, right now? Is that all right?
No,
Is everybody
we're
okay?
Cool. You're
all right.
Come on. This is
All right,
playful
all right.
fun. This is playful fun. I'm never going to be mad at you.
No, I get it. I get it. I've had first communion and I've had confirmation, and it's just I get a little bit guilty at times. Okay.
Did you ever have a long Good Friday?
Don't ask me.
Exploded. Toe cutter exploded. I'm sorry, I spoiled it.
Okay, Scotty, don't ask me because my long Good Friday was named Debbie. Okay.
Oh,
I
I like
don't
that
mind.
answer. I like that a
So
lot.
I want to welcome to the panel Wes Hagel.
Wes
Hagel.
Merry man.
Hey, hello all. Hello.
Hello, Wes Kevin.
I am not a merry man.
That
I
is
love
the
that
best.
avatar.
Not a merry man.
I've got to clip it myself because the website that provides the clips. Doesn't get the whole thing. So I've got.
But Jill, never watch the uncut first Mad Max film. Don't do it. Don't do
I've
it.
seen the first Mad Max movie. I'm not sure which one I saw.
You know what?
But did you see it uncut?
I'll watch the uncut first Mad Max film for you.
I don't know. I don't know if I did or not.
There is
better.
No, I'm just saying that a lot of versions are cut. And this is something people don't know about the IMDb. They will say alternative versions. That's a polite way of saying edited versions.
Yeah.
So there are for example, there are 3 versions of Das Boot. There's one that's like 2 hours, one that's like 3 hours, one that's then the uncut version, which is 5 hours. Yeah.
Or 5 and change.
Yeah, sure.
I wasn't.
I watched the director's cut, and I think that one was like 3 or 4, and I'm good.
It's a long way to Tipperary.
Well, no, but the thing is whenever I watch Das Boot, I watched it twice. I've watched the theatrical cut, I watched the extended cut, and both times I watched it, I was like, this movie should be called When Are the Nazis Gonna Die?
Look, I don't have a problem with that title, Scotty, okay, but I just want to address something. I just want to address what Do the Evolution 78 said in the chat. And I don't know if it's a he or a she. I don't know. I'm not. Look, I don't want to be politically.
Dinosaur.
I'm not being politically incorrect, but I don't know your gender. Tony,
well, everybody's doing it.
Tony, let me answer. Tony, let me answer. Be good, Tony. Be good. No. The reason I say the uncut version is a potential problem is some people cannot deal with physical mutilation, and that is a fair thing to say.
Well, but it's all fake. It's all fake.
No. Jill was very appreciative of what I said about Cube. Remember, Jill?
Yeah, well, I saw Cube.
Yes. Yeah.
Jill,
Cube
is a very physically challenging movie to take. No, it is for a lot of people. So
well, then I call these people disconnected from reality. If they cannot see that special effects are special effects, then they should probably just ride the kiddie rides. Enjoy your carousel.
Okay, now, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not being sarcastic here because you know I don't do sarcasm, Scotty. I don't.
I do. But yes.
I do not do sarcasm. But you're in Canada, right, Scotty?
This is true. It's very cold.
And you know Cronenberg very well, right?
I do.
And you've seen The Fly and...
Thanks, Tony.
You're supposed to deliver it with that rat. Jesus, you guys.
Holy crap. Come on, Tony, give me a moment to have a moment with Scotty here. But
I was trying to make it funnier.
It is okay, but please, you know,
Tony, you're not being organic here.
Listen to the man who understands what. You know what I mean, Max? You know, I've had matzo ball soup. It's delicious. The thing is, okay, Scotty and Jill, the thing is, when you look at Cronenberg's remake of The Fly, it is as different to the original version of The Fly, science fiction, and I'm always going to bring it back to science fiction, Jill, out of respect to your channel, always. It is as different to the 1958 David Hedison version of The Fly as the 1951 version of The Thing is to the John Carpenter's
So are
version.
you telling me that a baboon does not get turned inside out in the original Fly? I've only seen the Cronenberg one.
No. I'm not doing spoilers. I'm I'm not doing that, but all I'm saying is, when it comes to body horror, you have to let it go. You must let it go and just accept what the remake of the movie is, unless it is CGI, like that terrible 2011 so-called prequel of The Thing. That's what I'm saying.
I like Mary Elizabeth Winstead.
So you can forgive the remake as long as they use practical effects.
Well, look, okay, Jill, I don't know if you're aware of this, but the original way the thing happened was there was a novella, not a novel, not a short story. It was a novella. It was long enough to be more than a short story, but it was not long enough to be a novel. And it was very good. It was very good. And it was made more than a decade. It was published more than a decade before the first Thing movie happened in 1951, which was a Howard Hawks movie, who was a greatly respected director. And it was fantastic. And later on, John Carpenter got pissed off, Jill, and he said, this is not the story. It's not the story. And the original story is not even called The Thing, Jill. It's called Who Goes There? Like a military person would ask.
And the original film is called The Thing from Another World.
That is true, but it's not the story. The story is Who Goes There? Like
But there were references that John Carpenter tried to incorporate in.
But that's not the story. That's not what was published. I'm a literal person, dude. I'm very literal. I'm very contextual.
Art is an abstract.
Not in this case. Not in this case.
Who says who? You?
Yes, and other people who worked on the movie.
Well, as long as you're the arbiter of art, then I
absolutely. No, I'm the arbiter. I'm the arbiter of people who work for what came from the story, what got into development, and then what became.
You're not. You don't get that. You don't get that right.
I don't. Right. I agree with you. I was making a joke, but you fucking blew it.
I mean, it's not a blowing it. It's a matter of conversation, and
no, dude. I totally got where you were going. I was just being the straight man to your comedy. I'm the Abbott to your Costello. I get it. I totally get it. But the thing is, there was a novella first.
You know what? The problem is that I was being a little too Gene Siskel for the conversation.
And I will always be his partner. I will always be
well, which brings us back to the beginning of the stream where Roger Ebert has to lay off.
Let me just finish, okay? Because you asked other people to let you finish before. Can you let me finish just a little bit?
Please do.
So the original novella, which is more than 35 pages long, okay, it has things you don't see in the 1951 version because they couldn't do it because of the Hays Code, the censorship code. They couldn't do it. They couldn't. And so by the time we get to 1981, when this film was being made by John Carpenter, they could go much farther and they could be... What? What are you talking about? Who said that?
I did.
You know the Hays Code.
Yeah, I know the Hays Code, and the Hays Code was mostly about like social inhibitions. It was more about sex and
it had to do with violence as well, dude. It really did. It had to do with violence.
That explains all the electricity and the Thing from Another Planet.
Well, no, it more than explains that, because the Hays Code actually meant that in Westerns in the 1940s and 50s, you could shoot someone, but you couldn't show blood coming out of their chest. Sure. That's part of the Hays Code. That's part of the Hays Code. You couldn't show a woman in a bordello in the Wild West.
There were no
showing
bordellos in the Wild West, according to the Hays Code.
That is my favorite place to see a.
Pardon, what did you say, Max? Sorry.
There were no women in bordellos, according to the Hays Code.
Yeah, and you know how ridiculous that is, right, Max?
It was all men in blackface.
Well, I'm glad that eventually we got Westworld.
Yeah,
That.
But Jill, do you just mind if I finish off?
Yeah, Major Bear was the head of the bordello or whatever.
All I want to say is that by the time that Hollywood was getting past the Hays Code, thank God John Carpenter said, damn it, I'm going to do a real version of the novella, which is different to the 1951 movie.
When did the Hays Code get rescinded?
Pardon? What?
When did the Hays Code get rescinded?
Yeah, I don't think it ever got rescinded. They just kind of started ignoring it.
They ignored it, but that was like 1965.
No, the Hays Code goes back to the 30s. God damn it!
No. But when did it end?
When
did it end?
It did not end.
TK
It is exactly what the person at the bottom of the screen said. It was ignored.
Hungry. Are you sure you don't need sound effects to exemplify your argument?
Give him some sound effects.
Scotty, seriously, listen to
it
the
was.
man.
It says
He knows
that
what
it
he's
was
talking about.
1934 to
it doesn't.
1968.
When
Yes,
did it
that's
stop?
what I was gonna say. That's what I was gonna say, Max.
Thank you,
But
Max.
I am sick and tired of being tread on. Don't tread on.
I'm not
me.
treading on you. I love you, bitch.
He does. He does.
Oh,
You know I love you, Scotty. You know
I
that.
do know that.
That
You
really
know
touches
I
me at
love
the
you.
bottom of my heart and
always will.
subsequently the heart of my bottom.
But Scotty, you also know I love the freedom of Hollywood between 1929 and 1933 to show nudity in films if it was appropriate. If it was appropriate. And they took that away with the Hays Code.
But when the MPAA became the when you got your G's, PGs,
Oh, that's
Rs,
much later, dude.
X's,
Yeah,
that
we
is
had-
much
we had
later. But
GP
that is when they abandoned the Hays Code, because the MPAA sort of took over the Hays Code, and that's what gave birth to sort of the indie 70s when you got like Taxi Driver and The Godfather.
agree
and
with
stuff,
you.
is because you don't. Yeah, no, I'm just saying. But when was it when Hollywood, the studios, finally gave up on the Hays Code? Do you know? I don't.
Max said it was 1968 is when
There we go.
the official date.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Jill.
Max.
You beat me to it. Thank you. And so, Scotty, the thing is, in 1951, when Howard Hawks made the first adaptation, or adaptation, as some people would say, of The Thing, and that story was known as Who Goes There, he couldn't tell it honestly. He couldn't, because the story was too raw and too nasty, and the Hays Code would not allow it. He couldn't tell it. And sometimes, look, I'm not pro censorship. I'm not anti censorship. All I'm saying is that as an artist and as an illustrator, Scotty, sometimes I know that people are not allowed to do what they want to do artistically.
Yeah, it's been the fight of my life. I want to do what I want to do.
But you understand what I mean, right?
Yes, sir. I absolutely do.
How
And you're
far
right.
reaching was the Hays Code as a Star Trek fan? Is that the reason why they
No
had to
belly
take
buttons.
out? Yeah, is that the reason why we didn't get belly buttons, or we did because we took the censor out to lunch and shot Mirror Mirror?
Oh yeah, that's a great one.
The 11 don'ts were pointed profanity, licentious, suggestive nudity, illegal traffic in drugs, any influence of sex perversion, white slavery, miscegenation, I would think that's interracial, sex hygiene and VD, actual scenes of childbirth, children, ridicule of the clergy, and willful offense to any nations. And then there's like a 26 points of being stuff to be careful about.
Well, I mean, Max, and I don't want to get into a sticky issue here, but because you're an intellectual and you pretend you are not, I'm going to do it, okay?
Please.
Did you just call him not an intellectual?
Oh, he didn't. He said the opposite.
He says
said,
I underplay it.
All right, well, I think you're plenty smart. You're wicked smart.
Thank you.
I have said that Max is an intellectual, and I've told him this privately before. You know that, Max.
I'm not
I got the full depth and nature and extent of what you were saying. Please go
Right.
on.
Get on your motorcycle, toe cutter.
Tiki of Doom says Hungry and Scotty, my favorites. 1940s comedy duo.
The only problem is Scott. I don't think Scotty would stick to the transatlantic accent, but hey, what can you do?
Hey, Max.
Yes.
Scotty's not going to stick to the Abbott and Costello 1946 rules. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I'm much more of a fan of a Bob Hope, Bing Crosby.
That's the problem, Scotty. That's the problem.
I still haven't
Max
decided
knows what
which
I
one
mean.
it was. Yeah.
Max, can you let Max ask his question again, please? Please.
What was I saying? Oh. No, wrong Max.
I'm talking to you, Max.
Okay, what was my question?
You were asking how many licks it takes to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop.
That was not what he was asking.
No, I was asking Hungry about what you were about to say. And the answer is roundabout 2 before I bite.
No, I'm not talking about Tootsie Roll Pops, although I love that. Okay, I love that. But Max, you were talking about the censorship. You were talking about the artistic aspect of the time.
No, I was just I think I was just commenting on. I was just actually just reading off of the Hays Code entry on Wikipedia.
Right. But there were aspects of that which meant, and I hate to say this, and look, guys, I don't mean to sound like a bleeding heart progressive, okay? But this is part of what the editorial and censorship policy was of the time. If you had a character who was being this is their word, not mine. Okay, this is going back to the 1950s. If you had a character who was transgressive, if you had a character who was going against the cultural zeitgeist of the time, and they did the wrong thing in a serious way, they had to die by the end of the episode.
Ooh.
Yeah. And this was also in comic books, Max. This was also in comic books.
Oh, you got a death sentence if something like that happened. That's really crazy.
Yeah. Now, Jill, have you ever seen the James Bond film called Diamonds Are Forever?
You know what?
Max knows.
Pretty soon, I will have seen all of the James Bond. Just give me a few weeks.
But you haven't seen Diamonds Are Forever, have you?
I'm on my way.
You haven't seen Jill St. John. Aha.
That's right.
Oh, no. I love Jill St. John. But there's Mr. Wynn and Mr. Kidd, Max.
Oh, gosh. Yes.
You know where I'm going here, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Now, it is pretty established, even though it's being subtle, they're a couple and they are assassins. No spoilers, but that means they both, according to the rules of Hollywood and the rules of comic books at the time, they had to die by the end of the film. I don't like that. Okay. But that had to happen, or the film would not have been released.
That's very unfortunate, isn't it, Mr. Kidd?
Right. And honestly,
well, yeah, because the story is forced. You have to force a certain outcome.
Precisely, Jill.
Actions. Oh, that is awful.
I'm not, Jill. Look, I'm not speaking progressively or politically here. I'm talking about artistically. Don't force the writer's hand in that way. Don't do it. Maybe they should live on to become, like in Star Trek, you have other characters. I mean, Jill.
Yeah, that's right. Because you can have bad characters who learn the error of their ways, who want to change, who want to be better. And this rule would preclude that.
Yes.
On the plus side, we did have a killer gay couple in a James Bond film.
Look, that's a plus side, but the point is, and Jill understands this, we were allowed eventually to have Ricardo Montalban be the first version of Khan, and then the second version of Con. And by the way, Jill, there is no third version of Con, and you know what I mean.
No third version of Con.
There is
there
no
is
third
none.
version.
No, yeah.
Zachary
right.
Quinto never played Spock.
I absolutely
Also correct.
I absolutely adore Mr. Cumberbund, not Cumberbatch, Mr. Cumberbund, but he was not Khan. He was not Khan. But in the first,
Oh, I think he would have made an interesting Q if they were making real Star Trek, but not.
I agree with that. I agree with that. But Jill, you understand what I'm saying here? That there were such limitations on what we as comic book people and television people were allowed to produce. Sometimes allowances must be made.
Mm-hmm.
Is that
absolutely.
acceptable?
I think so, but I also want to say hello to Snortapoopus Cuber. He says
Snortapoopus! Thank God Snorty's here. Thank God Snorty's here.
Everything's going to be better now that Snorty's here.
Everything is, yeah, we're
I
right
could,
with the world.
if I get a suggestion for a song to parody, I could parody it. Write a parody song about Snortapoopus.
You mean you haven't already?
Well, I have. I'm just saying I could write one right now. I don't.
Sure.
I want to make a new fresh.
Snortapoopus!
Come on, someone give me a someone give me a song
Hey
to parody,
Max,
and I'll
Max,
write it.
if you write a parody about Snorty before I do, send it to me and I'll perform it. But with that
I do my own.
May I
work.
steal your intellectual property? Is what he's asking.
Can I have a suggestion of a song to write about? To parody about Snortapoopus.
Snorty, Christmas at Ground Zero.
Loved by the
I got it. I'm going to mute myself and work on it for a few minutes. I'll be back.
Drinking
Pardon me.
Okay, see you soon.
Anyway, you know what? Whatever. I'm calling it a night. Thank you all
Okay,
for
Tony. Thank you so much for hanging out.
Hey, thank you all for babysitting me while I was,
Tony, drink water now, not when you.
No, I've been drinking water.
He's been drinking water.
Okay,
That's
just
great.
want to.
Good news.
Don't have water. Have vodka.
I'm a professional drunk, my good friend.
Yes.
Tony, look, you've been through this 5 times in 2 years. Nobody has to worry about you. You are not going anywhere.
Five-time WCW champion. What? I'm already drunk enough to do the spinnerooey. Check this out. No, I'm kidding. But yes. Am I supposed to do a plug? I mean, shit.
No, you're supposed to send me a She-Hulk doll.
No,
Tony,
Tony.
a doll, and then tell us about what you're doing on your channel this coming week and what.
Jill, you're not right. Jill, I apologize, but Tony, you need to show respect to Jill. You need to do.
Yeah, he always does.
30 seconds of a song before you leave. 30 seconds of a song, Tony.
One that I wrote, or I don't know.
I don't care as long as you sing.
We ain't got a barrel of money.
That's life.
We may look ragged and funny.
I can perform
but
that
we're
live in
wandering
its
along,
entirety if that's what y'all want.
singing a song. Can you say side
Tell
by
you what,
side
I'll
with me?
perform a song before I head out of here. That's fine. We'll do.
And that'll be good for Jill's channel. That'll be good for Jill's channel.
Well,
Side
yeah,
by
sure.
Sure.
Be kind, Tony. Be generous with your talent.
Talent, he says. That's.
I know.
that's
I was
funny.
surprised.
Yeah, I know, right?
Hey, fuck you. You got talent and skill.
Ish.
You just
Sing, man.
All the people you just entertained. I don't know why you questioned it.
Sing.
All right. A little Frankie, a little chairman of the board.
Oh my god.
If everyone could mute up and not interrupt me, that would be phenomenal.
No, I'm gonna interrupt
Randall.
the fuck out of you.
You never commented on my transcript reading of the flying car as I voice acted Randall.
I never saw it.
Well, I'm not performing that now.
No, you're singing a song.
Yes. So
Old
here we
Blue
go. That's life. That's what all the people say. You're riding high in April, shot down in May, but I know I'm gonna change that tune when I'm back on top in June. Let me clear my throat. I said that's life. And as funny as it may seem, some people get their kicks stomping on a dream, but I don't let it get me down. This final world, it keeps spinning around. I've been a puppet, a pauper, a pirate, a poet, a pawn, and a king. I've been up and down and over and out. And I know one thing, each time I find myself flat on my face, I pick myself up and get back in the race. That's life.
That's life.
I tell you, I can't deny it. I thought of quitting, baby, but my heart just ain't gonna buy it. And if I didn't think it was worth one single try, I'd jump right on a big bird and then I'd fly. I've been a puppet, a pauper, a pirate, a poet, a pawn, and a king. I've been up and down and over and out, and I know one thing, each time I find myself laying flat on my face, I pick myself up and get back in the race. That's life. If I could get this phlegm out, that'd be great. I'm gonna ad-lib this next stanza because I know that I'm not great, but if it is not gonna be this year, this July, I'm gonna roll myself up in a big ball and die. My.
Bloody magnificent.
Oh, the applause.
Except for the die part. You didn't need to add that word into it, but that's okay.
Well, that's part of the original song.
Scotty, in Argelia they use the lights. Now, no one has to tell an old Aberdeen pub crawler how to applaud, Captain.
Anyway, I'm having one more show this weekend. That's going to be the Fallout show, where we're going to be wrapping up talking about the Enclave and laughing at some Fallout memes and hanging out. And then I'm going to be on Rob Wright's Gen X Pop Culture, where we'll be talking about the top 40 musical hits of the year of our Lord, 1986. And then I will be taking the next 2 days working on a few videos, including either news or reviews, depending on if I get a good copy of Alien Romulus between then and now, for Alien Romulus. And then doing a couple of more shorts and just ensuring that we're doing our part. As a good friend that I know says I'm doing my portion. And thank you all for your support. I'm a full-time entertainer now on YouTube. I don't owe a mortgage.
Well, let's not go crazy.
No, I'm serious. I don't owe a mortgage. I don't have expensive bills. And I have a community that's been supporting me for the last few days. And my rent is paid through October now. So I'm going to be dedicating that stuff towards my YouTube. So if this keeps up, I might as well just say I'm a full-time entertainer here with my little corner of the internet. And that's something that is a blessing in disguise after losing my job. Thank you all. Even if you're unable to donate, thank you for just liking, sharing, and supporting my work. I work really, really hard. And, I'm going to keep doing a lot of that. And God bless each and every one of you from the bottom of my heart and subsequently the heart of my bottom. And I hope that I continue to entertain you all. Lots of works.
The thing that I'm curious about, and the only reason I am curious about it is when people ask for subscribers or financial support over the internet. One of the things, the first time that someone ever asked me for support over the internet, I did send money. They were like, "Oh, I'm in a hard way," and so I sent them $20, and then I was on a live stream with them, and they were in the chat. I was in the chat. We were watching a live stream of a person that we both admire, and I saw my $20 go to their super chat. And I was like, I just gave this guy $20 to
any super chat
to
or mega
super chat someone else.
No,
and I
no.
felt robbed.
I get that, and you've shared the story with me before.
Yes.
But whoever did that to you, shame on them, for one.
Well, do you feel that you've ever done that yourself?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay.
Any money that I earn through this channel goes towards the channel, and that was the mantra all the way up to about a week and a half ago. And which then the channel is now going to be earning my way through some of my bills, my rent and car insurance payments specifically, since I've paid off my car. I owe no debts. I don't owe a mortgage. I don't have any outstanding bills or obligations. And with what I earn regularly, I can make do and be able to feed my animals. And so,
well, as long as you're earnest and truthful with your audience, I wish you the best, sir.
Yes, sir. As for your She-Hulk obsession, we'll leave that up for debate. Sorry, had to get one last singer on you.
No, it's fine. I'm going to use your scrotum like a speed bag with me and my girlfriend, Jen. Oh my God, I will fucking uppercut your teeth.
So you're doing great, Tony, and I hope you continue to succeed.
Stop making him big.
Have a good night.
All right, have a good night, Jill. Have a good night, panel. Thank you for Do the Evolution 78. I miss you over there on my side of things. Make sure that you're still subscribed, man.
Good night, Tony.
Yeah, you bet. God bless each and every one
unless
of
you want to stay for my song.
I guess I'll stick around with that. I'll mute, and then when you're done, I'll poof.
Okay.
How's that sound?
You kind of got to stick around, Tony. You guys.
I want to hear. I want to hear what Max. I want to hear what. I want to pick up what he's putting down. Because
right on. Right on.
He acknowledged the day that Star Wars died. It's the least I can do.
Oh my fuck! I will eat your face.
Let him sing, Scotty.
I'm waiting for Jill to say.
Is that a promise, sweetie?
Yeah, I think like when Tony is singing, everybody needs to mute so we can hear your song.
All right. Oh, Snortopoopus, you're the one. Clubbing seals is so much fun. Eating whales, that's Mr. Snorty and me. And when a walrus gets mean and calls Redstone a landlubber, Snorty takes a big swipe at him and lets me feast on the blubber. That's what Snortopoopus. Snortopoopus, you're the one. Clubbing seals is so much fun. Snortopoopus, you're the very best part of Snortopoopus. You'll eat the rest of Snortopoopus. You're the very best part of me. Ooh, 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 wee. Thank you very much, Tony. I'll take your critique right now.
Lyrics quite well. Key and register.
Yes.
Left to be desired, but we all started somewhere. I started sounding a lot like, you.
I want to know what Snortopoopus thought of it.
But
holy crap!
But your lyrics are great. Your lyrics
Thank
are
you.
great.
I love those lyrics.
I would love to perform that for you.
I'll text it to you. I'll DM it to you.
I was actually thinking about doing a Winnie the Pooh song to Snorty.
Well, I'm a children's television workshop kind of guy, so
You're
just
great,
the way
you're
I
great.
was brought
Dude,
up.
The fact that you made those lyrics lightning quick, man.
Well, I'm a writer.
Do you want to be part of my writing team? Let me know.
Yeah, I've offered. So
He'll offer
anyway.
you no money.
Scotty.
Oh, for the love of Pete, Scotty! Just because you have Randall as your avatar doesn't make you as witty or as funny. I'm sorry.
No, I think I'm doing pretty fucking well.
I don't know. I thought it was a little bit funny.
It's clever. It's well written.
There are other places that I could be on a Saturday night. I just don't want to conceive of what would happen if I was there.
It's all good in the hood.
Appreciate you being here.
Max, keep in touch, man.
I will.
You have the ability to just slap these songs out with that kind of speed.
Yeah.
That is essential. That is a gift. And
Okay, well, I will be in touch. I would love to. I love to. I don't like working alone, and I'm glad Snortopoopas enjoyed it. That was the point.
Good job.
He's gonna have
now
nightmares.
I'm going to have nightmares. Snarty.
You got this, man. You got this. All right, brother. Y'all take care. God bless.
Have a good night, Tony.
I've been on YouTube all damn night.
Yeah.
That's sweet.
Well,
dreams,
pray to
Tony,
Crom.
that's right. You
Is
had
this what
you had
I-
an afternoon show too.
Is this what I
An
have to look
afternoon
forward
show.
to?
Then I hung out at Rogue Entertainment, and then I did my matinee, my full Monty matinee, and then I hung out with you all while I sobered up. I've drank at least.
Wow, let's not go crazy.
What? I'm
I
sobering
you
up.
don't sound sober. Neither do I. Like,
Why
I'm
don't you
not
just
abusing.
listen to my transcript reading of the flying car and just STFU already, Randall?
Because I actually got to see Dante and Randall do it, so I don't need you.
Well, good to know, Sweet Pea.
Well, come on, the original. You go for the original, not the cover.
Well, yeah. There was a time when
So-
Kevin Smith was good. It's true stuff.
Come on. Are you going to see the
Once
4:30
upon a
movie?
time.
Which one?
Are you going to go see
Scotty?
the 4:30 movie?
4:30 movie. They're doing another.
Yes,
one?
it's the new movie by Kevin Smith.
We'll see how it goes. After what he
I
did with
suppose
He-Man,
that is-
I have my doubts.
Well,
But he wasn't a fan of that, so of course he trashed
How
Yeah.
much? Wait. How much?
What if-
How much is Kevin Smith going to cry over it? That's what I want to know.
well, no, 4:30
Depends on how much
movie is
joy
his
is in his
own
veins.
creation,
That's
and
neither
also
here nor there.
if like people who are very very angry about their childhood television toy commercials are the same kind of people who are like, oh no, Rachel Ziegler is destroying Snow White. It's like, calm down, you're a
Kinda
middle-aged man.
Woman, excuse me. Anyway, I don't want to keep you if you got to go to bed, Tony.
Yep, it's time for me to make like a tree and get out of here. I love you all, and I'll see you all on the flip.
Good night.
God bless. Have a great night. Max,
All right.
keep in touch.
All right, I will.
Well,
Thank
take
you,
care.
Tony. Have a good night.
You bet. Take it.
You will be silent.
That was Scotty R37, Tony, just so you know.
I've grown weary of discussion and argument.
And yeah, I hope
Who
you sleep
mourns
well.
for adenoids?
I do.
Sir, I know this may finish me as an acting ensign, but shut up, Wesley.
We just passed 5 minutes, 55 seconds. 5 hours, 55 minutes, and 55 seconds.
Are we going to
Wow,
end
that's a
off
great
at the
number.
6 hour mark? What are we doing?
Yeah.
I think so. I think that's a good idea. Let's do that. Let's do
sounds
that.
like
Well-
a good idea.
I respect that, Max, because, you know, I was kind of bringing up we're nearly at 6 hours, and why not go for it? Why not go for it? We don't know what it's going to do to the algorithm. It might help Jill a lot. It might hurt her, but it's kind of like playing blackjack at Vegas, right, Max?
Right. 6 to 5 blackjack.
Right. Let's just do it. Let's go 6 hours. Come on.
We are
Well,
3
that's
minutes
fair.
and 10 seconds away.
It's not that much of a sprint.
Let's do it. Let's fall in love.
Thank you, Lori Petty.
Adoration.
Okay, this is how we get to 6 minutes. Max,
yes,
I cannot stand Lori Petty. Oh my God. I mean, in Tank Girl, I mean, in any other movie she's in, I mean, she did gambling ads in California. She did.
I'm going to find you. I'm going to come to Australia, and we're going to go to some of those places. We're going to go to some of those places that we talked about.
Petty.
Me and Lori Petty.
I am bringing
we're going to come
Lori
there.
Petty
and
to
you know what? I'm going to bring Lori Petty and Taryn Manning and Laura Prepon, and it's going to be a big orange is the new
We're
black.
Gonna dig up the
orange
grave
is,
of Brittany
orange is
Murphy.
the new black on Hungry Boy. Yeah.
Look,
we're gonna bring waifs to your door.
Yes, he does. I drink your milkshake. I drink it up.
That's right. She was in Orange is the New Black. I did like her in that.
Well, that was a new role for her, Jill. A new role for her, but she's going back. Lori Petty is going back so far. I mean, like 30 years.
She was Mrs. Johnny Utah, bro.
Right?
Yeah, true story.
Right?
True story.
You know what? I watched about 15 to 20 minutes of the remake of Point Break. You know where they lost me? When they started using the word polyathletes.
Oh
yeah, don't even just have trust me, you can have contempt for it.
Look, I mean, the thing is, I can look.
Yes,
Max, you have seen what, and so has Jill. Okay, you've seen what I've written in the Clubby Star Trek chats. You've seen what I've written in other chats. I love tough women, but I don't like fake tough women.
You know what?
I don't like
Define the difference. Define the difference.
If somebody is having plot armor, or if somebody is having the ability to,
I disagree with your premise.
A soft script doctor.
I had not finished my premise yet. Can you let me finish?
I want to hear.
going,
I want to hear,
keep going.
Scotty. Please let him finish his thought.
So, I mean, if you're having a situation where we get to see an intellectual process of a woman or a man, it doesn't matter. Any character, Scotty, any character be able, or even instinct, a physical instinct that they're good at honing. Honing, a physical instinct that they
how
hone.
to spell honing. Thank you.
And we are at 6 hours.
I'm
6
not
hours.
saying that to
everybody.
you. I'm saying that to other people in the chat. Jeez, Scotty, give me a chance. Please.
We've gotten to 6 hours with Hungry shouting at Scotty. What a night.
Well, I would like to understand what he means by not.
I will be silent.
Not
I
being
will be
an
silent.
organic, strong woman. Like, what's the difference? I still don't quite get it.
A woman who has a situation which is what is perceived by the audience at the time in the script, Jill. An audience at the time in the script, whether it's television or a movie, that seems to be a situation that is not overcomable, but she takes the resources she has and she overcomes it, and she
like
learns.
Ripley.
Yes, exactly like Ripley, but also like other characters, going back to certain female characters in 1960s science fiction, etc. Going back before a lot of movies that most of us know, and they take their resources and use their resources in order to overcome. Then I consider them a true female hero or heroine. But if they're just, sorry, you were going to say?
I was going to ask you, did you enjoy the film Atomic Blonde?
No.
Why not?
He was just about to say the difference.
Well, then it seems to dovetail nicely into his argument.
It does, but you know, Jill was kind of asking me to finish my point, Scotty. So
I'm famous for interrupting.
No, I mean, with Atomic Blonde, I can understand where the demographic is coming from, and the demographic of the audience of Atomic Blonde is very different to mine. Very different to mine. My demographic is the demographic of Bound. It is the demographic of as much as I hate to say it, Raiders of the Lost Ark, where you're looking at someone who is dealing with circumstances way beyond their control, completely beyond their control.
Like God.
Yeah. And
this is the argument. This is the thing that I find so very fascinating about, I don't think that these things can happen in terms of
but I wasn't done yet, Scotty.
All right, keep going.
No,
keep going,
I know. But before you continue, I gotta say goodnight to Snortopoopas Cuber.
Good night, Snorty. Good night, Snorty.
Poopus. High five, Bear Paw.
All I want. So Scotty, you got to understand, I was on a professional debate team back in the '80s. Okay, so I kind of recognize.
In the '80s, that's when you had dictionaries, right?
Oh no, I went dictionaries and thesaurus in the '70s. In the '70s, baby, in the '70s. So I just recognize the rules of debate, and we're just doing the rules of debate here. So you're asking me to debate something, all right? Debate what a female hero is. So all I'm saying is you look at a limited use of resources, a limited use of what you can do, and maybe it's Ripley. All right, or maybe it's a character in Magnum PI in one of those rare episodes from 1981.
Probably Heather Locklear.
I don't like Heather Locklear, but that's another issue for another time.
What? Oh, we mentioned a good one earlier. Samantha Carter from Stargate SG-1. Great.
She's also good.
Right. But we have a lot of examples of people who simply have to. I mean, Ro from Star Trek TNG, okay? Ro on occasion. Pardon? What?
Picard season 3.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to talk about that.
Anyway, keep going.
She blows up in there. Please.
Yes, she does blow up. She does blow up real good.
I like Ro, but I like the original Ro, and
me too.
There are certain episodes of television where she has nothing but her resources to work on, and she's got to figure things out. It's about the intelligence, it is about the acuity, it is about making something happen when you are against the clock and you are against all chances of a beneficial outcome. And that's what a hero is. Whether it's a heroine, female, or a hero, male, the same task is the same task.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I'm with you there.
And that mechanism dramatically is why people love MacGyver, or the original MacGyver, so much.
I can agree with that, Max. But I also agree, Max, I think you'll understand this. That's why I agree with the basis for the X-Files. A certain journalist, Max.
Well, and also, I fucking hate MacGyver.
Okay, I don't want to talk about MacGyver.
I was pointing it out as a dramatic mechanism.
Yeah. But you know Kolchak, Max.
Yes.
Max.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. I don't know anybody who hates MacGyver.
Max,
I hate
Joe
MacGyver.
Kolchak. Max, you've watched Kolchak, haven't you?
I have.
Lying.
The original Kolchak, Max.
Scottish. Fuck the Scottish.
No, it's not. What does Scottish have to do with anything?
His name is Angus MacGyver. That's why I hate the Scottish.
I was talking about Kolchak.
I was talking about MacGyver.
Kolchak. Okay, is that another series that Cobby wanted me to see?
Yes.
Yes.
He was
Yes,
watching
Jill.
on the Clubhouse right after Blake 7.
And
I'm
Plobby,
having such a good time fucking shit up right now.
Jill, no, that's okay. Look, I don't mind people fucking shit up, Scotty. I really don't.
Oh, thank you so much.
No, honestly, I just want the context to be respected on occasion, not always.
Sure. Yes.
But I
How
mean,
fucking dare you, Scotty? That's what that.
Yeah,
that-
I
that-
know. He has now decided that I am an enemy.
No, he's not. But the thing is, Jill, Claudia and other people, including Mark with a C, loved Kolchak. Okay? And it is a show I honestly think you probably need to watch 2 episodes of. I'm not going to say watch the entire series. And Max knows what I mean. All right?
Yeah.
Max knows.
The first time I ever watched an episode of Kolchak, he ended up the episode with burning a cross. So
All I know is that usually Claudia was actually joining Mark D with the C when he was doing those watch parties. So it's definitely
Right.
something special to him. So I do want to see at least a few. to see
Well,
what it
the
was
thing,
about.
Jill, correct me if I'm wrong, because I remember you saying this nearly 3 years ago. When the dialogue is really good and the dialogue facilitates the plot versus stymies the plot, you appreciate it. Yes?
Yeah, it can definitely make or break the plot. If the dialogue is stupid, it can have a similar effect on something that was actually a good story.
Well, I think, Hungry, what I'm hearing from you is that, the true female heroes are given limited circumstances and or given the heroic context. They're given the heroic tools. They're not just gifted the victory just because by virtue of the fact that they are, women's.
Well, that's right. Well, that is important because that's part of the hero's journey, and women deserve to have that same kind of journey.
Yes, and I've one of the main gripes is, it's not. I'm not against any group saying, hey, this is ours now, but it's like, you're really doing a disservice to whoever you are claiming to represent by just handing over the weak sauce so you can have a foregone conclusion.
However,
I agree with that.
I would like to point out just one thing, and this is based on a rule that I had before. Who is your favorite James Bond? But you can't say Sean Connery because that's everyone's go-to. Now, the reason that I bring that up is that I want to transpose it over to who are your favorite female action heroes, and you're not allowed to say Sarah Connor. You're not allowed to say Ellen Ripley, and you're not allowed to say Beatrice Kiddo.
Okay, can I answer Max before I answer that, because Max asked his question before you did.
Sure.
Rules of debate. So Max, the thing is, I apply the rules that I stated earlier to male characters even equally at the same time, equally as female characters, because anyone who is going to be the protagonist is the protagonist. It doesn't matter if they're male or female. I hate to sound.
Who do you?
No, I'm not trying to sound progressive here. I'm just saying it's a rule of writing. It's a rule of writing. The challenges have to be there, or they're not.
Is not a guideline. When you say writing, you can't just say writing. Writing is an involved process that involves plotting, story, character. Like there is so much. You cannot say, I didn't like it because I didn't like the writing. Like, what do you mean the writing?
Well,
the credits?
The reason I like Blake 7, the reason Clobby liked Blake 7, the reason we thought it was really great science fiction was because it focused on the story and it focused on the characters first. And it didn't give a social political message the priority at any time before the story, before the characters. which is add variance to many, many, many modern intellectual properties.
Yeah, great characterization matters a lot.
Scotty, before you answer that, I'm going to say I understand what Max is saying, but I don't even want to talk about what people are referring to as the message anymore. I don't want to talk about that. I think that is superficial.
Well, and I also think that the people who are against the message, to quote everyone's favorite fucking idiot, is
he's an adorable idiot. Please.
No, you know what? I don't
really think
really
he's an idiot.
I disagree with his ideas, and I disagree with his narrative, because his narrative is about being anti the message. And whenever you create a binary, I will buck against that wholeheartedly.
I'm not creating a rule. I'm just saying.
Not you.
Okay, gotcha.
I'm talking about a whole swath of the internet that is saying there's the message, and it's like, don't you understand that when you make a binary, you are creating a narrative, and your narrative is just being anti anything, no matter what it is. Like, I like girls. I like attractive people doing incredible things. That is my jam. I love it. I'm, again, an unabashed She-Hulk fan. Like, I like seeing attractive things doing crazy shit. And whether it be man or woman. But if you create a binary and I don't fit into your binary, then I am incorrect. I watch Mahler. I used to be a big fan, and then he hated Fallout, and he told everybody who liked Fallout that it was retarded. And I was like, you know what,
That's
man?
just his opinion.
Yeah, it is his opinion, but it's an attacking opinion that makes me, as a fan of that property, that art, he is telling me that I am stupid for liking it. Same with She-Hulk.
Did he say people are stupid if they like it?
Well, he didn't say Scotty R37, you're a fucking moron.
So maybe you're taking other people's opinions too personally about different properties.
Well, no, but maybe you're taking people's opinions too personally when Rachel Ziegler shows up and says, don't you think that 1939 Snow White was weird? And then you guys, and when I say you guys, I mean the people that I'm disagreeing with in a general level, not you specifically. But if they say that was kind of like offside considering today's sensibilities, then all of a sudden everyone who is on the opposite side of that fence, it becomes a binary and very adversarial. And that's when I say, fuck all that noise, Silent Bob. You're not allowed to tell me what I like, what I don't like. Even when I'm on.
Nobody can ever do that. All they can do is give you their
well,
opinion.
we've
I really
done
don't
it.
understand why this is the problem.
Jill, we've done it many times, and you've told me that I am taking it too personally, that I am taking it too sensitively. But if I say it against you, you just say I'm taking it too sensitively.
You're not
never
against me.
The people.
What you're
the
saying
people who
is
are on. Who want Kathleen Kennedy and the Kurtzman boy fired. If there is even a remote amount of pushback against that, saying, well, some of it's okay, it's like, no, we have to burn it all down and make sure that we protect our
shit. The fact is, we're never going to get real Star Trek.
Yeah, exactly.
Until
now I'm going to go. You know what? I'm going to go take the hammock in the Wicker Man while you burn my shit down. Like you're just going to say that no matter what I like.
Oh yeah, baby.
Like, and this is the argument that I've been sort of posing and pushing back against, is like, what if people like things that your philosophy doesn't necessarily appreciate. Like what? Like I went to go see the Marvels in the theater, and I thought it was an innocuous hour-and-a-half episode of Full House. It was fine. It didn't bother me. It didn't change my world perspective. I just got to see special effects in 3D. Why does that deserve a fucking 4-hour live stream about how I'm gay? Like,
But
it
nobody
doesn't
said
make
nobody
any
called you
fucking
gay.
sense.
The thing is that you
Lots of people
didn't
call me gay,
really
Jill.
you
Lots
didn't
of people
really
call me
dislike
gay.
you didn't really like that movie. You just
was
weren't hurt by
fine.
it.
Like I said, it was an episode of Full House.
You've said about that movie, the popcorn was good. So there was not a whole lot of good that you said about it.
I don't.
He said the popcorn was good.
But I'm just
I
saying.
feel
But
like it's just
this is
something
what I'm
like
saying:
that. I
is that
get what-
why does it have to be a binary? Why do people?
It
have
doesn't. I honestly,
no,
Scotty,
but-
I agree with you on that. There's, because
Yeah.
I'm someone who likes
I mean,
nuanced
what the problem is here?
opinions. Nuanced opinions, like when I hear what you're saying, I feel that people who I feel that I've had the same experiences for liking things from the other side of, I don't want to say the other end, but from the other side of the perspective. I really don't. Now I don't like new Trek. I just don't like it because it's not, to me, it's not Trek to me. It is putting something other than story and characters first and foremost. That's just my opinion. Now, I've noticed, there's a lot of people who say,
agreed,
well,
100%.
that's, it's like, if you don't feel this way, you're wrong. It's like, no, I mean, that's not something I say. I don't say you must, you should, you have to, you, because the thing that I and other people, but just the thing that I have experienced is, look, I just want a cup of coffee. But if you give me a cup of coffee and bleach and then say that there's something wrong with me for complaining about Clorox in my coffee, then we're going to have a problem.
But this is also something
it
about
is
the argument.
the way that you
But
it is
this
the way
is
that you
something
present
about the
your
argument.
argument, definitely.
Yes.
Because you're arguing, Scotty, you're arguing with people who aren't here. We're not telling you you're one thing or another because you like a thing. We do listen to you and we appreciate your opinion.
But in terms of the way the argument is constructed, I had a conversation with someone else the other day, and again, by the way, don't forget to send me a She-Hulk doll. But like I said, I like She-Hulk, and the guy that I was talking to said that liking She-Hulk is akin to watching a snuff film. And I was like, what? And
that doesn't even make any sense.
Well, Scotty,
because
Scotty,
okay, so let me explain.
Let me ask you a quick question. Yeah. Is your gripe with anyone here on the panel or in the chat?
Well, no. You know what?
Okay.
And I think
he's always arguing with other people who aren't here.
And I think Hungry will agree with me on this one, because I think everyone on the panel will agree with me on this one. Sometimes when you are feeling like you like something that no one else likes, you want to defend it and you want to do your best to be like, actually, it's okay. And I think that is, I'm not arguing with Jill. I'm not arguing with you, Max. I'm not arguing with Hungry. But the thing is that when you do wade through the environment that is YouTube, when you like things, you want to defend them and say, not only do I like them, but also I'm not stupid for liking them. And when you do wade through this fandom, and especially in the internet current climate, and it's going to be the current climate for fucking ever. But the thing is that I just want to say, like, I'm not less because I like shit.
Nobody said that.
Nobody did say that.
Less.
But he's hearing this.
He's
hearing this from other. Yeah, he's hearing this from other channels who aren't even here. We don't even know what specific thing he heard
Scotty,
that made him feel this way, and so we're just going to be
Scotty,
throwing spaghetti at the wall. But DQ Doom says Scotty is making sense.
I heard a rumor that there's a lot of wankers on the internet.
I do wank a lot, by the way.
Look, Scotty, that is a good joke. I grant you that, but it's a serious discussion, so I'm not laughing. We are talking to each other, and we are talking to the chat. So whatever tribalism in a bad way happens on YouTube should not apply to us or any intellectual discussion we have with each other.
Well, no, but I want to put my perspective forth, and I'm not asking for.
I'm not denying your perspective. I'm just saying.
No, not at all.
It sounds like you are doing a counter argument to what some of us have said, but that doesn't mean we disagree with what you have said, and we're not disagreeing. Other people who are not on this channel and are not on Tweety, otherwise known as X, we're not disagreeing with you. We're not.
TQ Doom says he's post anti-woke, so he's eating up everything you're saying. He likes what you're throwing down. Mars Monkey Max says Scotty's right. There are a lot of yes people out there that will go along with what other people say instead of making up their own opinions and standing for them. And that's true. Definitely, it's important to check things out on your own.
People like being part of the group. It's what Freud originally referred to as the oceanic feeling.
I get that, Max. I get that. I'm not going to either agree or disagree. What I'm going to say is, and I think Scotty would agree with this and Jill would agree with this, don't you think that we encounter people on a one-by-one basis and we decide how we want to interact with them?
What I do usually. I don't like to group people together, even though it makes things easy to put people in boxes. It's not very helpful in seeing their humanity.
Can I say
something?
Women,
I like women in groups.
One of us. We accept
No, I hate that. Max, don't do that.
Okay,
please.
sorry.
That's pod people. That's going back to the 1950s invasion of the body snatchers. You know what I'm talking about because you're a sci-fi fan.
We're approaching 6.5 hours. I just thought I'd lighten it up.
No, it's lightening it up.
That sounds good.
But Max, I am the Abbott to your Costello. You get where I'm coming from?
Yes.
Okay, you're the funny guy. I'm the straight man. Get it? And that's the same with you, Scotty, and that's the same with you, Jill. I am the straight man. I got to set you up to make the joke. That's the way humanity works. We got to make people laugh because the moment we lose the ability of laughter, and this is more important than the imagination of sci-fi, if you lose the ability to laugh, you lose the ability to empathize with other people.
Well,
you lose it.
How's that for a slice of fried gold?
Hungry.
That's great. Yes.
Hungry.
Being able to keep up the humor, being able to have comedy and not feel like you're stifled in expressing it is important.
Right.
And
I just want to say one thing to that. I hear what you are saying.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
But I do appreciate absolutely everything that you guys like. I know I may be flipping out and being like defensive and whatever, and
no, you're not flipping out. You're being passionate. There's a difference. You're being passionate.
But
he's
it's so fun to be able to hang out
I want
with
to
you
say
guys and talk
hello
about
to Fives Out Jaker. Well, I'm not going to read all of that.
Fives Out Joker as
well.
well.
5-8. How do you Fives Out JFK as Wool?
He says he hasn't watched TV or new movies in 10 years.
But let me ask you guys something that actually pertains to this portion of the discussion. Do you think anything valuable in comedy or sci-fi can be done without true passion?
No. No art can be created without passion.
Not without luck or coincidence.
Yeah, and so that's probably part of the problem is sometimes movies are not made from an artist who's got a single vision. You've got a whole boardroom of people just coming up with some kind of cookie cutter kind of thing, and that's when things are not so good.
A very big corporation of America.
The television show Alf was made with passion of a puppeteer who wanted to just like try his fucking best.
I hate that show, but I love where you're going. Keep going.
That's it. That's it. That's all it is. Whether you like it or not, someone tried really, really hard to make Alf work, and it did for like fucking 3 seasons, 4.
It did.
Tiki and Doom says Alf ruled, and I was a baby when Alf won. So
I had an Alf plush. So.
I wanted one, and I didn't. All I got was a T-shirt.
Willie,
I wanted an Alf doll, and all I got was this lousy T-shirt.
But I think that Max, because I believe that Max is close to my age, right?
Yes.
I think that you would understand that a lot of science fiction that has to be a little bit transgressive, not in the fake transgressive way, but in the true 1960s transgressive way, and you know what I mean, and the 1970s transgressive way has to be transgressive in the same way comedy is. Science fiction and comedy, in a way, are joined at the hip like horror and comedy are joined at the hip. You have to be willing to take a risk and hope that people hear what you're trying to say. Yeah. And I don't think that's a problem. I don't think it's a problem with Star Trek. And you know what? Let's go into Blake 7. Very transgressive, bloody show. Space 1999, first season. Very transgressive show. UFO. These are all shows that Klobby discussed on his channel. These are all very, I won't even say transgressive. Let's just throw that word out of the vocabulary. They are challenging, and there's nothing wrong intellectually with being challenged. Nothing. Because you know what, Jill, you understand this. You're a kid. You're in 4th grade. You were having a vocabulary test in grade school. They challenge you to understand what the vocabulary test means. It's a challenge. That's not a problem. It's just getting past it, right?
Well, yeah, either you studied the definitions or you're screwed. I don't know.
But you know what I mean.
Yeah. Or you got
So
a
are we gonna,
dictionary.
now that we're at 6.5 hours, are we going to roll the credits or what?
Yeah, I think we should, but I gotta say hi to a few people who just rolled in. Zachariah Marquez is here, and Weasel. Hello, Weasel. He says Ron Jeremy makes movies with passion. Wait, what?
He does.
Don't
Don't
answer that, Jill. Don't answer that.
It's
Ron
okay,
Jeremy's in jail, Jill. Ron Jeremy's in
is.
jail.
Oh, holy crap! I had no
Okay,
idea.
Don't, please.
I didn't know I know kind of who he is, but I didn't know he was in jail.
Don't talk about it, Jill. Just shut it down now.
We should do a retrospective on the career of Tracy Lords.
No! Damn it, Scotty! You go too far.
Meet again. Don't know.
You go too far.
Don't know when. But
what?
You go too far, Scotty.
Yeah, I'm gonna vote for roll the end credits.
Yeah, definitely. Well,
aren't we gonna plug our stuff? Much like Tracy Lords.
Sure. I was just looking for one more quote that I liked that I didn't get to read earlier because everybody was talking. I really
I'm laughing, Scotty, but I'm not laughing. You know what I mean?
I understand.
Who the evolution said earlier said to you, Scotty, this is something I think I've tried to express, is you can't let other opinions dictate the value of your own understanding of determining the worth of a given thing. When Roger Ebert knocked The Thing, he missed the point of the movie. So giving an example.
Well, and do the evolution, I understand that. And I think that one of the things that makes me defensive about this and trying to exert, but I like it, and that's why it has value, is because I grew up in an era where it wasn't cool to be a nerd. I didn't grow up you like Star Trek, you're a virgin. Like you like this, like people would actively say that you were less valued because of your fandom. And I grew up in Southern Ontario and Canada, and everyone was like hockey, and I was like, fuck hockey. And they were like, you're stupid, what do you like? And I was like, Star Trek. And they were like, you're stupid. And so what it is literally a response in like my upbringing in a weird way is I want to defend it because fuck the people who are going to tell me that I can't like what I like. And that's the way it is now, is that when people are like, oh, The Last Jedi is the worst thing in the world. And it's like, it's okay. And it's like, no, you're a fucking moron for liking it. And I'm like, how about no? Why are you mad at me for liking things? And that's the landscape that I fight against. And
But
maybe
that is
it's real,
tribalism,
maybe it's perceived, but that's where I'm coming from.
But Scotty, here's the thing. That is partially demographic, and that's partially enjoying what you enjoy. You know what I mean by that.
Sure.
And if you enjoy what you enjoy, as long as it's not breaking any international laws, I get it. Okay, I get it. I mean, look, there are some countries.
I'm not buying Blu-rays of beheadings.
Let me finish. There are some countries where you can't watch Shivers, the first movie by Dave Cronenberg. Okay.
I don't think you can watch Ghostbusters in China.
Right, but you understand what I'm talking about. So
yes, sir.
The thing is that you have to look at your own predilections, your own philosophies, and this goes back to what I said at the beginning when Jill was kind enough to allow me on the show. When we're talking about science fiction, it's about conceptualism, it's about philosophy, it's about going more than bang, bang, pew, pew. More than that. And so I respect what you're saying. And even though we debated here, here's the thing, Scotty. We debated, but we did not fight.
Of course.
I have to thank before I let you continue, I got to say hello to Bubba Doom One, who sent
Bubba Doom's great.
$5 super chat. He says, "Hail to the fellowship. I've been indulging in whiskey and music. I'm sorry I missed the show. I hope you had a lovely evening and night and enjoyed your music."
Well, you can go back and listen to it later, Bubba Doom.
I do want to point out there's a really great song that I discovered that was on the soundtrack for Under Siege. It's called Whiskey Fever by a band called The Regulators. Great song.
Delicious.
Okay.
Oh, but after a super chat, I do like to play a video, so I'm just going to play a couple.
All I ask is a tall ship and a star to steer her by.
Please, Spock, do me a favor, and don't say it's fascinating. No. But it is interesting.
Oh, the timing of that. The timing of that, Jill. The timing of the dialogue. But I just want to say, because people were talking about whiskey earlier, I'm not a fan of whiskey. I'm not.
I'm not a fan of alcohol anymore. So
I hear you, man. I hear you.
Oh, shit. That reminds me, I have to go get another wine spritzer.
Well, a wine spritzer, dude, that's different. Okay.
I think it was weird. As soon as we were saying we should end at 6, for some reason we got into a big discussion, and so it's a good idea to end.
Wasn't it fun?
Yeah, it was. It was super fun. Thank you. And I'd like to say hello again to Outlaw Bill.
Oh, I seen you around, Outlaw Bill. But
Jill,
I gotta look. I hate to do this, Jill, but you know it's all about the conceptualism with me. You know that, right? The thing is, how do you feel about the portrayal of alcohol or any other addictive substance in science fiction versus science fantasy?
Give me the brandy.
That's not what I'm asking.
Okay, how do I feel about it? I like the way Star Trek deals with it in terms of, well, I guess the original series used real alcohol, but TNG had a clever notion of what if we took alcohol and got rid of the bad effects with the synthahol, which is an interesting idea, I suppose. I don't know. I've never really thought about it. Synthahol.
Synthetic commander.
Synthale.
Doing Scotty, sorry.
And was it that is the there's a Doctor Who Tom Baker Doctor Who serial which was very widely panned, and it's a serial that I love and I also hate. It's called The Nightmare of Eden. And,
dude,
and
no.
It is, no, just it's like a PSA for say no to drugs. But it's direction run awry, and it shows what happens when frivolity goes off the rails, unlike in a great episode like City of Death or Blake 7 Gambit.
You are completely correct in that. I agree with everything you said. I agree with you, but I'm just going to say I came at that serial from a different angle. Okay.
That's green.
Hey, I was going to ask Scotty to say things, and
ooh, so
I was
traces of
gonna
it in his
ask him.
pocket. So the criminals must be caught.
No, but I really have to pee. I thought you guys were talking for a bit longer. So are we?
Okay, we
quitting
can
or
talk
what?
for. You've been telling me to quit if you have to pee and come
You
back.
can do whatever you want. It's your channel. I'm just the co-pilot. I'm not even a good one.
As Benny Hill once said, "Can I go wee now?" Yes, you can go wee.
Oh God! Don't talk about Benny Hill. I grew up with Benny Hill in this country, dude.
All right,
Don't
you guys
do
talk
it.
about Penny Hill while I wee.
Okay, all I'm gonna say is this. All I'm gonna
Oh, and
say is
also,
this.
Gil, if you want to end before I get back, that's cool.
But she only has 22 minutes to 7 hours.
That's true.
Jaloja.
And
like
now Sentai Ranger Johnny says, "Well, I must go now as well."
Oh, sorry to
Gil
see
and
you go,
all.
man. Sorry to see you go.
But Tiki Doom says, 24-hour stream.
And Bubba Doom, Jill, said Benny Hill was awesome, but you have to understand, I've seen over 120 episodes of Benny Hill because
what do you
I
think
live.
What do you think of Dave Allen, though?
You know, don't get me started on Dave Allen. I'm a massive damn fan, dude.
Okay.
Massive damn fan. And you figured that out, which is why you made the joke.
Mm-hmm.
You know that.
Yes,
I'm an
I
Irish
did.
Australian.
Yep.
But the thing is with Benny Hill, he has a massive spread of episodes and seasons. So, you know, some scenes are great, some episodes are great, some are crap. I'm not going to defend Benny Hill and say it was all great. I'm not going to say they were all crap. I'm not going to be that binary thing. I'm not going to do that.
That's a hill I'll die on, because that's going to be a hill with a hell of a party.
Dude, but okay, look. You never lived in the UK, did you?
Nope, not yet.
Okay. You never saw, I hate to say this, you never saw the She-Hulk episode, did you?
Are we talking about like the swinging 60s here?
No, we're talking 1981.
Oh, yes. I just saw Do the Evolution 78.
But did you see
how I feel? Do the Evolution 78 says how I feel about it. Science fiction versus science fantasy. Something's always going to get you. If it's not a monster, it's consumption. Go figure.
Or it is the concept, Jill. The concept of what's happening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It was hit and miss, but that's what happens when you have that many episodes, that much content. So
True. But, you know, we can say that about a lot of things because, I mean, Jill has been on a lot of Star Trek shows aside from her own. And Jill knows, and I'm not offering an opinion here, Jill. I'm really not. There is a big difference in opinion about Star Trek original series season 3 between many people. And
Oh, season 3. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
season 3.
well, it has its high points, I suppose, since Tholian Web was kind of written during season 2. It kind of escaped some of that.
But you also know there were
overall,
some
I understand.
episodes, Jill, you know there are some episodes that like millions of people despise, right? You know that.
I do.
Now, just to back up Max, because Max is one of my fellow Doctor Who buddies. You know that, Max. You know that.
I know it to be true.
There are a lot of people who don't like Peter Davison as Doctor Who, and they have some big problems with more than a few of his episodes, and they don't, to be fair, Max, to be fair, so I'm not being a purist, okay? They have some big problems with some David Hartnell episodes, who was the first Doctor Who, and I understand that, but let's just look at the scripts. Let's look at the plot. Let's look at the acting. Let's look at what people managed to make with the resources they had.
Resources.
You got the joke, right? You got the joke.
You know I reach you.
Tell Jill what I mean by resources for David Hartnell. Go ahead.
Oh gosh. Well, I don't know, but well, look, there were in the middle of Tom. I know that in the middle of Tom Baker, the Robots of Death, which was pretty popular serial. 4-episode serial was made for less than £75,000 production cost.
Right. And
Blake Seven was not the only one. Was not the only show that the BBC was criminally negligently cheap with.
Right, and one of the most
Well, they still made it work.
Yeah.
And one of the most popular original season 1 episodes of Doctor Who. I'm not even going to mention Daleks, okay? I'm not going to mention Daleks. I'm talking Zarbi.
Oh.
You know the one I'm talking about. Because you've seen that serial too. That was less than £13,000. Not joking.
I believe you.
Well, sometimes a smaller budget can really help with the storytelling, because then that's what you mostly have to stand on is the story.
Yes, but Jill, look, you just have to understand. In 1963, the budget for British television sci-fi was 1/10, 10% of the budget for American sci-fi on television. It really was.
And keep in mind, they were doing licensing. They still had licensing all the way back then.
Well, there was Dalek soap, dude.
Well,
Dalek soap.
Yeah, well, that was Dalek Mania.
They had no idea what they created.
I don't think so. I don't think anybody's trying to do a Trump impression.
You guys sound retarded.
Thank you, Scotty.
You're making me cry.
No, I just was trying to use a TARDIS pun. Sorry.
Oh, retardis.
Retarded.
Oh, phonetic pun. Okay, I got it.
I remember there was a Monty Python special where they appeared on stage walking through a retardis.
Oh, nice. It's bigger on the inside.
But Scotty, you have to understand, and Max will get this. I have seen, aside from the historically based episodes, I'm a sci-fi fan, Max. I'm going to watch the sci-fi episodes. I'm not going to watch stuff about the Aztecs, okay?
I mean, you know what? I will watch it. I will watch it to watch it. It's not like, look, I watched Star Trek Discovery season 1, then I watched Star Trek. Can I get a paragraph out? A fucking paragraph. I watched Star Trek Discovery season 1. I'm like, okay, and then I start watching season 2. When they did a voiceover narration and music on 2 episodes at the same time, I said, fuck this, I'm out. I gave it a chance.
Yes.
But on something like Doctor Who, I will watch everything. I will watch everything just because. I mean, I'll even watch. I mean, I have no.
I don't like shooting with Gavin.
I have no particular animus towards Peter Davison, but that's he was part of my childhood Doctor Who experience. I like Time Flight because I'm an Av geek, and they had the Concorde, and they destroyed and they showed Adric disappearing. So there you go. I mean, it was great Doctor Who because it focused on characters and story.
Well, see, here's where I'm. Look, Max.
I mean, and yes, I will fully adopt and accept Raquel. What the argument that I've always had, Raquel, talking about hard sci-fi. Yes, I agree. Hard sci-fi is, but sometimes.
Well, that is both Raquel's argument and yet not Raquel's argument. And I have to respect Raquel's argument because the science fiction aspect of going back to see the Aztecs is technically science fiction.
Yeah.
But I have no interest.
But it's Mr. Peabody.
A history lesson. If I'm watching a sci-fi show as a kid or a teenager or a 20-something or an adult, I want sci-fi in my sci-fi. I do not want a history lesson.
No, I agree with you. The only reason why I would mention Raquel is because she's the first person I ever heard use the term hard science fiction in that terminology, and that just sort of stuck with me.
But I disagree with the premise of hard science fiction just because it does again eliminate people who enjoy, as you brought up, Hungry, in terms of science fantasy. There is science fantasy, and that is a valid fiction. And to eliminate people who enjoy science fantasy,
not eliminating. We're just saying.
I don't think anybody's being eliminated.
It is building fences, and I guess good fences make good neighbors.
No, Scotty, I understand what you're saying, and I agree with what you're saying. But I never eliminated when I set up. It was like 4 hours ago, maybe 5. The differential between science fantasy and science fiction. I never said any fan of science fantasy, Bang Bang Pew Pew, was a lesser fan. What I said was it's not a similar context. It's not a similar genre. And I love science fantasy. I love Flash Gordon. I love
it too. But like any different genres, they can mesh together, and those two can very well.
Can I point out an analogy? It's from the 3rd season Star Trek Next Generation episode Deja Q, where Q becomes a human. And Data is sort of being his teacher. And they go to 10 forward because for the very first time ever, Q is hungry. Now, Q says, I've never eaten before. What do I ask for? Data says, the choice of meal is determined by individual taste. Q asks, what do you like? Although I do not require sustenance, I occasionally ingest semi-organic nutrient suspension in a silicone-based liquid medium. Is it good? It would be more accurate to say it is good for me, as it lubricates my biofunctions. Doesn't sound very appealing. What else is there? And that's how I feel about.
And that's when
and then he ordered like lots of ice cream.
Then he ordered 10 chocolate fudge sundaes.
Counselor Troy enjoys chocolate ice cream.
Let's not bring up camel toe, please.
Yeah.
When she is in a bad mood, and Q says, "Well, I'm in a very bad
mood." Well,
I would like.
My point is,
sundaes. I've never seen anyone actually eat 10 chocolate sundaes.
I don't know about outside of here, but when I say what I like and I say what is good, it is to say it is good for me.
Yes.
Right. But see, Max, that is an individual thought. You said what is good for you. You didn't say what's good for everybody else, right? But that does not mean, and I'm going to use a Scrabble word here, Max.
I'm not responsible for everyone else. But please
Max,
go on. Please go on.
I'm going to use a Scrabble word here. That does not mean you are a solipsist, and you know what that word means.
I don't actually. Please enlighten me.
Oh my God. Okay, so
you have a chance to educate me.
Scotty, do you know what a solipsist means? Without looking it up?
I'm not
going to look it up.
Okay. So let's not cheat. A solipsist is someone who believes nothing exists that they themselves, as a singular living creature, can perceive by their five senses. And if anything is suggested beyond their experience, it cannot exist. That is the solipsist viewpoint.
To be
And that
be
is a part of
perceived.
science fiction. That is a part of science fiction.
This is funny. I
That seems a bit narcissistic.
I had a
That is
great
a problem with
opportunity.
solipsism, Jill.
It seems like a thread of nihilism, but that's just me.
Okay. I
a great
don't agree that they're
opportunity.
nihilists. Oh, sorry, Scotty. Go on.
I said an off. It should have said an offshoot of nihilism, not a thread on. Sorry.
I had a great opportunity to go and see a cast reunion of Star Trek: The Next Generation. It probably would have been in 2011 or 2012. And went, saw them. They were doing a fan expo thing in Toronto, and Jonathan Frakes said, "Oh yeah, I forgot about your time on Deep Space Nine, Michael Dorn, or as we used to call it, Deep Throat Nine."
Oh, man!
Ouch.
Now it's like, man, I hope you like Riker mounts something now. Damn.
Oh,
I never
Riker
liked
mounts
Jonathan.
everything.
I never liked Frakes. I have to admit, he bugged the hell out of me.
Frakes. I'm a Riker fan, but I'm just saying, like, and this is, you know, again, I don't want to be sensitive about it, and I shouldn't be sensitive about it. As Jill said, I'm having arguments with people who aren't here. But one of my favorite, here is my favorite.
That isn't even a good joke.
Star, or not star. My favorite, what? Maybe.
Sorry,
my
Max
favorite
made a good
doctor-
joke. You made a good joke. I'm laughing at both of the jokes.
My favorite Doctor Who is Patrick Troughton, and my favorite Troughton story is War Games. I love it.
Oh God, how can you say that?
Hey, hey, let's give him credit. That's an endurance sport to watch.
Yes.
Look, okay, Max. Let me just respond to. Let me respond to Scotty for a moment.
Okay.
How can you say that, Scotty? And I'm not challenging you. I'm asking you. There's a difference. It's not tribalism. Okay.
Understood.
How can you say that against Web of Fear and Tomb of the Cybermen?
Tomb of the Cybermen rocks ass.
It's because Zoe is really hot in War Games.
Look, Zoe was hot from the moment she showed up in Moonbase.
Yeah, Zoe was always hot. She was always
Look, there
really
was
hot.
never a moment Zoe wasn't hot. Now, here's the thing I don't like. Here's the thing I don't like, and I'm going to sound very, very conservative here. I don't like the fact that although the actress was in her 20s, she was presented to be an elder teenager. I don't like that.
Elder teenager, what does that mean? Weasel, have a great night, everybody. Be seeing you, says Weasel. Thank you so much for stopping by,
like
Weasel.
Polly Shore. Just saying.
This is the first time I've got to see you, I think, Weasel. Thank you for being here tonight. And
All right,
I will
so
see you some other time,
Jill,
hopefully.
I'm not going to go into it. I'm
And
just
also,
going to say
good
young
morning,
character. Young
LDG.
character.
Yes, we are still here.
Young
Get
character.
yourself- Get some
But-
coffee and pancakes, LDG.
But Scotty, here's the thing, and I think, and this is something I brought up to Clobby, and he agreed, and other people did. There was a moment in Patrick Troughton Doctor Who where even the Doctor, played by Patrick Troughton, said, she may be better at mathematics and physics than I am. And that is a massive feminist moment. True feminist moment.
Yeah,
absolutely. She was the first Clara.
She corrected the Patrick Troughton daughter. Sorry, Patrick Troughton doctor on mathematics, and he realized he made a mistake. He realized he made a mistake.
And I think one of the reasons that I adore Peter Capaldi and Clara Oswald is because it reminds me so much of Patrick Troughton and Zoe, played by the Padbury.
Wendy Padbury.
That's her.
And I love Wendy Padbury, and that's
As
fantastic.
do I.
But
I have twice.
Look, I love the character because of the intellectualism. She could have worn anything. She could have worn a trench coat. I don't give
Or
a damn.
Nothing at all.
Or everything at all. She could have
Yes.
worn a Minnesota puff coat in winter. Wouldn't make a
I
damn
don't
difference.
want to be a pirate.
But you understand what I mean. It was about the character. It was about the character and the way that she would actually talk back to the doctor in not a bitchy way. It wasn't a bitchy way. It was an incredibly intelligent way saying, I don't understand what you're saying.
It was organic.
Oh, that's my favorite. Is intellectual conflict is so fun.
That's what it was, Jill.
Who was the famous companion of Tom Baker and
Sarah Elizabeth Sladen?
There were three.
There was Elizabeth Sladen. There was
Elizabeth Sladen is who I'm referring
Mary
to.
Louise. I forgot what her last name is, and then there
Mary
was
Elizabeth
Mary
Parker,
Tam and Lela Ward.
Well, the thing about Tom Baker is you had Sarah Jane start out with John Pertwee, and then she actually moved on to Tom Baker.
Exactly, and I do feel that is the same situation that happens with Clara Oswald going between Matt Smith and Peter Capaldi.
And I understand that, and I can see where you're coming from. But the thing is that when you look at Sarah Jane, she is a journalist. That was her origin story.
True story.
She's the whole
journalist.
package.
She worked for a newspaper, and she got caught up going between not only time but planets, and she had to cope.
But you know what?
We have seven.
I will always. I'm gonna take us into the 7th hour by pointing out I always had a crush on Joe Grant. Just
Joe.
You're a big fan of Joe. That's cool.
Especially on Day of the Daleks when she wore that short denim skirt with the go-go boots, and I mean, I think Aubrey Woods was considering Aubrey Woods, who played the controller, who also played Crantor on Blake 7 Gambit, was reconsidering some of his life choices at that point. But
look, I hear you, but I'm a Mary Tam First Romana fan.
Yeah, no, I agree totally. I mean, I'm not a gentleman who prefers blondes. I like Fred.
Mary Tam was brunette.
If you guys keep bringing up companions from Doctor Who, I'm going to end
We're
up
in our
going to
7th
check
hour.
Rule 34 on the internet.
Well, I think it's a good part to end it on.
It's
because
5
I don't know
a.m.
Doctor
on the
Who,
East Coast
and
now.
so
And
it's
Scott only knows what time by you, hungry boy.
Okay,
God
look,
only knows what
I am not saying
Okay, so
anything
what do you-
against blondes. I'm just
It's
saying.
time
Sorry, Jill.
It's time to last
It's
sentence, and then we've got to go. We got to go. to
All
bed.
I'm saying is Jill is brunette, and I don't want to see any prejudice against brunettes in sci-fi television adventures. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
chocolate is a serious thing.
Well done, Jill. Well done. But Jill,
play that one.
Jill, show the pilot from Star Trek.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean.
Whole episode? Are we going for another hour?
That felt very cerebral to me.
That was too cerebral.
My brain is falling out of my head, so I think that's the end of this live stream. Well, no, I do. I love number one. I love
All I'm
I don't know
saying
what
is
you're asking.
Majel Jill. All I'm saying is Majel Barrett had delightful dark hair.
She did. I
When
loved her
she-
with dark hair, and Nurse
Yeah.
Chapel had dark hair in one episode or two.
Right.
I don't remember how many, but I
Oh.
loved it. there too. She's gorgeous.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
No,
I just want to have no bigotry against dark hair, gentlemen. That's all I'm saying.
No, absolutely not. Agreed. Let's
so
wrap it
Scotty,
up.
Can you tell me what you're doing this week? Or do you remember?
Oh my stars! I'm sure it has copious self-flagellation. This Wednesday, I'm going to be talking about Alien Romulus with my good friend Ben on Cinema Gulp. On Thursday, if everything goes according to plan, I'm going to be talking about Star Wars Episode 2, The Attack of the Clones. And then on Friday, what are we doing?
We're going to do 3 data episodes. We're going to cover Measure of a Man. And my favorite TNG episode, The Offspring, and then A Fistful of Datas.
And in the meantime, I'll probably end up going to a video store to acquire more of my disc-related hoarding. And I'm still going to be crossing my fingers. If anyone wants to send me a She-Hulk doll, I want a She-Hulk doll.
Scotty, I recommend you occasionally uncross your fingers for circulation purposes.
Dear God.
Makes sense.
There are the links to the Phantasmagorium show, Scotty's Twitter, and Cinema Gulp.
All I'm going to say is rhabdomyalgia is a serious thing.
Can you send the link to my Patreon where people can send me money so I can buy the She-Hulk?
Okay, if you put it in the private chat, then
I don't have a Patreon. No.
Get an OnlyFans. Get an OnlyFans.
Oh, dude, I can only jerk off so much.
Oh, speaking of which, I wanted to thank Bruce Lombardo for being here. I know he's long been asleep, but
isn't that what you do?
He made a joke. He made a joke earlier that he's only showing his hands, so it's his only hands.
Only hands.
Only hands. I like it. I like it a lot.
And by the way, Max.
Yes.
Because you're starting up your channel soon, and you talked about that on this stream.
Yes.
Let's talk about Brain of Morbius. Hammer horror, baby. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about.
The Scott Bailey principle.
Right on. And the Pyramids of Mars.
Oh, good. Don't get me started, but don't get me started. You know why? I am Enahibramine, baby.
I love it. We're not going to talk about the talons of Wang Cheyenne.
I will bring you Sutek's gift to death.
Sutek!
All the names that you just used sound like jihads and hate crimes.
No, they're not. They're just BBC from the 1970s.
Do you remember the dinosaur, the Attack of the Dinosaurs, the first?
Oh, I love that one.
Remember General Finch? Li Sen Chang, baby.
Anyway, I guess maybe this is a preview for what might happen next Saturday on next.
Yeah. We'll see. I'm gonna figure out. I got to figure out some technical aspects. I'm gonna ask people to be on the show, and then we're gonna go. Well, from there.
I can tell you that this microphone is better than the one that you started the show with.
I thank you for allowing me to experiment with that. The point here is that somewhat higher priced cheap Chinese crap from Amazon is still cheap Chinese crap. So. Go with the expensive Chinese crap.
Yeah,
that's okay.
Makes
hey,
sense.
Live and learn, and I appreciate you letting me live and learn here.
For sure. Yeah. No, that's what this is all about: is helping each other learn and grow. So thank you for doing that with us today.
So rad to hang out.
Everybody needs to check out Max Redstone next Saturday.
Next Saturday, 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to do a huge expose on the Snorks.
Oh, I could. You'd never know. I might decide between now and then.
You never know.
Snorks and Norks, the Max Redstone Show. That was for you,
definitely.
Hungry.
Yes, thank you.
I said Snorks and Norks. Okay, well.
Okay. Well, thank you, Max. I know you guys were. I thought you guys have the moment. I think so. It's all good.
I was just look. I was just kidding, Jill. I was kidding, Max. When you say snorks and norks, that means something very specific here in Australia, and you know
I
what
meant
I mean.
it very specifically.
But I'm kind of more Brazilian than Australian, if you know what I mean.
Oh, great! Now I got to learn a whole nationality, another nationality's bullshit. Great, out fucking standing. On top of the movies I got to watch. Put it on the inbox pile.
I mean, Jill's got to get out of here almost immediately. So all I'm going to say is I show up on other channels. I don't promote my own channel. I don't care. I'm on Dadman's channel. I'm on Jill's channel on occasion. I'm on Dave C's channel on occasion when it's comic book or kaiju oriented. And if it's something that I know about, I'll be there. If somebody asks me to be there. But if I don't know about it, I ain't going to be there.
So glad to see you, sir. You have expanded my mind so much when it comes to science fiction, when it comes to film. Like you have introduced me to some of my favorite things, and I appreciate it very, very much.
Can I give you one suggestion before we go for you and Jill? One suggestion.
I've missed you, Hungry. Thank you for giving us all your time. And
that's fine. But can I make one suggestion for you and Jill to watch, Scotty? Hopefully together. One.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Unearthly Stranger from 1963, British science fiction.
Unearthly Stranger. Actually, do you know that you gave me the first thing that I should watch on my channel in my comment section when my channel first started, and I did eventually watch it and review it. Unfortunately, it was at a time that you couldn't make it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Loves Tiva. Repeat. Tear loves Tiva. Repeat.
1963.
Yeah, I apologize, Jill. I apologize. I couldn't make it, but I shared it with Raquel, and my God, she loved that movie. She did.
All right.
And
on the queue.
And what was the movie you just
Unearthly Stranger from
Unearthly
1963.
Unearthly. UNEAR.
That's what I said. What am I slurring my words? It may be
no.
I think all of us are. I think it's time for us to sleep.
Get off my lawn.
All I'm saying is it's a great British sci-fi black and white movie, but it has been colorized.
You're a great British sci-fi black and white movie.
Oh.
I don't know why that's funny to me.
Goddamn weird ass place we work in. Let me tell you.
No, I'm laughing. Because it's true.
Okay,
oh,
Wes
my
Kegel,
stars.
actually,
It's so much. It's
are
so
you
much
here,
fun
Wes
hanging out
Kegel?
with friends.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. No,
Oh,
I'm
okay,
here.
okay,
Yeah.
okay.
I just been listening. Just been listening.
I know you
Mr.
have.
Kegel,
You
taking
haven't
Mr.
said a whole
Kegel.
lot, have you?
No, I've been enjoying the entertainment.
Me too. Me too. This is my channel, and I've been mostly enjoying the entertainment too.
Oh, wow.
So
I forgot whose channel we were on.
I know. I thought it was. Well, anyway, Wes Kegel. It's Hungry channel.
That's like when you butt dialed me out of Globby's channel.
Yeah,
I did it
exactly.
twice. Yeah, well, you started to think it was on purpose.
I wish Jill would dial me things with her butt.
Okay. Okay.
Good
now,
Lord.
Wes Kegel, is there
What?
anything you want to add or plug or anybody you want to promote before we go?
Yeah. No, not really. No, I'm good. Thank you for having me here. It was a lot of fun.
Alacrity, a gift at 7 hours.
Okay.
Alacrity. There's a
I had
Scrabble
fun too.
word.
Thank you for hanging out. And I think DJ Play Nice fell asleep at one
Oh,
moment,
yeah.
but then I started seeing his avatar change, and I knew he was waking. And I wanted to thank you for hanging out and even coming back after you woke up.
Right on. You ask me if I love you, and I choke on my reply. I'd rather hurt you honestly than mislead you with a lie. And who am I to judge you on what you say or do? I'm only just beginning to see the real you. And sometimes when we touch, the honesty is too much, and I have to close my eyes and hide. I wanna hold you till I die, till we both break down and cry. I wanna hold you till the fear in me subsides. And so, ladies and gentlemen, if you are in crisis or know someone who is, you can dial 988 or 1-800-273-TALK. If you don't want to talk, you could text the word TALK to 741-741. You get assistance there. Local help is always available. Also, in the UK, 0800-689-5652. And for those of you in Australia, if you need help, the number to dial is 13 11 14. Remember, you are not alone. Reach out
You are
because
not.
somebody cares.
You are not.
And everybody,
Thank you
until
for
I
that.
see anybody else on this panel or otherwise in the universe around me, be safe, have fun, take care of your crew, and rock. I'm out. Thanks, Chip.
You're welcome. That's so beautiful. You have the best outros, and that's really good advice. And I actually didn't know that. Is that a country song?
What?
It's
Sometimes
Dan
when
Hill.
Manny
Yeah.
Pacquiao covered it once.
No, it's Air Supply, isn't it?
No, Dan Hill.
Oh, my mistake.
No, it's all right, man. From an album called Longer Fuse. It was before you were born, man. I barely was able to pull it off the shelf at my dad's weather collection. So, circa 76 or 7. Yeah, it's like 77. Anyway, love you guys.
Do you have to carbon date that one?
Yeah, and I love you guys too, and thank you so much for being here and being wonderful and sharing all of the cool knowledge and stuff that you know, and just all of the philosophy. Things I've never heard of.
Skidamarinky-doo.
All I have to say,
Yeah.
Jill, is that Do the Evolution 78 says no one has watched The House of Dracula. I have seen that movie 5 times. So, no, at least one of us
fuck
has
you.
seen The House of Dracula. No, I'm just saying, like, don't challenge us in case we've seen the movie. That's all I'm saying.
No,
Okay.
buddy. No, he didn't
See-
say no hungry.
God, hungry,
No
you're just an
diggity.
endless well of knowledge, and I appreciate you and everybody here. Thank you.
Look, I tried,
DJ
but
Play Nice, thank you.
no.
Max Redstone, thank you. Wes
Thank you,
Cagle.
Jill.
And wait, okay, there are more people here. There was also there's Pleasant Valley Picker, Tony from the Stark of Iron channel, and who else? Did we have anybody else on the panel in particular? We had Ben.
Oh,
from Cinema
Raquel
Gold.
SSG was here for a little bit.
Well, she didn't make it to the actual panel, but you're right.
No,
She
I
wanted to
know,
be here.
but
She
come
wanted to
on.
be here. Absolutely.
A
She
little
wanted
bit
to
of a
hang out.
hub.
Yeah, hugs to. Oh yeah, Jet Sparks was here. But yes,
Yes.
hugs to Raquel and Jet Sparks. I hope
And
I hope
Ben.
you had a good night. Ben from Cinema Gold also. Real Wade Nation Gaming hung out for a few minutes.
True, he was here for a bit.
Mhm. And
Big
Bruce
shout out to
Lombardo.
Bubba Doom for
The hands of
contributing.
Bruce.
And
Oh
to
yeah, of course, the
Eugene
chat
Bird
too.
for all that jazz.
Yes, thank you for the presents, Eugene Bird and Bruce. Bruce Lombardo sent one too, and Bubba Doom, as he said. And but even just being in the chat, just the engagement and sharing your thoughts and ideas, I appreciate that too. So thank you to the Evolution 78, Tiki of June. I
Emo
think
with the gun.
Godzilla was here.
Emo
Emu with the gun.
Emu with the
Yes.
gun.
Yes, Weasel and
Some people I've
Princess
never
Fiona.
seen here before. Princess Fiona, for sure.
Thank
Mars
you.
Monkey Max.
Thank you to Alec Baldwin. And
Oh,
Sean
for
Connery.
what? Oh,
Not knowing gun safety. Outlaw Bill.
That's right. That's right.
Thank you, Outlaw Bill. And
like to thank-
Five's out.
Sort of poopus.
Leslie
Huber.
Nielsen.
Mhm.
Also, Susanna Hoffs. Thank you for the thumbs up, Susanna Hoffs.
Five's out, Joker Oslo.
Well, I'm just
David-
scrolling up. We
David
also
Bowie.
had
Thank you, David
Sentai
Bowie.
Ranger Johnny.
Don Ranger Power. We had Max Redstone. Who's this other Max Redstone?
I think that might be you.
Thank you to Robert and Duncan McNeil.
What?
Scotty.
I don't think we had him here.
Daniel's Hot Topics. Thank you.
Oh, Daniel. Yes, there you go. Now you're talking. We did have Daniel's Hot Topics today.
Oh, I'm going to make shit up all this time.
We did not have your Space Chandler here.
Thank you so much to Gandhi.
Miskatonic Madman was here. Yeah.
Oh.
What, you don't like Gandhi?
Saint Aaliyah of the Knife.
A bunch of people don't like Gandhi.
Lots of amazing chatters, amazing interactions with the things that are going on. And Canadian Spider-Man
JT Kirk
misses
hungry?
the sex bots, and I miss the sex bots too. That was a thing, when it just made things a little bit more exciting.
Was Comic Relief Crusader here?
No, he
No,
wasn't.
not that I saw, but Gorilla's
we did
random
have
thought
Kirok.
was
So he did have JT Kirk.
JT.
Mr.
There was
Wonkers. Mr. Wonkers was here in my
yeah.
heart. Sorry.
Mr.
Sorry.
LDG showed up.
Yes.
He was like,
We
"Good
didn't get to
morning."
see James Caserta, but that's
No.
probably because of the leg humping.
Booger 414. He was here.
Booger.
Oh, do we have the thing?
Yeah, we always have a thing, but Richard Spake was,
Absolutely smashing.
There it is.
who else? Mars Monkey Max. I think I said him already.
Yep.
Richard Spake.
Tommy was here. Richard Spake.
Well, he's Tommy. He's like he can play a mean pinball. Yes.
Who are you?
I think that's not a bad guess. I bet he is good at that. I'm
Yeah.
not sure though.
I don't know. We should fight. I'm good at pinball myself.
Oh, okay. So we're building a tournament.
Yes.
DVB also was here for a bit. And Toddzilla actually gave me a super chat, and I don't think I said thank you to Toddzilla. Love me some.
Well, you're thanking him now.
Yeah, I'm thanking you now. Thank you, Toddzilla. Man, how did I miss a super?
As Bertrand Russell once said, the only thing that will redeem mankind is cooperation.
We're nearing 7.5 hours, Jill. That's more than it takes to fly from one end of the United States to the other.
Wow,
But I feel like celebrating.
that's incredible. No kidding. So we've traveled a whole lot.
I left and came. I physically left the building and came back.
Well, I hope it was a good experience for everybody
Oh,
who was here.
absolutely.
And I think that's it. I think that's everybody.
That's it. That's
Lemon
all. That's
pie?
all. All right.
Lemon pie, Penny. Oh,
No, we got
Eugene
Penny.
Bird.
Oh, and Miss
We did-
Fiona, Princess Fiona. Fucking
got her.
Princess Fiona.
We got Princess Fiona.
We did get Princess Fiona. There's Shield Wall of Dragons. I think we might have missed.
Oh no, we did.
We were almost there. Let's see.
Stay on target.
Gorilla's
Yeah.
Random Thoughts. Kronos was here for just a little while.
Mm-hmm.
Did I even say hi to Kronos? I think I forgot.
We
No,
were
I don't.
well. Hungry and I were in the middle of talking. I mentioned Madonna, and then I pulled it back and said, "Okay, Bananarama and the Bengals," and we came into a quick agreement.
Okay, we're never going to agree on 80s music female icons, man, but that's okay.
I said
That's
we
all
came
right.
into quick agreement.
We did kind of,
Do
but
the Evolution said try to go
Kate
to
Bush,
New
man,
Zealand.
Kate Bush.
That's a 13-hour plane trip. You'll kiss the ground when you land.
Denny Crane.
Can I?
Denny Crane.
Oh my God, Mars Monkey Max. I think it is
Max?
time for us to go to bed.
Yes.
Max,
Yes.
do you have a problem with the scouse brow of Bananarama?
No. It was the 80s, dude.
Right on. Right on.
Okay,
You know what
so
I'm talking
everybody,
about.
I would say enjoy the rest of your Saturday, but now it's Sunday. It is Sunday, so have a lovely
Sorry,
Sunday.
Jill.
It's probably Monday.
Good
We're
morning.
hungry. So
And have a great day.
Are we
or
getting out of
something.
here? Are
Oh
we
yeah,
done?
it's Monday.
Is it
for
over?
Hungry. Yes, it is. It is over. I'm gonna play some clips, and after I play the "Go to Bed, Time for Bed" song, I'm gonna.
Are you going to play
one
the Time
more.
for Bed song?
I am. I'm gonna
Yay.
play your "Time for Bed" song, and then I'm
Hey,
gonna
Scotty.
play one
Hey,
more.
Scotty. Since you're Canadian, it's not Max Headroom. It's not the Max we know. It's Max Videodrome.
Yeah.
I've
So-
never seen Videodrome.
Oh dear God!
I know there is.
I know.
a
I don't
guy
know
in
this
there.
stuff either, but I did.
Yeah, I've never seen it.
I did. Somebody mentioned a commercial, so I'm gonna be playing a commercial after the bedtime song.
Okay.
So I will see you. See you next time.
Later in the
Be
future.
seeing you.
Later. Yeah, I do my Tuesdays.
Be
do my
seeing you. I
For All
adore
Mankind, and we already talked about our Friday, so we're good.
I'll see you in the future.
Nighty-o, folks.
Learn all that is learnable. And the ways our differences combine to create meaning and beauty.
It has always been easier to destroy than to create.
May we together become greater than the sum of both of us.
Well, now you have something new to think about. Carry on.
Going to bed. Gotta turn off the lights. Hey, there's TV. Gotta turn off the power. Hey, turning off things. Yeah, it's time for bed. So now, where's the sleepy place? It is upstairs, but I gotta make sure the door is locked, and now it's time for bed. Baxter, he's on the couch. He wonders why I'm singing. I'm going upstairs, and Baxter's coming with me. Just found a little poop. Gonna pick it up with my fingers and throw it in the toilet. Baxter is not to blame. Hey, buddy, you coming up? He's looking at me like I'm a crazy person. Come on, it's bedtime. Anyway, that's my song.
Poetry.
Mr. Turtle, how many licks does it take to get to the Tootsie Roll center of a Tootsie Pop?
I never made it without biting. Ask Mr. Owl, for he is the wisest of us all.
Mr. Owl, how many licks does it take to get to the Tootsie Roll center of a Tootsie Pop?
A good question. Let's find out. 1, 2, 3, 3.
If there's anything I can't stand, it's a smart owl.
How many licks does it take to get to the Tootsie Roll center of a Tootsie Pop? The world may never know.
I thank you.